Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Northeast India Infrastructure and Exhibition Summit 2026. I'm Aaron Lingdo. We're live from Lariti Performing Centre here at Mau Kasiang. Well, the two-day event will witness the culmination of union ministers, chief ministers, industry experts and other policymakers to... Biangno? Patsedang, em?
You are on air! You are on air!
I didn't know. I didn't... Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Northeast India Infrastructure and Exhibition Summit 2026, the largest infrastructure summit in the Northeast. I'm Aaron Lingdo. We're live here at the Lariti Performing Centre here at Mau Kasiang. Well, for now, the two-day multi-sector program organized by the Federation of Industry and Commerce of Northeast India in collaboration with the Meghalaya government and, of course, Build India Foundation is designed for high-impact engagement and actionable outcomes. Now, this will bring together union ministers, chief ministers, industry experts, policymakers, all under one roof to talk about some of the issues and, of course, future plans to invest here in the Northeast. Well, the summit will focus on key sectors that will include tourism, logistics, aviation. We'll have digital infrastructure, food processing, among others. Well, what's interesting is that the event will feature exhibitions by private companies right here on location to showcase their latest technologies, and union ministries will also showcase what they've done and some of the initiatives here across the Northeast. Well, the summit will facilitate government to government, business to business, business to government interactions with discussions, again, to address issues and identify investment opportunities. Now, the objective is to position the Northeast as the investment destination and to create a platform where policymakers and other stakeholders can come together and chalk out a plan for the future. For now, Meghalaya, as the host state, will have a strong presence here at the event wherein they will showcase MSMEs, food processing units. Of course, we have our textiles and handicrafts all under one roof. So the summit is important because this will serve as a premier strategic platform to unlock the region's economic potential. Now, just for the benefit of all the viewers watching us right now, traffic restrictions have been put in place for today and tomorrow. That would include commuters are not allowed to move around Umsauli, Mau Kasiang, Negrims, Polo Road. However, they can go around Golflings, Maupat, Langkarding, Pinthor, Umkra Road. Now, at the moment, the inaugural program will begin precisely after 15-20 minutes from now. We will be here covering the event live. But for now, we will take you right inside where everybody is ready. And let me tell you, the Union Minister, Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, will be here any moment. The Honourable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, will be the guest of honour. And we also have the state guest, which is Nephew Rio, who is the Honourable Chief Minister of Nagaland. They will all be present here. And as we speak, behind me, we already have other ministers from the state already in attendance. We have the Deputy Chief Minister, who's already in, Snyao Bhalangdhar. We also have Wailat Miki, who is the Sports Minister, already inside. We also have Medba Lingdo, the Power Minister, already inside, and of course the Education Minister Lakmen Rumboy as well. So we will be covering the event live, and we will also speak to the different industries that are here at the moment, and we will get you first-hand information. Until then, sit back and relax as DD Meghalaya brings you all the action from Ground Zero.
Your car is here, sir. Which way? Thought that was it. This one we are like fun. Huh? is the lounge?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, I'm चलो 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 पीछे रहना
Where's the sir? नीचे ऊपर follow him, kamu boleh pisang ni.
But after that, we have to give. Start now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we're bringing you live conversations with pavilions and some of the stalls that have been set up here on location. Right now, we're here at the Meghalaya Eco Pavilion. We will speak to somebody who knows a thing or two about what we have in store, because like I mentioned to you earlier at the beginning that Meghalaya will have a very strong presence here at the event, and they will showcase MSMEs, handicrafts, textiles, and all other things put together under one roof. So we'll speak to Rida Gatpaw. Rida Gatpaw is works with Dakti, and she's the owner of Dakti Craft, and she is right here. And I would imagine she's the person curating all of it. So I'll just speak to Rida Gatpaw for a second. Rida, welcome. What we have right now is, as I mentioned to the audience, is that Meghalaya has a very strong presence here. This is the Eco Pavilion. For the benefit of the viewers who don't know what the Meghalaya Pavilion is all about, would you help explain that to us?
Sure. So right here we have taken the theme Meghalaya because we want to represent all the tribes. Here you can see the Khasi, the Garo and the Jaintias. And we also try to incorporate the other side of which is again the culture, nature and also adventure. Because for people, I think they need to kind of experience it. So here we are sharing a lot of what the community can offer in Meghalaya. So we've done like an installation of the Roots Bridge over here.
Can we walk? Can we walk? So that I'll ask my cameraman to just pan a little bit to the Living Root Bridge, and then Rida will explain to us a little bit about what the Root Bridge is all about, because this is the star of the entire pavilion, I would imagine.
Thank you. This particular installation is actually to showcase what is our UNESCO, the heritage of the Khasi people. And we've been able to kind of bring this here in this pavilion, in this venue, because we had to kind of work around it. It's a pretty challenging material, but we managed to actually bring what the soil to this pavilion and showcase Meghalaya, because when you talk about infrastructure, I think this is where it's very rooted to our culture, and also it's a bioengineered structure. So it's all to do with what Meghalaya can offer. And we are very glad that this installation is standing here, and people get to see their actual roots, their actual soil. The moss has been sourced from the right place. And we are trying to create as much to incorporate even the sound. So this is one thing about the installation.
Right, so like they say, human ingenuity meets nature. So this is what we have here. How did you get this here? Because of course you can't dismantle this for sure. How did you get it here in the first place?
So it took us time to source first the material, and with working with the roots, it's a little challenging because it dries up. You have to keep it so that we can weave it here. So we had to do a little bit of processing, and we have to bring here the team, and each and every root has been interwoven. It has been taken standing from the pillars, as you can see here. So everything is actually, it's growing. So there's a whole process in starting from the ground and taking it all the way, and you can see the entire strength of this is through that technique where it's woven each root one on top of the other. Yes.
So Rida, let's just walk us through, because you're here and we have all the three tribes here. Firstly, the Khasi. If you could, can you just come a little bit closer? I'd request my cameraman to please come a little bit closer. So let's start with the Khasi, and then we'll move on to the Garo and then the Jaintia tribe accordingly. So let's start with the bamboo weaving.
So here in the Khasi we try to represent the culture part, which is the music. We have our textiles here, as you can see. We have our indigenous motifs and the accessories behind. We can also look at the craft here, which is all hand woven by bamboo. So the tools are also represented, and the culture itself in terms of the functions of these particular craft in each sector, because Khasi Hills is white, and we have like a lot of people from Reebhoy. If you talk about West Khasi Hills, they have their own identity. So we try to bring in right from the fishing, farming, craft, cultivation, all that. So this is one Khasi part that we can represent in this pavilion.
Tell me, you're Dakti yourself, right? So we will see, we have the black clay pottery here, which is that we'll talk a little bit. But talk to us a little bit if we incorporate all of it. You've also started. You've gotten into textile. You've gotten into handicrafts as well. Can you tell us a little bit about that side of Dakti craft?
So Dakti, when it started, is actually something to protect the culture, protect the skill of the people. So we, being a design-led enterprise, we want to incorporate and also make it contemporary, but not losing the identity. That's why we are trying to revive the hidden motives that actually people are slowly forgetting. Most of these techniques also now needs to pass on from one generation to another. So we are trying to keep the craft alive and try to inspire people, especially the youths, to be able to see this from a very different, perspective, because I feel that we need to protect and also we need to kind of also adapt to the time, adapt to the contemporary time, so that it doesn't get lost. Yeah. So that's what over the years I think we've been trying to kind of get into refining the craft, getting into the detailing, getting the right tools, because it's not easy and we're trying to add more value to it. So that is what we've been as Dakti doing.
You know what I like when you mentioned you have to marry the old and the new and still make it relevant while not losing our own roots as well. Let's move straight to the Garo tribe, because what I like about Meghalaya is the fact that we're an inclusive community and we don't leave any tribe behind, not just the Khasi Jaintia, but also we have the Garos. Talk to us a little bit, what do we have here?
So here we have wood carving. See, this is the Nokpante that we are trying to represent Garo Hills, but we've incorporated a lot of their culture also here through, storytelling. If you look at the artisans here, they are very skilled. In fact, they are the ones who've been able to bring back these stories through there, since it's an oral tradition. And as you can see here, Garo Hills are very much with the raw material that they have and the way their skills are. It's just, again, been passed on. In fact, where he comes from, Handam, it's one of the arts and craft village in Garo Hills, where you enter the village, you get to see this in the open. There's carving in their woods. There's no dead tree remaining there. They change the dead and bring it back to life. So I think what you can see in Garo Hills, even in their textiles, which is the Dakmanda, which is now the GI tag, very intricate weave, and preserving all this is actually something that we have to kind of take forward.
So speaking of GI tag, Rida, how do you think that would help, I won't just say the state, but the product in particular, and of course artisans behind it, of course people behind the craft, how will that help them scale probably their craft to a different, all new level?
Yes. So we are trying, because when you look at most of the Dakmandas in Garo Hills, they have their motives, which has a story behind it. And the traditional technique, they use everything which is natural, even the colors that they get from nature. As you can see, this particular sample is by one of the artisans from Garo Hills. She has been trying to promote the actual Dakmanda, because these are things that are now people don't know about it. So by representing it in various parts of India, I think it requires that kind of a thing because of their uniqueness in their patterns, also the craft itself, the weaving and the color. So there's a whole process involved. So I think Garo Hills that ways have their own way of very defined ways of looking at life and also their day-to-day living. I think it's right here, you can see it. They have a lot of stories.
Alright viewers, let's move from wood carving, that is the Garo Hills, and then we'll go to black clay pottery that Rida is very familiar with. Rida, please help us explain what black pottery is all about. How long has this been going on, and of course yourself being very close to the product as well.
Yeah. So this is an ancient craft practice for many generations, and it again has been passed on. When I moved back to Meghalaya, I think a few years ago, I really don't see this craft visible in Shillong or anywhere. So, but we all eat putharo, as you know. So the wen is the main pot where we cook the Khasi traditional snacks. These are what we thought, okay, let's bring it out, change it a little bit. Why just putharo? We can cook many things. So we've kind of redefined, we've contemporized, because again, taking it out of the state, add more value in terms of the detailing. This is a very difficult, it's again a GI tag, and it has its own. As you can see, this is done with hand. There's no wheel involved. So when you look at it, it requires time to learn. It requires the whole processing with clay. It's also very fragile. So it's quite challenging, but we are very glad that this craft is now being showcased across, and we are able to kind of promote the livelihood of the people. Now they're bringing back, when I first, visited the village, there were hardly 4 or 5 ladies, women who are continuing, and they have a very small margin market, which is a weekly hut. But now you can see that these can actually travel the world, and through these interventions, we can make it more relevant to the time, because they are very healthy. They have a lot of benefits, their properties, and when you cook in them, we keep telling the stories of where they come from, the soil that comes from, So it's something that we are very proud of, in fact.
So, speaking, before we go to what we have on the other side, speaking of traveling, our products traveling outside the state and beyond, you've involved in the Meghalayan store as well in New Delhi. I want to hear it from you. What's the response when we take all these beautiful arts and crafts, textile, you name it, from the state outside to an audience who probably, I would say, is Greek to all of this? What's the response?
It's been, I think, over 5 years running this store New Delhi. It's by tourism-led Meghalayan Age Limited, and we curated and implemented the store taking into considering the way that we represent Meghalaya. So I think it's been a highlight at the Baba Karak Singh Marg. It becomes like a one-store, stop for people who visit that area, because you have many other emporiums, but Meghalayan Age, the store stands out, because I think that we are able to represent the very actual, the from all parts of Meghalaya. You can actually, from the agro produce to our textiles to the woodwork. So it's very unique as compared to, for example, any part of Northeast India also. That's the uniqueness. And I think Meghalaya has been really supporting, over the past few years, we are seeing that there has been a revival in this. So we are very fortunate that we got that space to represent. It's not just running a store, but also promoting Meghalaya, so that people who comes to the store, they get to understand and want to visit Meghalaya, because there's so much beauty in it.
Very true. Rita, I won't take much of your time, but quickly to this side of the pavilion, because I can see paintings and we're talking adventure, we're talking nature, we're talking culture. So let's begin with adventure, because everybody who comes to the Northeast should not miss the adventure that we have here. Wherever you travel, you have the best waterfalls, the best caves, you name it, right? And the government is actually taking tourism very seriously. Let's begin with the adventure bit.
Okay, so the adventure here is, as you can see, a lot of people are coming to Meghalaya because it's the season, and if they come here, it's not just coming and shopping, but there's a lot of things that we can. That's why we're keeping all these destinations over here, trying to create awareness that when people come to Meghalaya, they get to do these kind of adventure. Whoever is interested, people in fact from across the world have come and got very if the government, there's no support, and if there's no looking at sustainability, I think that preservation will not happen. So when you look at adventure, I think there's enough in Meghalaya that we can bring out that awareness to the people outside, come to Meghalaya, but keep that in mind, that the approach has to be sustainability and holistic.
And even the same thing applies when you say sustainability. I think it'll apply to the second one we're going to talk, nature, because a lot of people come and don't know that these things are pristine. These things are like they're living beings, and we have to treat them like one. So if you come to a place, at least you don't litter, you don't throw plastic and all of that. I do the destination program for the channel before, and I've been to a lot of places, and it's still nice to see that most of the places are still untouched. If you can run us through a little bit of what we have here.
See, when it comes to nature, Meghalaya, I think we are very blessed. To be honest, we will not see this in one state, having the most bioengineered structures and our waterfalls. We have like millions, I think lakhs of waterfalls in every village. So nature but they get inspired, and I think it's important that people see that state. So it's important that each villages should be encouraged and preserve these beauties. And nature is something that I feel that because we are here, we live here, we are so used to it. But people who come from outside, I think they just are awed by the beauty.
I think we should be very lucky to be born at such a place. You don't have to go far to find peace and quiet and calm. We get it all here. Let's move on to culture, because we're very rich when it comes to culture. Culture is not just about festival to me. Clothing, accessories and what have you. Our matrilineal lineage that we have, all of that plays a very important role. Talk to us a little bit about what we have here and why are we showcasing. Of course, there are a few ones that we have here: Shat Sukman Sem, Wangala dance, and so on.
Yes. So culture here in Meghalaya is very rich again. I think the Shat Sukman Sem in every villages also, they have their own unique dances. But I feel like when it comes to culture, what is unique about Meghalaya is that we are people who have the oral tradition passed on from one generation to another. But at the same time also we are very conscious as a community. I feel like it's in the people, whatever festival is connected, it's always to do with nature again. Because when you talk about harvesting, it's that you give back to nature and then you take back. Whatever you take, you give back. So I think that is the culture of Meghalaya. So when you visit, it's important that people should also learn something to take back to their thing. Grow trees and be able to keep the surrounding clean. So it's in every individual. I think we the people have to protect the land, and I think the part of it is that we celebrate, and that's when we get together. And I think it should be now showcase, in a way that we are able to kind of bring it back. I think even our songs, when you talk about our traditions, when we talk about our food, I think it's all part of nature and it's very unique.
So before I let you go, I have just two more questions. The first one is, you're not a stranger to curating such brilliant stalls and pavilions, and the second you enter and you feel home, and I would imagine people who come from outside the state would just feel like they're being transported to a different world altogether. What are a few things that you make sure that you keep in mind when you curate things like this, and what are some of the learnings for you personally?
See, it's all about how you communicate, because curation is also communications and how people see and understand. So it has to be interactive, it has to be meaningful. So I feel that one part about this curation here is that we are able to always look at the fineness, the details of how we put things. We bring in a lot of people together from various sectors and trying to kind of create beautiful things. Like if you look at the bamboo structures here, everything has been done like to detail, because I think if you have to represent, if you go to most of the villages, we can see concrete definitely, but I think this is something again which is again sustainable in the future. If we have to look at the development, I think there's a lot to do with what already we have. We are so blessed. So I think it's important that we keep our traditions alive, grow things, and create awareness also. Yeah.
So like I said, so my last question to you, Rita, is this. At the top of my head, the Winter Tales is something that you take care of.
Yeah.
And then now we're here, and this is the Northeast India Infrastructure Summit and Exhibition 2026. How important is it to position the Northeast, and let's just narrow it down to Meghalaya in particular, so that people come to our state and invest? How important are events like this? How important are events like Winter Tales?
Yeah. So Winter Tales is again a part of a celebration that we meet at the end of the year to celebrate, especially when it comes to the community-led, when people work so hard the whole year, we come together to encourage each other, to learn from each other, share. So I think over the years, Winter Tales has become a platform where we learn a lot, we share, and it's all about, making it more meaningful every year, taking the right theme, the right spirit. So I feel like this past Winter Tales has been much to do with look at everything in Meghalaya, especially when it comes to preservation, conservation, and also the approach as individual and when people come to our state. So I feel that Winter Tales has become like a very success story for us because we've been having like people who really looking forward every year to come and participate, and it's created a different.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Rita Gadpur, and we spoke to her. It's always a pleasure to speak to her. And this is, like I mentioned, the Meghalaya Eco Pavilion. Like you just heard her explain everything from the beginning. You had the Khasi tribe, the Jaintia, the Garo tribe, and also all the three tribes here. And of course, we had the other corner as well, where she talked about nature, she talked about culture, and she talked about adventure as well, which the state of Meghalaya is known for. Well, for now, we will leave the pavilion. This is the first pavilion that we kick off this first day of the summit, for a simple reason, because like we said, Meghalaya will have a very strong presence here. MSMEs, you name it, textiles, handicrafts, public-private investments, etc. From here, we'll move on to other stalls because, like I said, we have private companies here showcasing their latest technologies, and what's more important, we have union ministries who will be able to talk to us and tell us more about the initiatives that they started across the state of Meghalaya and beyond here in the Northeast. Until then, I want you to stick around. We'll be back in just a bit.
General stainless.
Where is the meeting? नीचे चल रहा है ना? आइए well done.
Good afternoon, namaste, kublaya pi baro, pilaknan salam, nasing mang nasakan tikong Shillong Meghalaya una rimchak soa, Nipriang subhai pi baro sha kani ka Northeast India Infrastructure Summit Exhibition jongkasnam arajar arpun reo balapan long hangi po Shillong Meghalaya.
Namaste. Good afternoon. I, Tina Tatifa Masood and Warimeki, take the opportunity and have the honor to welcome each one of you, our distinguished guests on the dais, and each one of you present in the hall, to the Northeast India Infrastructure Summit and Exhibition 2026 here at the Lighty International Centre in the Scotland of the East, Shillong. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, India is progressing at an unprecedented pace towards the goal of Viksit Bharat 2047. At the heart of this transformation is the vision of Ashtalakshmi, the new Northeast India, where connectivity, infrastructure, entrepreneurship, and innovation are creating new opportunities for growth and prosperity. It is with this spirit that FINER and Build India Foundation have come together to create Northeast India Infra 2026, a platform dedicated to accelerating the infrastructure-led development of the Northeast.
So today, as the Northeast stands at the cusp of unprecedented transformation, it is fitting that this important conversation is taking place in Meghalaya, a state that continues to strengthen its position as a catalyst for growth, connectivity, and regional cooperation.
May I now respectfully invite our Chief Guest, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, and our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward to the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Just as a single flame dispels the deepest darkness, we light this lamp to symbolize the dawn of a new transformative era. May this Jyoti, or light, illuminate our path towards unparalleled connectivity, sustainable development, and economic growth across all northeastern states. May its warmth inspire our leaders, innovators, and investors to build a visionary foundation for the Northeast tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, this tradition symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and the triumph of light over darkness.
To formally welcome our distinguished guests and set the context for the deliberations ahead, may I now invite Sri Sanjay Goel, Commissioner and Secretary, Public Works Department, Government of Meghalaya, to deliver the welcome and the introductory remarks. Sir.
Thank you. Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Sri Nitin Gadkari, sir. Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad Sangma, sir. Honorable Chief Minister of Nagaland, Dr. Neiphiu Rio, sir. Honorable Deputy Chief Ministers of Meghalaya, Sir Preston Song, sir. Sir Sri Bhalanthar, sir. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Nagaland, Sri T.R. Zilang, sir. Other Honorable Ministers and Honorable MLAs, both from Government of Meghalaya as well as the other state governments. Secretary Donor, Shri Sanjay Jaju, sir. Our Chief Secretary of Meghalaya, Dr. Shakil Ahmed, sir. Our partners in organizing this event, President FINER, Sri Bajrang Lohia ji, Founder Build India Foundation, Sri Vaibhav Dhange ji, all distinguished officers of the Union and State Government, all the distinguished industrialists, entrepreneurs, exhibitors, members from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all at this historic moment for the Northeastern region, where the Government of Meghalaya is organizing and hosting first of its kind Northeast India Infrastructure Summit and Exhibition 2026. 8 states, each a distinct expression of its nation's of this nation's wealth and potential are together awakening to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister as Ashtalakshmi. The numbers are unambiguous. A majority of the northeastern states are growing faster than the national economy, with Meghalaya in particular sustaining approximately 10% of real GSDP growth for the last 3 consecutive years post-COVID. And this is not a coincidence. It's a consequence of deliberate, disciplined investment in connectivity, roads, rail, air, waterways, and digital infrastructure. We are proud to have Honorable Union Minister Sir with us today as the chief guest of this summit. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of the state government as well as on behalf of all the northeastern states and everyone who is participating in this summit. Over the last 8 years, Meghalaya has added 2,400 kilometers of new roads, upgraded 2,357 kilometers of existing roads, and has constructed 2,800 running meters of bridge. So with your support, a total of 50,400 crores is being invested in highways development in Meghalaya, including the Northeast India's first 4-lane high-speed corridor between Shillong and Silchar, and the landmark 19.28 kilometers of Dhubri-Fulbari Bridge, which is set to unlock the Gaurav Hill potential and with a new economic future. Sir, under your leadership, we are not merely building roads, we are building possibilities and laying foundations of prosperity. I welcome you, sir. What started as a small discussion on the sidelines of the cabinet retreat in the month of January 2026, that is this year, has today taken a shape of this huge event, having a participation of more than 1,500 delegates across 6 sectors of infrastructure, industry, and related partners. And the credit of the same goes to our Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, whose vision has resulted in such a scale of this event. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Honorable CM of Nagaland, our Honorable Deputy CMs on the dais, and each and everyone who is present here in this event. To every investor, developer, and industry leader in this hall, as far as my state is concerned, that is Meghalaya, we have done the hard work. The policies are in place, platforms are operational, people are ready. Our capital expenditure has grown nearly 6-fold in the last 8 years. Business reform compliances have been slashed from 120 days to 30 days. Private investment worth 1,700 crores has already been grounded, with another 12,700 in application through our Unified Investment Portal. However, the Industrial Entrepreneur Memorandum, IEM, Part B data, which is the indication of the projects whose production has commenced, reveals that in the northeastern region has just accounted for 1.5% of the IEM filings and 0.9% of total industrial investment nationwide in the year 2023. We see this gap not as a warning, but as an invitation. It is an invitation to the northeastern states' mineral wealth, extraordinary tourism potential, and its English-speaking digitally enabled youth to the global markets. The roads are ready, the airports are expanding. All that remains, which our Honorable Minister has just mentioned, that the capital and the ambition has to meet. And that's how we can write the next chapter of developing India here in the Northeast. We invite you to explore and invest in the Ashtalakshmi, invest in Meghalaya. I once again welcome Honorable Chief Guest and all other honorable dignitaries on the dais and each and everyone present in this hall who is associated with the summit. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address and for setting the tone of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commence the inaugural ceremony, it is our privilege to acknowledge and honor the esteemed dignitaries whose presence lends significance to this occasion. Expressing our great gratitude and regards to Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, for being here with us, we are presenting our Honorable Chief Guest with a memento. This will be presented by Shri Conrad K. Sangma, the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a warm round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to have in our midst today the Honorable Chief Minister of Nagaland, Dr. Naypyidaw Rio. May I request the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Sri Conrad Sangma ji, to do the honors of felicitating Dr. Naypyidaw Rio.
A warm welcome to our host of this summit, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya. May I request Shri Bajrang Lohia, President of FINA, to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya by felicitating him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have in our midst today the Deputy Chief Minister of Nagaland, Sri T.R. Zeliang. A warm welcome to you, sir. May I request Sri Vaibhav Dange, founder of Build India Foundation, to do the honors of felicitating Sri T.R. Zeliang.
We are delighted to welcome Shri Preston Tinsong, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Meghalaya. The honors for felicitation will be done by Shri Vaibhav Dange, founder of Build India Foundation. We also acknowledge the presence of Shri Snyabhalang Dhar, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Meghalaya. May I again request Shri Vaibhav Dange to continue with the felicitation of our other special guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have in our midst today Sri Sanjay Jaju, Secretary of Department of Northeastern Region. May I request Sri Sanjay Goel, Commissioner and Secretary PWD, Government of Meghalaya, to do the honors of felicitating Sri Sanjay Jaju. Thank you for being here with us, sir, and a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed, Chief Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya. May I request Sri Sanjay Goel, Commissioner and Secretary PWD, Government of Meghalaya, to do the honors, please.
May we now acknowledge Shri Sanjay Goyal, IS, Commissioner and Secretary, Public Works Department, Government of Meghalaya. May I request Shri Rajiv Agarwal, Vice President, FINA, to kindly extend a warm welcome by felicitating our guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the President of FINA, Sri Bajrang Lohia ji. May I request Sri Rajiv Agarwal, who is the Vice President of FINA, to do the honors of felicitating Sri Bajrang Lohia, who is the President of FINA.
And finally, it is a pleasure to welcome Shri Vaibhav Dange, founder, Build India Foundation. May I again request Shri Rajiv Agarwal to kindly felicitate Shri Vaibhav Dange. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a warm round of applause once again to all our distinguished guests. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to share the perspective of the organizing partners, may I invite Shri Bajrang Lohia, President FINA, to address the gathering.
Honorable Union Minister Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya Sri Conrad Sangma ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Nagaland Dr. Nipu Rio ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Ministers of Meghalaya and Nagaland gracing us, Sri S. Dhar ji, Preston Tonson ji and Tiajit Zeliang ji, distinguished Donor Secretary Sri Sanjay Jajo ji, Chief Secretary Meghalaya Sri Shakil P. Ahmed ji, Commissioner Secretary Sanjay Goyal ji, our own Dange ji, Captains of Industries, friends from across the 8 states, a very warm welcome to you all, to Shillong, and to this largest gathering of its kind our Northeast has ever hosted. It's FINA's privilege to receive you, and I say privilege deliberately, because FINA is an industry body, unlike most others. Our members serve entirely gratis, giving their time and toil not for themselves, but for the Northeast. In this endeavor, we have found a natural ally in the Build India Foundation and Sri Vevar Dangeji, whose national vision for infrastructure has helped bring this summit to life. So today, we welcome you not as hosts to guests, but as partners to partners, as one team working together for this region. Honorable Gadkari sir, your presence is a statement in itself. Even as we gather, foundation stones are being laid all over Meghalaya, 3,000 crores of new highways in Meghalaya alone. In addition, you have just yesterday announced several highway projects in Assam. You have often reminded us that a nation does not become prosperous and then build good roads. It builds good roads and then prosperity follows. Sir, you have given that truth to the whole of India, and today you bring it to our region, our hills. We welcome you with the deepest gratitude and admiration. Honorable Conrad Sangmaji, this summit stands because you wanted it to stand. Your personal interest, your faith in this region's promise has turned an idea into this hall full of possibility. Under your leadership, Meghalaya has become the second fastest growing economy in all of India. This is a proof that an aspirational Northeast is no longer a hope, but a fact. Meghalaya is not merely our host today, it is showing the entire region that what our region can do. And as we begin, we must begin where this region's new story truly begins, with our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. He gave us the name that changed how India sees us. He called the Northeast Ashtalakshmi, the 8 forms of prosperity. He told the nation, for us, East means empower, act, strengthen, and transform. Where once the Northeast one was viewed through distance and neglect, today it is viewed through opportunity. That is no small shift. This is a nation finally turning its face towards its own sunrise. So here is the message industry brings to this summit. We are no longer waiting in the margins of India's growth story. With Ashtalakshmi's blessings, every state here is saying, we are ready for investment, we are ready for leadership. Friends, let us not merely discuss the future of Northeast over these 2 days, let us build it. So I welcome you. Thank you so much.
We thank you, Sri Bajrang Lohia ji, for your speech. May I now request Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed, who is the Chief Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, to present his address. Sir.
A very good afternoon. Namaskar. Most respected Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, most respected Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Deputy Chief Minister Batin Song, Bas Nobhalan, Chief Minister of Nagaland, Deputy Chief Minister, Secretary Donor, senior delegates from Build India Foundation and co-organizer of this event, respected delegates from industry and media, ladies and gentlemen. It's a really historic moment to see the champion of transformation in India through the infrastructure, roads and bridges is amongst us, and the visionary leader from the states are also here, and industrial leaders are here to collaborate and work together. The way we saw Northeast through the lens of distance, periphery and far away, these are all changed. Probably if I can use a word, I'm not so good in Hindi. जब हम कष्ट दशमी सोचते थे यहाँ काम करने के आने का टाइम में, जब मैं फर्स्ट पोस्टेड हुआ था केरल कन्नूर से मैं आया था डिब्रूगढ़ में, सबसे दूर इलाका. So my grandmother was alive. She asked me कहाँ जा रहे हो? Where are you going? I said Dibrugarh. She said it's very closer to Myanmar. So that far the mainland perception about Northeast was, by and large, it's far away from what you can see or view. That has changed. From a perception of Kashta Dashmi, Honorable Prime Minister and the government has changed into Ashtalakshmi, whereas the focus of prosperity, welfare and hub for untapped potential. This has changed and transformed this entire area. It is evident that Honorable Prime Minister himself visited this place in 12 years more than 60 times. And the Union Minister has visited more than 700 times. So the focus of even physical presence is evident, visible and palpable. The Northeast, those who are living in Northeast today, we are living in a historic moment. We are into a paradigm shift where development is actually in our doorsteps and the industry can really tap into it, wherein we could really make the place a different place altogether with smart investment, utilizing the available infrastructure and expanding infrastructure. Maybe a slight change in our perspective, looking Southeast Asia and Far East as the hub would really change the whole dynamics of evacuating our produce far better from Northeast, because many of our products goes to Mumbai because it is far away. Otherwise, Kandla port is tidal port because only feeder vessel move from there. So it has to go to Mumbai. All our tea and products goes to Mumbai. If we can actually, so my aapse guzarish hai sir, if we can really try to use Chittagong port, which uses the mother vessel, and from Tripura it is 3.5 hours, from Shillong it is 7 hours, from Guwahati it is 9 hours. It has better berthing space of 26 feet, all weather, mother vessel can go, and we should using that potential to evacuate our products from Northeast. Even digital transformation is waiting. Northeast is full of potential English-speaking people. The digital area and the area where you can use biotechnology, this is the hub for industries to come in and invest. The road connectivity has seen a tremendous change, which is unbelievable, wherein there was only 10,000 kilometer roads, which became 16,000 in 10 years period. In PMGSY alone, it has grown to 42,296 kilometers with an investment of more than 47,000 crores. This shows the heart and soul of the Northeast is realized. It is no more periphery. It is the pole of India's future and the vision for India's development. I urge and request the industrial partners and the stakeholders that let's work together, take advantage of the situation and make this place from a Kashta Dashmi Amavasi days into a Ashtalakshmi, a full moon days of brighter prosperity, welfare and development for the entire Northeast, so that we can live in a better future and better tomorrow. Jai Hind, Kublai Shibon, Mithela, Jai Jagat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful remarks and for your perspectives on the opportunities that lies ahead in the Northeast. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to address the gathering, may I now invite Shri Sanjay Jaju, Secretary, Ministry of Development of the Northeastern Region, Government of India, sir.
The chief guest of today's function, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Nagaland, Dr. Nifu Rio ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Ministers, Chief Secretary Meghalaya, Shri Bajrang Lohia, Shri Vaibhav Dange ji, all those present in this gathering today, distinguished colleagues from central ministries, state governments, organizing group, FINA, Build India Foundation, industry leaders, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a privilege to be part of the Northeast India Infrastructure Summit 2026. At the outset, I extend my sincere appreciation to Government of Meghalaya for hosting this very important event, and we are honored actually by the presence of our chief guest, whose leadership actually has transformed India's connectivity landscape and significantly strengthened infrastructure across the northeastern region. We all meet under a theme, building connectivity, building growth. And friends, this captures the truth that Northeast has been living over the last decade. When we speak of infrastructure, we often picture roads and bridges. But for our region, but for the Northeast, infrastructure has always meant something larger. It is a catalyst that is connecting people to opportunities, businesses to markets, and communities to a better quality of life. Ladies and gentlemen, Northeast today stands at a very pivotal moment in its development journey. Once perceived, as the Chief Secretary was saying, as geographically remote, the region is now rapidly emerging as a strategic growth engine and India's gateway to the Southeast Asia. As our Honorable Prime Minister says, Ashtalakshmi, each with a distinct strength, are today moving together. And it's fitting that Meghalaya, under the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Conrad Sangma ji, has chosen to host the first summit of this scale, a clear signal that Northeast is open, ready, and ambitious. Friends, this journey has not happened in isolation. What has made infrastructure delivery possible was the restoration of peace and stability across the region. At the same time, over the past decade, sustained investments in roads, railways, airports, waterways, digital connectivity, border infrastructure has not just enhanced regional integration, but it has created new opportunities for trade, tourism, entrepreneurship, and employment. The change, as we can see, is visible and measurable. Beyond the physical infrastructure, the scale of support which has been unlocked for various other activities, which we in the Ministry of Donor are looking at, the tourism projects, the tourism circuits which are being developed across the northeastern states. And recently we have also launched the USP projects for different states. You have the Mizoram ginger, you have the Meghalaya turmeric, you have coffees of Nagaland, we have the Muga silk from Assam, the organic Sikkim project, we have the kiwi from Arunachal Pradesh, we have the polo coming in from Manipur, and we are building upon the existing strengths of all these projects to ensure that we create proper value chain development across these verticals. In Meghalaya also, large number of projects are being taken up. Right across, we have the 4-lane road project sanctioned at an estimated cost of roughly 150 crores, which is getting completed very soon. We have the IT park at Tula, which is also going to create a digital economy hub for Meghalaya. There are other projects also which are happening across the entire northeastern region, and friends, this significant progress in all these projects are going to create a single coherent system across the northeast. Another question that we have been addressing in the Ministry of Donor is also guided by the vision for the Northeast. Very recently, right in this town, we had the Northeastern Council headed by the Honorable Home Minister, wherein 8 different high-level task forces chaired by chief ministers of the northeastern states have looked at various areas of concern for the Northeast. And in one of the high-level task forces, we also have examined the infrastructure, logistics, and connectivity. All these initiatives, friends, as we pursue them further, what will remain at the core in Northeast is sustainability. Northeast's unique ecological richness calls for climate resilient infrastructure, green technologies, and responsible resource management. Equally important is partnership. The strong foundation already laid will be carried forward through coordinated efforts across central ministries, state governments, industry, and development partners, and with the Ministry of Donor that I represent here today acting as a facilitator of convergence with a smaller, well-chosen, high-impact projects, often delivering visible results faster than large but slow-moving ones. Friends, let us return to where we began, building connectivity, empowering growth. This summit, with all its plenaries, CEO roundtables, exhibitions, B2G and B2B interactions, offer an invaluable platform to each one of us to exchange our ideas, forge partnerships, and identify actionable opportunities. We have proven over the last 12 years that this region can move from the margins to the mainstream. We now have both the achievements behind us and a clear regional roadmap before us. Let us use them to build a Northeast that is economically vibrant, socially inclusive, environmentally sustainable, and globally connected. A region that does not merely participate in India's growth, but helps lead it. We thank the Government of Meghalaya, FINA, Build India Foundation, and each one of you for being part of this landmark gathering. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram.
Thank you, Sri Sanjay Jaju, for the very inspiring speech. I now take this opportunity to invite our guest of honor, the Honorable Chief Minister of Nagaland, Dr. Neiphiu Rio, to present his address. Sir.
Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari ji, and my colleague, Mr. Conrad, Chief Minister Meghalaya, respected Deputy Chief Ministers, Ministers, Honorable MLAs who are here, and our respected leaders and the captains of the industries and development partners, officers, Donor Secretary, Chief Secretary Meghalaya, and other officers, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers and the Meghalaya for hosting this important summit. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to address this distinguished gathering and share the aspiration of my state and also give a word of appreciation to our Honorable Minister. Sir, we thank you for gracing this occasion in this very important Northeast India Infrastructure Summit 2026 in Shillong. Your coming here is a sign of your love and concern for the Northeast. Sir, during your time, you have done a lot of things in the country, but particularly in the Northeast also, you have reached to the nook and corner of all the states. We're grateful in one particular is the 4-lane road from Guwahati to Dimapur and to Kohima that has reached us. So it has cut the distance shorter by 50% because of the road smoothness and quality. The Northeast is entering a new phase of transformation under the Act East policy and the Government of India's sustained focus on regional connectivity. Platforms such as the summit play a crucial role in bringing together government, investors, and stakeholders to translate that vision into reality. I thank my colleague Conrad Sharmaji for his vision and hosting this important summit and requesting me, I express my happiness and thanks. Not only my Deputy Chief Minister as Highway Minister in charge, and ministers and first-timer young elected members, they are also participating, and I am told that they will also be participating in other topics. Sir, as you are aware, Nagaland state is the oldest state after Assam, and Shillong was the capital of Assam. And that's how we started. However, Nagaland has a peculiar situation of its local problem of Naga issue, and also the Article 371A has the land issues. But all that has overcome, and we have passed an act to relax the land laws and also for execution for economic activities. As you are aware, infrastructures, that is air connectivity, roads and inland waters are very important. And Kohima is the only capital which has not got an airport, and we are pursuing. We hope it will be done early. And then as far as road is concerned, one very important, the other day I had the privilege of speaking to our Honorable Minister MORTH, Nitin Gadkari ji, and I apprised him of the Trans-Nagaland Highway, that is Foothill Road, about 400 kilometers, that is from east to south. That road is very, very important because it is an oil-bearing area and also rich minerals, and that will become an activities of economics. And this passed through 7 districts with 11 lakhs populations inhabited. And that's how all these things to happen. You need a good road, and I'm extremely grateful to Honorable Minister, because when land issues were going on, we had pursued with the public, and the tribal hosts, the civil societies agreed to give free of land for 12 meters and 4-lane road to be constructed, 400 kilometers. This 18 kilometers, he assured us that government will pay compensation and the match. But I'm telling you, I assure you that even compensation is given, the price will be minimum. The state will see that they don't ask unreasonably and will help that it is resolved soon. Now we have a few national highways to be connected from one to another one. And therefore, this I will, lack of time, I will give in written so that you can handle it. I will not go through details. Regarding upgradation of National Highway 202, stretching from Mokokchung to Meluri via Tungchan, Samator, Kiphere, and Akhego. I mean, its length is 283 kilometers. So this is awaiting for sanctions due to certain administrative issues. I hope it will be done soon. Then east-west corridor of this Sobat Newland district to Pangsa in Noklak, that is Myanmar border. This will connect east-west and in the middle of the state. I hope this will be considered soon. Now, since, as mentioned, there are land issues, therefore, the state government has passed a new law, and that though land compensation is given, then the land will be surrendered to the government, and government will lease to the industrialist or to national highways for 99 years lease, which is extendable, which will not be creating any hurdles. So we are happy that inland waterways and multi-modal connectivity, this we had pursued, and our big river flowing to Myanmar, that is Lower Tiza Zinki, it has been declared as National Highway 101. And this will go and touch the Chingwing River in Thawanti Port. Why I'm mentioning this is because this area, you have a huge mountains and mountains and mountains of limestones and marbles. And in that river, where you are going to do inland water, upstream, we are going to develop hydro. And that's how that mega cement plants of 3-4 can come and settle. Because on the river side, it's good. And if you travel by waterway, then the cost will come down. Right now, we have one set up by the government, and private has taken over. They are producing cements, which is feeding the eastern portions, including some part of adjacent to Nagaland. So your industries, we have huge potential, but so far Nagaland, because of our issue and land issues, there is no industries. And therefore, we have started and we had adopted to make a Nagaki global city. This is in the Act East policy, and this will become an economic hub. It has a potential of becoming a big city. The survey is done. IDAS consultant had done the master plan of 39 square kilometers, and we have already started developing the master plan roads, and then one sports complex of 30,000 seating capacity, and then the mega tourist hub, where we have got a sanction to develop the amenities, including the golf course, and industries and others are participating. We like to also host such a summit to attract the attention of the developers. We had adopted a Nagaland Special Economic Development Zone, and therefore all this relaxation will come. And as you are aware, you might have seen in the news, the other day, 11th, this June 26 in Delhi, in presence of Honorable Union Home Minister Amit Shah ji and Petroleum Minister Mr. Hardip Singh Puri, and Assam Chief Minister, myself, and my Deputy CM Tia Zeliang, and my colleagues, ministers and other MLAs were there. In that, we have signed an MOU to start the abstraction and exploration of oil, which has abandoned since 1994. ONGC has taken starting in 1973, and it came to a halt in 1974. And therefore, this will be revived, and we have started surveying, and we're glad that we have a huge deposit of oil, and it's not only in 1-2 districts, it is in the foothills and up into the hills also. There is a well and a kitchen of oils is in Nagaland. This is what we learned. We have full of gas, and therefore, if we explore and then exploit, I think this will help not only the state or the neighboring state, Northeast, but also the whole country. This is our belief. And the Geology Survey of India had given in one plenary session in the Northeast about your state, what minerals you have. That was told to us, and then it indicates that rare earth materials of coal, cobalt, nickel, and all these rare earth items are there. And that's how the Ministry of Mining had conveyed to us to go for auction. We told them to keep in abeyance before we discussion because of our land rules, and now we are ready for tendering. So I think the industrial leaders may keep this in mind, those who are operating in that sector also. Now, in the other day, we had we had launched 4 food processing units in 4 districts. So those agricultural products and contract farmings through these organic productions for processing of dry, of different kind of items like ginger, turmeric, and then your kolar, rajma, and other chilies and all kind of spices is being done. So contract farming and industry may like to guide us also and partnered with us in this sector also. And then we have discussed in the NDC plenary session also about our area having a lot of coffee productions. We are happy that it was launched some days in Delhi by donor minister, and then a huge plantation is going on. We have we intend to cover up to 5,000 hectares, and that's how, because it can stay and survive and need protection. That's how we can protect our forest. That's how we are doing that. And we are also cultivators of agar, and that's how the share of the state should be increased. That is how we had plea to the Northeast. Not only coffee, but as you are aware, some of you in the last sitting of introduction, I have heard that some are into rubber business. You are aware Nagaland has a lot of rubber growing, but these are not managed properly, otherwise there's a huge potentials. And as far as tourism is concerned, you are aware of Hornbill Festival, which is in 1st December to 10 December. In 10 days, last year also, about 3 lakhs people attended. That is local, national, and international. Sir, I had spoken to Home Ministry because in the last minute, they had imposed this your protected area permit. And that's how the scale of tourist flowing is becoming a problem. Therefore, that relaxation should be given. And we had discussed earlier also, we had taken up, but it was not fully implemented. But like people coming to Nagaland, direct flight from your Delhi or via Calcutta, via Guwahati, what people they come first to Nagaland, they should have a circuit of the whole Northeast, so that after Nagaland or after Guwahati, they should do the neighboring state, because it will be good that they come with more time and then plan. That once they come in with their time and money, they should visit few states so that it will benefit everybody, and they will that also they will be enriched with the resources we have and the rich culture tradition, the environment, and the people. So lastly, as mentioned about the Dimapur Bypass Road, 4-lane, it is ready for inauguration, and therefore we'll be submitting a letter today, and please make time to visit Dimapur so that you can inaugurate that bypass, which is a portion from Assam and then another portion in Nagaland. With this few words, I thank the summit for giving me an opportunity to share my views. And thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister of Nagaland, for sharing your valuable views. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the release of the Knowledge Papers and Vision Report, a publication that captures the stories, ideas, and achievements that reflect a Northeast whose potential is no longer a promise, but a reality. This publication has been made by a special knowledge committee headed by Shri Atul Kulkarni ji, Member Board of Governors, IIM Shillong. So may I now request Shri Kulkarni ji and Rajiv Agarwal, convener for Northeast India Infrastructure Summit 2026, to place the report to the dignitaries for the release. And may I request our Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin J. Gadkari ji, to kindly release the document along with the other distinguished guests on the dais to kindly do the honors as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm applause, please.
Build India is a documentary series hosted by infrastructure experts Sri Vaibhav Dange, aired on Discovery Channel and Discovery Plus, showcasing India's most ambitious infrastructure progress. May I request our honorable dignitaries on the dais to kindly launch the promo of Build India Season 2.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
7 billion people share this planet, and one nation is rewriting what's possible. Highways through mountains, ports redefining continents, airports born from nothing, cities moving faster than ever before. The greatest projects in human history deserve to be told. Build India, Season 1. Srinagar to Kanyakumari, Gujarat to West Bengal, the frozen north to the deep northeast. Every compass point, every terrain. One extraordinary season. Colossal, cinematic, unstoppable. One platform, one mission. Document the infrastructure defining India's century. Broadcast it to the world. Your project, your people, your legacy. Your story. The greatest projects deserve the greatest stage.
We are building tomorrow today. From green energy to high-speed metro networks, sustainable infrastructure, connecting millions, creating opportunities, transforming lives. Indian infrastructure is writing India's new story. Namaskar, I am Vaibhav Dange. Let's go discover what it takes to build India.
Watch Build India, Season 2, only on Discovery Channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the host state of this summit, Meghalaya has played a pivotal role in bringing together stakeholders from across government, industry, and enterprise for this important dialogue. So, it is a privilege to invite Shri Conrad K. Sangma, the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, to kindly give us a special address.
Honorable Minister, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, my colleague, Honorable Chief Minister of Nagaland, Shri Nifio Rio ji, our respected Deputy Chief Ministers of Nagaland and Meghalaya, our officials from the state government as well as from Government of India, members of FINER, Build India, and all the delegates who have joined us. एक छोटी कहानी से अपनी बात शुरुआत करना चाहता हूँ. और ये एक मैनेजमेंट रिलेटेड कहानी है। सर, आप तो MBA फाइनेंस हैं, तो शायद आप ये कहानी सुन चुके होंगे। लेकिन एक कंपनी ने एक बार 2 अपने मार्केटिंग एजेंट्स को एक आइलैंड में भेजा, और वो कंपनी जूते बनाती है। और जब ये 2 मार्केटिंग के लोग गए, 1 महीने बाद दोनों वापस आए। तो पहले मार्केटिंग एजेंट ने कहा कि सर कोई फायदा नहीं है वहां जाके। तो उनके बॉस ने पूछा क्यों? तो उसने कहा कि सर कोई जूते पहनता ही नहीं वहां पे, सब नंगे पांव। तो कोई जूता पहनता ही नहीं तो सर वहां जाके फायदा क्या है? फिर दूसरा मार्केटिंग एजेंट आया, उसने कहा कि सर इतना बढ़िया अपॉर्चुनिटी हमें कहीं नहीं मिल सकता। तो उसने कहा क्यों? उसके मालिक ने, उसके बॉस ने। तो दूसरे मार्केटिंग एजेंट ने कहा सर क्योंकि वहां कोई जूता पहनता ही नहीं, यानी कि सारी मार्केट हमारी है, हम वहां कुछ भी कर सकते हैं और पूरे पॉपुलेशन को हम जूता बेच सकते हैं। सर, आज अगर आप पूरे दुनिया और पूरे देश का जो अलग अलग इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट जो आप देख रहे हैं, आज बहुत सारी ऐसी स्टेट्स हैं जहां, और दुनिया में बहुत सारे ऐसे देश हैं जहां डेवलपमेंट एक लेवल तक पहुंच चुकी है। एक तरीके से एक अपॉर्चुनिटी जो इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए चाहिए कुछ है, लेकिन मेजॉरिटी एरियाज में जो रास्ते बनने थे, जो अलग अलग पावर के इश्यूज या पावर प्लांट्स बनने थे, या अलग अलग IT के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनने थे, या पानी के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स, देश आगे बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन ऐसी स्थिति में अगर आप नॉर्थ ईस्ट को देखें, तो वो जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज जो शायद दूसरे देश के दूसरे भागों में नहीं है, क्योंकि काफी चीज आगे बढ़ चुकी है, वो अगर आप आज देखें तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में वो अपॉर्चुनिटी है। और जैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं, यही सही समय है, यही समय है और सही समय है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अगर आप देखें, पिछले सालों में, डेकेड्स में बहुत सारे परेशानियां, चैलेंजेस बहुत सारे आए। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, इंसर्जेंसी के इश्यूज, पॉलिटिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी के इश्यूज, और अलग अलग तरीके से प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट का जो ओवरऑल प्राइवेट सेक्टर का ध्यान एक तरीके से, और इन चीजों की वजह से जिस तरीके से नॉर्थ ईस्ट को डेवलप होना चाहिए था, शायद नॉर्थ ईस्ट उस गति से शायद आगे नहीं बढ़ पाया। लेकिन आज का जो समय है, अगर आप देखें, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में ज्यादातर जगहों में आज शांति है। अगर आप देखेंगे पॉलिटिकली, ज्यादातर स्टेट्सों में एक पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी या एक पॉलिसी स्टेबिलिटी एक तरीके से है। जो डिसीजन लिया गया, उस डिसीजन को सही करने के लिए और उसको सही तरीके से इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए एक पॉलिटिकल विल, एक पॉलिसी और एक सोच आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट में है। और इसकी वजह से अगर आप देखेंगे, एक छोटा सा मैं एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूं हमारे मेघालय स्टेट का, जो आज पूरे देश में पिछले 5 सालों के नंबर अगर आप देखें तो पिछले 5 सालों में पूरे देश में जीडीपी ग्रोथ में मेघालय 3 नंबर पर है। और शायद 10 साल पहले कोई यह सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि कभी मेघालय भी बड़े स्टेटों के साथ और अलग स्टेटों के साथ कंपीट कर पाएगा। लेकिन आज हम कंपीट भी कर रहे हैं और कई हद तक उन्हें पीछे भी छोड़ दिया। और मुझे विश्वास है कि ये गति और भी आगे जाके बढ़ेगी। आज अगर आप हमारा जो बजट देखेंगे, पिछले 8 सालों में मेघालय का बजट 2 गुना बढ़ चुका है और हम 3 गुने के जो लक्ष्य हैं उसके बहुत पास पहुंच चुके हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि 28 तक या 29 तक हम लोग, जो हम 8 साल पहले थे, उसके कंपैरिजन में हम लोग 3 गुना कुछ 2-3 साल के अंदर में हम लोग पहुंचेंगे। और इसमें अगर आप देखेंगे हमारा कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर, यानी कि एक्सपेंडिचर जो हम लोग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में और इन्वेस्टमेंट हम करते हैं, वो 6 गुना पिछले 8 सालों में 6 गुना बढ़ चुका है। आज अगर आप देखेंगे मेघालय को, तो कुछ ऐसी चीजें थी जब हम लोग कभी सोच भी नहीं सकते थे कि हम लोग करेंगे। आज देश में मेघालय, पूरे देश में फुटबॉल, एक डेडिकेटेड फुटबॉल का सबसे बड़ा स्टेडियम आज मेघालय में बन रहा है। 40,000 कैपेसिटी का स्टेडियम, करीब करीब 800 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट, एक फीफा सर्टिफाइड फुटबॉल स्टेडियम, जो कोई भी इंटरनेशनल लेवल का गेम आगे जाके होस्ट कर पाएगा। अगले साल हम नेशनल गेम्स हम लोग होस्ट करने वाले हैं। इसकी पूरी तैयारी अभी चल रही है। कुछ सालों पहले हम सोच भी नहीं सकते थे कि हम लोग नेशनल गेम्स हम लोग होस्ट कर पाएंगे। आज यहां पे आते हुए आपने देखा होगा कि अलग अलग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और बिल्डिंग बन रहे हैं। हमारी नई असेंबली तैयार हो गई, हमारा नया सेक्रेटेरिएट तैयार हो रहा है और शायद 1 साल 1.5 साल के अंदर हम लोग नए सेक्रेटेरिएट से हम लोग हमारी जो है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का काम हम लोग वहां से शुरू कर पाएंगे। मेघालय में एक भी होटल नहीं था और रादर एक भी 5 स्टार होटल नहीं था। पिछले 4 साल में हमने 2 5 स्टार होटल शुरू किए हैं और सर आपको जान के खुशी होगी कि अगले 3 से 4 साल में 8 और 5 स्टार होटल खुलने वाले हैं। उनका एग्रीमेंट साइन हो चुका है और काम भी 4 में शुरू हो चुके हैं। हमारा एयरपोर्ट, जो एक लोकल एयरपोर्ट जो बन चुका था लेकिन बंद था, आज खुल चुका है और अगले 1 साल या 1.5 साल के अंदर हम जो है बड़े कमर्शियल फ्लाइट्स डायरेक्ट हम लोग अलग अलग नॉर्थ ईस्ट के और अलग अलग देश के मेट्रो से हम लोग डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट्स शिलोंग तक हम लोग ला पाएंगे। और आप जानते हैं सर, उससे बहुत बदलाव होगा। एक मेरा मानना है कि वो एक गेम चेंजिंग एक सिनेरियो होगा और इस तरह आज हर एक सेक्टर में आज आप देखेंगे मेघालय आगे बढ़ रहा है। और ये कहानी सिर्फ मेघालय की कहानी नहीं है सर, ये कहानी सारे हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स की कहानी आज है। और सर मुझे आपको बताते हुए खुशी है कि आज मेघालय में ही आपके एक मंत्रालय के तरफ से ही आज 50,000 करोड़ के रोड्स आज डेवलपमेंट आज मेघालय में हो रहे हैं। 50,000 करोड़, उसमें से 820 करोड़ के रोड्स आज पूरे हो चुके हैं। 310 किलोमीटर के रोड्स, 820 किलोमीटर के रोड्स कंप्लीट हो चुके हैं। 310 किलोमीटर के रोड्स बन रहे हैं और 440 किलोमीटर रोड्स आज अपकमिंग है। और सर आप आज 2-3 फाउंडेशन स्टोन भी डालेंगे, तो उसके बारे में शायद हम लोग अगले मीटिंग में उसकी जो है डिटेल फाउंडेशन स्टोन आप आज उसको डालेंगे। सो इस तरीके से सर आज देश का ध्यान नॉर्थ ईस्ट पर है और इसलिए इस सब सोच को आगे रखकर आज हमने ये समिट हमने ऑर्गेनाइज किया है, क्योंकि हमें लगता है कि ऐसा समिट जो है वो हमारे स्टेट्स, हमारे पॉलिटिकल एस्टैब्लिशमेंट, हमारे ब्यूरोक्रेटिक ऑफिशियल्स और प्राइवेट सेक्टर और बाकी सब स्टेक होल्डर्स को साथ लाके कहाँ क्या कमियां हैं, कहाँ मुश्किलें हैं, और जैसे आपने कहा ये चुनौतियों को हम लोग एक तरीके से हम लोग एक अपॉर्चुनिटी में बदल सकते हैं। इसके बारे में बातचीत करके सोच के हम लोग कैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे, इस समिट का यही मकसद है। और मुझे खुशी है कि आज सारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से अलग अलग लेवल से लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं, सबने भाग लिया है। और मैं एक बार फिर आप सबका मेघालय स्टेट की तरफ से मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूँ, आप सबको मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूँ। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि ये जो समिट हमने ऑर्गेनाइज किया है, ये हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के डेवलपमेंट के लिए जो आज सही दिशा में चल रहा है, इसे जो गति देने की जरूरत है, मुझे विश्वास है कि इस समिट के द्वारा हम लोग वो गति यहां दे पाएंगे। Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Minister for giving his valuable time and coming to Shillong for this very important summit. I thank all the participants, different state governments, as well as different individuals and organizations. And as mentioned in my speech earlier, that we strongly feel that the time is correct for the Northeast. We just need to ensure that we are able to connect the dots. We need to be able to ensure that wherever there is any kind of paralysis or any kind of decision that's pending, the work should move faster. And we feel that summits like these will enable our different stakeholders to come together and be able to raise those issues and, more importantly, solve them and build that confidence among the private sector and among other investors that Northeast not only has the opportunity, but more importantly, Northeast is ready for the big change that we require. Today, Northeastern states are daring to dream, where we used to never dare to dream before. We used to always think that we as Northeast cannot do it because we are Northeast. But today, that thought has changed into the mindset that we can do it because we are the Northeast. And that is the confidence that we would like to share with the investors. And that is the confidence I hope that every single person will take with them when they leave this summit. And I hope that this summit will not just be a program, but this will be a beginning of a very long journey and a partnership that will ensure that we will take both the private sector, the government, and most importantly, the public to new heights in the days to come. Once again, I wish this summit the very best. And once again, sir, I thank you so much for your time and for your blessings that you have given to the state of Meghalaya and to the entire Northeast. I wish this summit the very best, and I wish each and every one of you the very best for the future. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Sri Conrad K. Sangma, for that very inspiring and thought-provoking speech. Sri Gadkari ji's dynamic leadership, administrative acumen, and unwavering commitment to nation building has set benchmarks in infrastructure development. A leader of the masses, he pairs an extraordinary vision with a result-oriented approach. His insights inspire us all to rethink boundaries and innovate for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that all of us have been waiting for, may we welcome with a huge round of applause as I welcome the Chief Guest of the Northeast India Infra Summit 2026, the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, to present his invaluable address to the august gathering here today. Sir.
Honorable Chief Minister Conrad Sangma ji, Honorable Chief Minister from Nagaland Neiphiu Rio ji, Deputy Chief Minister Meghalaya Sri Preston Tynsong ji, Deputy Chief Minister from Nagaland T.R. Jeliang ji, Deputy Chief Minister from Meghalaya S. Dhar ji, Dr. Shakil Ahmed, Chief Secretary Meghalaya, Sanjay Jaju, Secretary Donor Ministry, Sri Bajrang Lohia, प्रेसिडेंट फिनेर, वैभव डांगे, फाउंडर ऑफ बिल्ड इंडिया, उपस्थित सभी भाइयों और बहनों, सबसे पहले मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर समिट के ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर संगमा जी को हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। 2014 में मोदी जी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जब बने तब उन्होंने 2 चीज़ें निश्चित की। सबसे पहली बात ये कि हम देश के विकास के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट को हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी देंगे, और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट में दूसरी प्रायोरिटी उन्होंने तय की कि हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट को विकास में सबसे ज़्यादा प्रायोरिटी देंगे। और मुझे खुशी है कि ये दोनों दृष्टि से जो डेवलपमेंट हुई है वो सब आपके सामने है। नए एयरपोर्ट आ रहे हैं, रेलवे आ रही है, रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप हो रहा है। निश्चित रूप से अलग अलग क्षेत्र में जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप हो रहा है वो भविष्य में नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए ग्रोथ इंजन के रूप में काम करेगा। निश्चित रूप से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इंपॉर्टेंट है उसमें वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कम्युनिकेशन। विदाउट डेवलपमेंट ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर we can't get capital investment and industry. Without industry and capital investment, we cannot create employment potential. And without employment potential, we cannot increase per capita income. And without increasing income, we cannot eradicate the poverty. गांव, गरीब, मजदूर, किसान की अगर प्रगति करनी है तो उसको रोजगार देने की आवश्यकता है। No philosophy can be taught to empty stomach. ये विवेकानंद जी ने कहा है। और इसलिए आने वाले समय में पूरे विश्व में जो चर्चा होती है वो डोमेस्टिक हैप्पी ह्यूमन इंडेक्स की होती है। भूटान के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसकी शुरुआत यूनो में की और उन्होंने कहा कि डोमेस्टिक हैप्पी ह्यूमन इंडेक्स को हमने कैलकुलेट करना चाहिए। सुखांक, सुखांक का मतलब यही है कि अच्छी हेल्थ सर्विसेज चाहिए, हमारे बच्चों के लिए अच्छा एजुकेशन चाहिए, हमारे किसानों के लिए, कामगारों के लिए सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट चाहिए, और एक प्रकार से गरीब आदमी जो है वो सम्मान के साथ जीना चाहिए। सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली, एजुकेशनली बैकवर्डनेस को दूर करके समृद्ध, संपन्न और शक्तिशाली हिंदुस्तान का निर्माण करना, यही मकसद रखकर हमारी नीतियों के अनुसार हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये मिशन है कि हमको भारत को विश्वगुरु बनाना है, $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनानी है। और अगर ये बनाना है तो हमको पूरे भारत का विकास करना होगा। ये नहीं होगा कि कुछ राज्य केवल प्रगति और विकास में आगे जाएंगे और कुछ पीछे रह जाएंगे, तो ये नहीं होगा। इसलिए एस्पिरेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट 120 डिस्ट्रिक्ट को जो सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली, एजुकेशनली बैकवर्ड है उनका विकास की योजना बनाई गई। 550 जो ब्लॉक्स हैं जो सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली, एजुकेशनली बैकवर्ड है उनके विकास की योजना तैयार हुई। और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि ग्रामीण, रूरल, एग्रीकल्चर और ट्राइबल इंडिया का विकास भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं पिछले अनेक सालों से ज़्यादातर ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में काम करता हूँ, किसानों में काम करता हूँ, और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि हमें केवल इंडस्ट्रियल इकोनॉमी को विकसित करके नहीं चलेगा। हमें गांव, गरीब, मजदूर, किसान का अगर कल्याण करना है तो जल, जमीन, जंगल और जानवर पर आधारित हमारी इकोनॉमी को, रूरल, एग्रीकल्चर और ट्राइबल इंडिया को भी गति से विकसित करना होगा। ये जो अंधेरा है उसको हटाना होगा और प्रगति और विकास की ओर जाना होगा। मैं जब स्टूडेंट था तो मेरे जीवन की शुरुआत स्टूडेंट लीडर से हुई थी। तो मैं ABVP का कार्य करता था, कभी आसाम में, गुवाहाटी, इधर उधर आता था। उस समय हमारा एक प्रोजेक्ट था, मेरा घर भारत देश, और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लड़के उस समय मुंबई में, महाराष्ट्र में, नागपुर में हमारे यहाँ रहने के लिए आते थे, ताकि कोशिश ये थी कि उनको ये लगे कि ये देश हमारा है। और जब बातचीत होती थी तो उनको मन में ये भाव रहता था कि हमारे यहाँ कुछ डेवलपमेंट ही नहीं है। मुंबई दिल्ली का विकास हो रहा, हमारे यहाँ रोड नहीं, रेलवे नहीं, एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं, तब ये मेरा घर भारत देश, ये प्रोजेक्ट में काम करते हुए तब से मैंने महसूस किया था कि जब विकास अगर समतोल नहीं होता तो जो विषमता जहाँ रहती है वहाँ कहीं ना कहीं नाराजी निर्माण होती है। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से संवेदनशीलता का परिचय देकर हमारी सरकार ने इसको प्रायोरिटी दी। कश्मीर हो या गुवाहाटी, अपना देश अपनी माटी। और स्वाभाविक रूप से मुझे लगता है कि यही भाव जो है, ये भाव जगा कर पूरी तरह विकसित करने का एक मौका हम सबको मिला है। जहाँ तक जिस प्रकार का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप हो रहा है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, उसी के कारण मैं शिपिंग मंत्री भी था। उस समय ब्रह्मपुत्रा का ड्रेजिंग करने का मुझे मौका मिला। 9 जगह पर विशेष रूप से रोपैक्स शब नदी में शुरू करने का मौका मिला। ये पांडुपो जेटी जो है अपना पोर्ट है गुवाहाटी में, उसका विकास करने का मौका मिला। हल्दिया टू वाराणसी वाटरवेज बनाने का मौका मिला। और तब मुझे याद है कि सुषमा स्वराज जी मंत्री थी और उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया। तब उस समय की प्रधानमंत्री बांग्लादेश की, उनसे मेरी मुलाकात हुई और उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आप जो ड्रेजिंग कर रहे हो ब्रह्मपुत्रा में, आप और 250 किलोमीटर अंदर आकर मुंगली पोर्ट तक करके दीजिए, तो हमारे विकास के लिए बहुत उपयोगी होगा। तो मैंने सुषमा जी की तरफ देखा, तो मैंने कहा सुषमा जी क्या करना है? तो उन्होंने कहा आप कर सकते हो तो ज़रूर कर दीजिए, बांग्लादेश हमारा मित्र देश है। तो मैंने तुरंत कबूल किया कि मैं कर दूंगा और हम लोग 250 किलोमीटर ब्रह्मपुत्रा में मुंगली पोर्ट तक जाकर हमने ड्रेजिंग करके दिया। क्योंकि वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कम्युनिकेशन के सिवा विकास नहीं हो सकता। और मुझे खुशी है कि चारों बातों का विकास समतोल रूप से अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट में दिख रहा है। मैंने अपने ऑफिस में अमेरिकन प्रेसिडेंट जॉन एफ कैनेडी जी की एक बात को लिख कर रखा है। जब मैं मुंबई में मंत्री था महाराष्ट्र में, तब मुंबई में 55 फ्लाईओवर, वर्ली बांद्रा सीफेस प्रोजेक्ट और मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाने का सौभाग्य मुझे मिला। तब मुझे एक ने कहा था कि ये अमेरिकन प्रेसिडेंट जॉन एफ कैनेडी की बात आप अक्सर याद रखो। उन्होंने कहा था कि अमेरिकन रोड्स आर नॉट गुड बिकॉज अमेरिका इज रिच, बट अमेरिका इज रिच बिकॉज अमेरिकन रोड्स आर गुड। प्रॉस्पेरिटी इज कमिंग फ्रॉम रोड। और इसलिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट से प्रॉस्पेरिटी आती है। अगर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बैकवर्डनेस को हटाना है, रोजगार का निर्माण करना है, पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ाना है, तो टूरिज्म बढ़ना चाहिए। संगमाजी गिनाओ, जब फाइनेंशियल ऑडिट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, द परफॉर्मेंस ऑडिट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन फाइनेंशियल ऑडिट। ट्रांसपेरेंसी होनी चाहिए, करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम होनी चाहिए, टाइम बाउंड डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस होनी चाहिए, टीम वर्क होना चाहिए, फास्ट होना चाहिए, फटाफट होना चाहिए। इसमें देरी लगेगी तो गड़बड़ हो जाती है। आप सबकी क्षमा मांगकर एक चीज़ ज़रूर बताता हूँ, मुझे माफ़ करना। जिन लोगों को 1 तारीख को तनख्वाह मिलता है, उनके डिक्शनरी से टाइम शब्द गायब हो गया। एक फाइल 3-3 महीने दबाने के कारण जो कर्जा निकाल के धंधा करता है, उसकी हालत क्या होती है, इसको आप इमेजिन इसलिए नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि जब आपको 3 महीने तनख्वाह नहीं मिलेगा, तब किराने वाले से लेकर पेट्रोल वाले से लेकर कैसा करना, उस समस्या का सामना होगा। तब आप समझोगे कि व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम। सो वी नीड द एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सिस्टम ट्रांसपेरेंट, टाइम बाउंड, रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड एंड करप्शन फ्री। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करूंगा कि उन्होंने आप सबको बुलाकर आपसे समस्या समझाने की कोशिश की है। और निश्चित रूप से हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के, मेघालय के विकास के लिए निश्चित रूप से हमारे तरफ से हम पूरी तरह कटिबद्ध हैं। मैं आज तो मेघालय के बारे में बताऊंगा और नागालैंड के चीफ मिनिस्टर को और डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर को मैं आश्वासित करूंगा कि 15-20 दिन में ही मैं नागालैंड में आऊंगा और आपके लिए भी पैकेज घोषित करूंगा, आपके सब प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करूंगा। अभी हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 2014 में 10,000 किलोमीटर हमारी रोड लेंथ थी। आज 2026 में 16,290 किलोमीटर यानी 1.6 टाइम्स बढ़ी है। मुझे खुशी है कि इसके साथ साथ ओवरऑल नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जो हम NH में काम कर रहे हैं, उसमें से टोटल NH प्रोजेक्ट जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में काम चल रहा है, प्रोसेस में है, वो अरुणाचल में हम 147 प्रोजेक्ट 3,600 किलोमीटर के 58,000 करोड़ के काम कर रहे हैं। आसाम में 264 प्रोजेक्ट 4,300 किलोमीटर, ये 1,30,000 करोड़ का काम कर रहे हैं। मणिपुर में 83 प्रोजेक्ट्स 2,000 किलोमीटर 25,000 करोड़ रुपए के काम कर रहे हैं। मेघालय में 92 प्रोजेक्ट 1,600 किलोमीटर, ये 52,400 करोड़ रुपए का काम कर रहे हैं। मिजोरम में 74 प्रोजेक्ट 1,500 किलोमीटर 28,000 करोड़ रुपए के हम काम कर रहे हैं। नागालैंड में 85 प्रोजेक्ट 1,800 किलोमीटर 26,000 करोड़ के काम कर रहे हैं। सिक्किम में 31 प्रोजेक्ट 490 किलोमीटर 11,100 करोड़ का काम कर रहे हैं। त्रिपुरा में 38 प्रोजेक्ट्स 1,000 किलोमीटर 22,000 करोड़ का काम कर रहे हैं। और मैं विश्वास दिलाना और मैं उन नेताओं में से नहीं हूं कि जो हवा में बात करता हूं, तो मीडिया वाला को कहता हूं मेरा भाषण रिकॉर्ड कर लो और एक भी बात नहीं होगी तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ लगा दो, क्योंकि झूठ नहीं बताऊंगा। तो ये जो है अभूतपूर्व रूप से रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट तो खड़ा हो जाएगा और ये इंडस्ट्री उद्योग व्यापार के लिए बहुत फ़ायदेमंद होगा। लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम होगी। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही कि अभी बंगलोर IIM, कानपुर IIT और चेन्नई IIT ने एक अध्ययन किया। हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट देश में इंडिया की 16% थी, चाइना की 8% और यूरोप और अमेरिकन कंट्री की 12% थी। पर 4 महीने पहले उन्होंने रिपोर्ट दिया है कि अब हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 6% कम हुई है, यानी 10% पर आई है। ये 4 महीने का पहले का रिपोर्ट है, पर आज मैं दावा कर सकता हूँ कि हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट अब लगभग चाइना के बराबर पहुँची है। और अगर हम 8% अगर कम करेंगे तो वर्ल्ड मार्केट में एक्सपोर्ट में उतना कॉम्पिटिटिव बनेंगे। तो मेरा विश्वास है कि लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट भी कम हो रही है और इसके कारण निश्चित रूप से उद्योग व्यापार में हमारे लिए निश्चित रूप से इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा होगा। जो विशेष रूप से भौगोलिक बाधाओं से काफ़ी अड़चने हैं, मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी, दोनों मुख्यमंत्री जी को आह्वान करूंगा कि हमारे पास पैसे की कमी नहीं है, पैसा खर्चा करने की कमी है। आप लैंड एक्विजिशन करके दो, यूटिलिटी शिफ्टिंग करा के दो, फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट का क्लियरेंस करके दो, क्योंकि अब 90% लैंड एक्विजिशन किए बिना हम अपॉइंटमेंट डेट नहीं देंगे। मैं जब मंत्री बना था तो 406 प्रोजेक्ट 3,85,000 करोड़ के 2014 में बंद पड़े थे, अकाउंट NPA हुए थे। तब 40,000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट हमने टर्मिनेट किए। बाद में करीब 3,85,000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट को फिर मार्ग निकाला हमने, बैंकों के साथ बैठकर, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के साथ बैठा कर, और इस देश के बैंकों को 3 लाख करोड़ के NPA से बचाया। पर ये प्रोजेक्ट अड़चन में आए, इसका कारण लैंड एक्विजिशन नहीं, फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस नहीं, आगे चलकर कोई रेलवे की क्लियरेंसेस नहीं, कहीं इसकी पाइपलाइन हटाने के लिए क्लियरेंस नहीं। मेरी कंडीशन है अब 90% सब क्लियरेंस के बिना हाथ ही नहीं लगाते। आप क्लियर करा दो, आप जो बोले वो प्रोजेक्ट हम फटाफट करेंगे, पैसे का कोई कमी नहीं है। और इसलिए आने वाले समय में मुझे विश्वास है कि इसी नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हमने भूपेंद्र हजारिका सेतु, जो वर्ल्ड के लिए प्राइड है, ऐसा बनाया, धुबरी फुलबाड़ी ब्रिज बनाया, जोराट माजुली, ये तो सनवाल के कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में गया था मैं उनके इलेक्शन प्रचार में, और जब जाने के लिए हेलीकॉप्टर से समय लगा, और जब मीटिंग में हेलीकॉप्टर में मेरा हाथ दबाकर कहने लगे कि यहाँ ब्रिज घोषित कर दो, अब मैंने कभी झूठ प्रॉमिस किया नहीं, तो मैंने कहा कि ये सोनवाल जी इतने बड़ा कहाँ ब्रिज होगा, कुछ भी बात करते हो आप। तो उन्होंने मुझे इमोशनल ब्लैकमेलिंग किया, मित्र के नाते कह रहा हूँ। उन्होंने कहा आपने मुझे पार्टी में लाया, मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, अगर आप चाहते हो कि मैं फिर से जीतूँ तो घोषणा कर दो, और नहीं करोगे तो मैं हार जाऊँ चुनाव, तो आप जिम्मेदारी ले लो। तो मैंने घोषणा कर दी और वापस आया तो मुझे बताया कि ये ब्रिज बनाने के लिए 2,500 करोड़ रुपए लगेंगे। फिर मुझे बड़ा टेंशन था, अब क्या करूँ। फिर बैठे बैठे मैंने टेक्नोलॉजी बदली, उसके स्टैंडर्ड्स बदले, और प्रोजेक्ट 700 करोड़ में यूपी ब्रिज कॉरपोरेशन ने फिर लिया, वो फेल हो गई। अब दूसरे को दिया है, अब प्रोजेक्ट 60-70% पूरा हुआ है और वो ब्रिज जो है वो माजुली आइलैंड वाला ब्रिज अब पूरा होते हुए आया है। नेचीपू होज कॉरिडोर पूरा हो रहा है। फ्रंटियर हाईवे हम बना रहे 22,000 करोड़ का अरुणाचल में, उसका काम जोरों में शुरू है। और ये नुमालीगढ़ में ब्रह्मपुत्रा के अंदर 22,000 करोड़ की टनल बना रहे हैं। रेलवे भी जाएगी और वो भी जाएगी अंदर से, पहली बार इमेंस टनल। तो बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। रोइंग तिनसुकिया जो टाइम था 7 घंटे से 2 घंटे हो गया। धुबरी फुलवाड़ी से 6 घंटे से घटकर 30 मिनट हो गया। माजुली जोरहाट अतरा 3 घंटे फेरी जर्नी से घटकर अब 30 मिनट हो जाएगी। तेजपुर डिब्रूगढ़ ये 8 घंटे का घटकर 4 घंटे हो गया। नुमालीगढ़ अंडरवाटर टनल का जब बनेगी तो गोपुर से नुमालीगढ़ का ट्रैवल टाइम 6 घंटे से 30 मिनट हो जाएगा। तो ये एक प्रकार से बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बातें जो है ये तो विशेष रूप से हो रही है। पर इसके साथ साथ मैं आज आपने मुझे बुलाया तो मैं निश्चित रूप से नुमालीगढ़ के लिए आपके लिए एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट घोषणा करना चाहता हूँ और वो मुझे लगता है कि वो बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है और वो एक प्रकार से यहाँ के विकास की ये एक प्रकार से बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट लाइन है जो सिलचर टू शिलोंग ये ग्रीन फील्ड अलाइनमेंट है 165 किलोमीटर 23,000 करोड़ की। उसके बाद में शिलोंग टू गुवाहाटी ये भी ग्रीन फील्ड है, ये 66 किलोमीटर 8,500 करोड़ की। और गुवाहाटी टू शिलोंग ये ब्राउन फील्ड प्लस ग्रीन फील्ड है, इसका डीपीआर बन रहा है 18,500 करोड़ का। तो ये टोटल 50,000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट की मैं घोषणा कर रहा हूँ। इसी साल आपने लैंड एक्विजिशन कर दिया तो ये पूरा प्रोजेक्ट हो जाएगा। वैसे सिलचर टू शिलोंग को कैबिनेट ने अप्रूवल ऑलरेडी दिया है, आप लैंड एक्विजिशन कर रहे हैं, बाकी दोनों को भी करा देंगे तो ये निश्चित रूप से एक बड़ा काम हो जाएगा। इसके साथ साथ मैं 40,000 करोड़ के और प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए मैं आपके मेघालय के लिए घोषणा कर रहा हूँ। ये दरुगिरी वाघमारा डालू 136 किलोमीटर 4,000 करोड़, ये भी हमारा प्रोजेक्ट को मंजूरी देने की घोषणा करता हूँ। हमने ये कैबिनेट के लिए अब भेज दिया है। ये इससे रिमोट विलेजेस इन वेस्ट गारो हिल्स इन साउथ गारो हिल्स नियर द इंडो बांग्लादेश बॉर्डर ये बहुत उपयोगी होगा। गुवाहाटी वाया डायनाडुबी ये भी कनेक्टिविटी मिलेगी और रानीखोर इन साउथ वेस्ट खासी हिल्स ये भी कनेक्टिविटी मिलेगी। दालू से बागमारा 4 आवर्स से 2 घंटे हो जाएगा और बागमारा से दारूगिरी 4 घंटे से 2 घंटे हो जाएगा। फिर 4 लेन ग्रीनफील्ड शिलोंग टू सिलचर 165 किलोमीटर ये 23,000 करोड़ का ऑलरेडी प्रोजेक्ट है। बिड्स इनवाइट किए गए हैं, जैसे भी आप लैंड एक्विजिशन करके देंगे ये भी हम लोग तुरंत काम शुरू कर देंगे। ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट है। फिर जोराबाट से बारापानी 66 किलोमीटर ये 8,500 करोड़ का है, इसका भी डीपीआर अंतिम स्थिति में है। अगर लैंड एक्विजिशन हो गई तो इसी साल हम इसको शुरू करेंगे। गुवाहाटी जोराबाट विथ शिलोंग बारापानी ये लेंथ रिड्यूस फ्रॉम 100 किलोमीटर टू 66 किलोमीटर, ये भी बहुत उपयोगी होगा। इट विल बिकम ए कंटिन्यूड ग्रीन फील्ड स्ट्रेच ऑफ गुवाहाटी शिलोंग सिलचर। डिस्टेंस फ्रॉम गुवाहाटी टू सिलचर will be reduced from 330 किलोमीटर to 230 किलोमीटर। तो इसीलिए मैं वो एयरपोर्ट वालों को कह रहा था कि 1 घंटे के अंदर अगर यहाँ से गुवाहाटी जाएंगे तो यहाँ का हवाई जहाज़ गुवाहाटी के लिए कोई लेगा ही नहीं, क्योंकि वो चले जाएंगे। अब कभी कभी मैं भी ये अच्छा काम करता हूँ कि गलत करता मालूम नहीं। अभी दिल्ली से देहरादून फ्लाइट थी, बंद हो गई, 9 घंटे लगते थे, अब 2 घंटे में रोड बन गया। मुंबई से पूना तो यहाँ 8 फ्लाइट थी जेट एयरवेज की, तो हाईवे बनाया हमने तो फ्लाइट बंद हो गई। अभी चेन्नई से बेंगलोर 2 घंटे में हो रहा है, फ्लाइट बंद हो गई, हो जाएगी। मैसूर से बेंगलोर तो अब पर फ्लाइट बंद हो जाएगी, तो भी यहाँ से डायरेक्ट देश भर में तो जाएगी। तो ऐसा कोई नहीं कि यहाँ से नज़दीक वाली फ़्लाइट ज़रूर बंद होगी। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। और ये सिलीगुड़ी गुवाहाटी शिलोंग सिलचर ये हाई स्पीड कनेक्टिविटी यहाँ के टूरिज्म को बहुत बढ़ावा देगी। टूरिज्म यह ऐसा क्षेत्र है कि जहाँ 49% एक्सपेंडिचर एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल के ऊपर खर्चा होता है। ये जो होटल्स खुल रहे, टूरिस्ट आएंगे, इससे जीएसटी तो बढ़ेगा, 49% एक्सपेंडिचर उसके लिए खर्चा होता है। और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि इसके कारण आज जो टूरिज्म है वो 3 गुना बढ़ेगा। मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि उसके अनुरूप रोड, पार्किंग, रेस्टोरेंट्स, होटल्स, क्लीननेस, ये सब अच्छा रखोगे तो लोग आएंगे, गंदगी रखोगे तो नहीं आएंगे। तो अब इसका भी प्लानिंग आप जरूर करिए। चौथा प्रोजेक्ट है पोमलुम टू उमटेंगर, शिलोंग दापकी का इसका है 9.9 किलोमीटर, 350 करोड़, डीपीआर पूरा हुआ है। 4 लेनिंग ऑफ पोमलुम उमटेंगर, ये कंजेशन कम होगा इससे शिलोंग का। इम्प्रूव एक्सेस टू टूरिस्ट प्लेसेस लाइक दावकी, सोरा, चेरापूंजी एंड मावतलिंगो। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है ये। इसके बाद में इम्प्रूवमेंट ऑफ सिंकिंग जोन ऑन तुरा डालू सेक्टर, 72 लोकेशंस हमने आइडेंटिफाई की। जैसे एक्सीडेंट के ब्लैक स्पॉट है, इसमें 40,000 करोड़ हम खर्चा करके उसको हमने अच्छा बनाया ताकि एक्सीडेंट न हो। वैसे 930 स्पॉट, लैंडस्लाइड स्पॉट्स हमने आइडेंटिफाई किए। 72 लोकेशंस आपके मेघालय में है। 160 करोड़ उसके लिए सैंक्शन किए हैं। और निश्चित रूप से ये काम सिंकिंग स्टेज का भी हमने डीलिंग किया है। और 72 सिंकिंग लोकेशंस 9.5 किलोमीटर आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं। और इसमें फिर से एक बार आईआईटी पटना का भी हमने मदद ली है, इंटरनेशनल एजेंसी की मदद की है। और निश्चित रूप से ये सिंकिंग जो है, ये रिस्क विल बी एलिमिनेटेड टू प्रोवाइड ए स्टेबल राइडिंग सरफेस, इंश्योर स्मूथ और अनइंटरप्टेड कनेक्टिविटी फॉर कमर्शियल एंड लोकल ट्रैफिक टू द बांग्लादेश बॉर्डर नियर डालू। तो ये भी प्रॉब्लम हम निश्चित रूप से सुलझाएंगे। मैंने आपको कहा था कि रोड साइड एमिनिटीज़ में आप आइडेंटिफाई करिए। हम लोग अनेक जगह पर हज़ारों ऐसी बना रहे हैं, आपके जगह पर उसके लिए भी हम लोग आपकी मदद करेंगे। हम रोपवे केबल कार 360 बना रहे हैं और मुझे विश्वास है कि आप यहाँ भी आइडेंटिफाई करिए, उसमें हम आपको मदद करेंगे। और मैंने ये जो कहा कि अभी जो 3.5 लाख करोड़ आज की अभी तो काम कर रहे हैं और हमारा अभी ये 5 साल पूरे हो तो और 1.5 लाख करोड़ आएंगे। और हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट को भारत के प्रगतिशील, समृद्ध, संपन्न राज्यों में जो रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसके इक्विवेलेंट लेकर जाएंगे। ये हमारा संकल्प है और ये हम पूरा करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है कि एग्रीकल्चर, रूरल, ट्राइबल, गरीब व्यक्ति, इसके हितों की रक्षा होगी, युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा, हेल्थ पैरामीटर्स के स्टैंडर्ड्स पूरे होंगे। और फिर से एक बार, अलग भाषा, अलग वेश, फिर भी हमारा एक देश, ये भाव जो है तभी जगेगा। मैं फिर से एक बार आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को, ये बहुत बड़ा कन्वेंशन उन्होंने ये जो इंडस्ट्रियल मीट ऑर्गेनाइज की है, दिस इज़ गोइंग टू इंस्पायर एंड मोटिवेट ऑल द इन्वेस्टर, क्योंकि उनको निश्चित रूप से ये प्रेरणा देगा, क्योंकि वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कम्युनिकेशन के सिवा इंडस्ट्री नहीं आएगी। अगर अच्छे रोड बनेंगे, अच्छे वाटरवेज बनेंगे, अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी आएगी, हाईवेज आएंगे, ये सब बातों, पावर रहेगी, तो निश्चित रूप से विकास के लिए गतिशीलता मिलेगी। मैं फिर से एक बार इतना ही विश्वास देना चाहता हूँ कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी भारत सरकार मेघालय सरकार के साथ पूरी ताकत और शक्ति के साथ खड़ी रहेगी और इस विकास में पूरा सहयोग करेगी, ऐसा विश्वास देता हूँ। और फिर से 15-20 दिन में मैं नागालैंड में आने वाला हूँ, तब वहाँ मैं नागालैंड की घोषणा करूँगा। बाकी बातों के लिए आपके साथ, मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ बैठकर समझ लूँगा। फिर से एक बार आप सबको मेरी बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं, शुभेच्छाएं। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। इस ज्ञानवर्धक और प्रेरक संबोधन के लिए आपका धन्यवाद माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी। Thank you so much, sir. It was a true honor to hear your wise words, and to have your presence here is a bigger honor for us. Therefore, it is a privilege for the state of Meghalaya to now felicitate you, sir, the Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, with a very special host state gift, a Duitara. May I request the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya to kindly present this special state gift to our Honorable Union Minister. And may I again request the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya to kindly present the state host gift to Shri Nepio Rio, Chief Minister of Nagaland, and also to the Deputy Chief Minister of Nagaland, T.R. Zeliang.
We thank our dignitaries on the dais for their gracious presence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will request Sri Vaibhav Dange, founder, Build India Foundation, to propose the vote of thanks.
On dais. I know we are completely out of time. We are running late. Honorable Minister has to attend another program, so I will be very, very short. But sir, just to put our gratitude on record, thank you, sir, Honorable Gadkari ji. As you say, sir, A square plus 2 square plus twice AB. You have proven that in 12 years of your as a minister, road transport and highways, the phenomenal transformation the highway sector has seen in India needs no further introduction. I think let's put our hands together and thank Honorable Minister for the kind of transformation he has done in the country and the kind of gracious announcement he has done today for the Meghalaya and promise for the rest of the other 7 states of Northeast. I think this drive will definitely is one of the reasons why this kind of gathering summits are done. Thank you so much, sir. We started as an idea. We went to Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya with the idea, and he was so quick. I still remember he was having his cabinet retreat. He came out for 10 minutes, and within 10 minutes, he said, "It's a good idea, let's do it." And then after, he became the kind of force for us. He provided the leadership. As we all understand, Northeast is so intrigued with each other, all states. So we need to collectively think for Northeast and collectively look at growth and transformation of Northeast. And thank you, sir, for taking that lead, taking that leadership. Idea which started with 400 delegates, and we shifted from earlier convention center to this larger convention center, and today 1200 plus delegates, exhibitor. I think it's a phenomenal success, sir. Without your leadership, we could not have done. I sincerely want to thank Honorable Chief Minister of Nagaland. Thank you, sir, for taking time out, coming here and presenting your thoughts to the audience and to the everybody. All the respected Deputy Chief Ministers of Meghalaya, both Priston sir and Mr. Dhar, and the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Nagaland, thank you, sir. Sanjay Jaju sir, Secretary Donier, thank you, sir. You have been always a great support. The day we went to him, he has been very forthcoming. He also joined the curtain as a curtain raiser in Delhi, and his ministry has wholeheartedly, the Department of Northeastern Region has wholeheartedly supported this event, and he was always there to guide us. Thank you, sir. We also want to thank various union ministries, Ministry of Road Transport as Highways, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Department of Northeastern Region, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, all the Ministry of Ports and Waterways, all the ministries for their gracious support and participation in the Northeast Infrastructure Summit. We also want to thank state government led by Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Secretary sir, and Sanjay Goel sir, and so many officers. In fact, I cannot take everybody's name because of the paucity of time, but the state government has been at the forefront of, they have been kind of a handholders, partners to us. Thank you, sir. Sanjay Goel sir, Chief Secretary sir, Bibrato sir, and everyone in your team, sir. They have been so phenomenal in helping us put this all together. Thank you so much, sir. We also want to thank all the other 7 state governments of the Northeastern region. All the state governments have sent their representative, their delegations, their senior ministers, senior officials are participating. Thank you everybody for their participation. All other union ministers who are participating. Last but not least, our industry partners, industry associations, our exhibitors, our sponsors, our delegates, our media friends. Thank you so much. Northeast is rising and connecting opportunities. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Once again, a deep gratitude to our guests on the dais. May we request everyone to kindly rise as our Honorable Union Minister leaves the stage and he will join us for lunch. Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence. Thank you, sir. And for the participants present here, ladies and gentlemen, please join us for networking lunch. Enjoy your lunch, and we will be back in the hall by 3:15 when we will be starting with our first panel discussion. And it's going to be a very interesting discussion, so have your lunch as quickly as possible and return to the hall. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and we wish you a productive and an engaging summit ahead.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Well, as you just witnessed, the inaugural program just concluded, and like we promised, we will be back to speak to other private companies who are here present on location, who will talk about their latest initiatives and so on. So at the moment, I am joined by a gentleman, in fact gentlemen here from Mittal Gold. They will be talking about their vision, the mission and everything in between. Well, before we get into all the technicalities, I'd allow them to introduce themselves and we'll take it forward from there. Sir.
Hi, this is Shivam Agarwal from Mittal Gold, Pawan Castings Meghalaya Private Limited, and I would like to introduce my director, Shri Rajesh Mittal, and our family member, Lakhan Mittal.
Okay, perfect. So when we talk about Mittal Gold, first of all, like I mentioned earlier, if you can just walk us through the vision and the mission, why Mittal Gold in the first place, and how many years has it been operating here in the state of Meghalaya?
Mittal Gold is operating in the state of Meghalaya from 2001, so it's almost 25 years. Okay, so I think everybody in Meghalaya knows the brand Mittal Gold as a strength, flexible and a very family oriented brand to every household in Meghalaya, state of Meghalaya. Everybody wants to buy Mittal Gold for its superior quality, good rate and good relation in the market. Thank you.
So if you have to simplify Mittal Gold to a layman, what do you guys do and what do you guys deal with on a daily basis?
To deal with, I won't say a layman, we deal with every person, right from a labor to an officer. Everybody is buying Mittal Gold for their house construction. Okay, so we have worked in the state for like 25 years, I just told you. So we try to bring a quality product in the market at a reasonable price and at a very good time period. Like if people buy any other brands, so they has to procure the material from other state. So it's a time-taken process. But we have our production unit in Harli Bagan, Barnihat itself. So, and we have a very wide range of dealer network in Meghalaya, in Shillong, in Jowai and many parts of Meghalaya. So all the person come, they directly buy from us from the factory also, but they choose to buy from the dealers also, because dealers are giving them good prices and immediate supply of the product.
So you just mentioned quality products. What products are we talking about in particular?
We are talking about TMT bars. We have from different sizes, from 5.5 mm. The 5.5 mm is ring coil. It is used for the production of beams and all. And then we have different sizes like 8 mm, 10 mm, 12 mm, 16 mm, 25, 28 and 32. We also produce section items like angle, flat, square bar. Those are used in fabrication process.
So, you know, when we look at 21st century, we'll always have a competition. What sets Mittal Gold apart from other companies that we can find here in the state of Meghalaya?
I can't directly reply to this question.
No, and why not? I mean, there has to be some USP, there has to be something special about what Mittal Gold is doing that other companies are not doing, let's say.
I think locally, every factory is not giving the quality that Mittal Gold is giving. Mittal Gold is surviving in the market from last 25 years only because of its quality. From the last 25 years until now, until today, we haven't got any single complaint. That's the USP of Mittal Gold.
Oh, that's nice. I like it. No single complaint till now. 25 years you've been operating in the state, which is obviously takes me to my next question, and that is the curiosity of how the entire process takes place. If you could walk us through, because you said you have your outlet in Barnihat as well, and you have an outlet here as well, right? So talk to us a little bit about the production process, if you will.
The production process is a vast system. So the first is like we find very good companies which they produce in a good quality, good strength. So we purchase billets from other factories. Then the product come to our factory, and it's a process of production like the billets is inserted into a hot rolled quenching system. The billets is in that system. After that, the billet comes from that hot rolled, like in Hindi we say it's bhatti. From that, the TMT comes and goes through a range of machines to get in the shape of a TMT bar. It's a hot process. It get cooled down. Then it's ready for the loading in the trucks and supply to our customers and dealers and distributors and what you say.
Right. So how has the response been so far? 25 years, like you said, no complaints. And how's the response been so far in terms of people taking and buying your product?
People are buying, I think, because of the relation and the quality of the product. Okay. So in the 25 years, we have just maintained one thing, the quality, the relation with our dealers, the time to time, the discussion, the meetings, and a relation, a coming and going, meeting with the people, and doing some social activities for the market, for the society also.
So Shivam, in terms of marketing, right, what is Mittal Gold doing so you can get your product to every household? You know what I'm saying? So what are your marketing strategies like?
See, if we talk about marketing strategy, so first of all, we are trying to supply our product to every part of Meghalaya through our dealer network. We are preparing, putting dealers in every part of Meghalaya, so they can supply to the small parts. Like we have dealers in Shillong, we have dealers in Jowai, in Khileri Hat, Nongston, and everywhere. So they are supplying to the customers and through marketing. So people notice our product we have some newspaper ads, we have some hoardings in the market, and if you have asked for the marketing thing, I will tell you, we are preparing for a scheme. For the first time, Mittal Gold and any other TMT brand, locally produced TMT brand. Why I'm saying locally? Because our government wants local, vocal for local. Yeah. Everybody is talking about the local production. Yeah. So that's why I'm using the word local. We are the first TMT local produced plant is giving scheme. So we are giving scheme for retailers, consumer scheme, not retailers, sorry, consumer scheme. So it will be launched in around, I think, July or August. So if any customer buy TMT bar, Mittal Gold TMT from any dealer, they will get some scratch coupons, they will get some gifts that can be used in their homes, and the dealers will also get some schemes. So I think it will be a grand success, because until now nobody is in this scheme system in TMT market who is producing locally.
Well, congratulations for that. But everything that we do in life always boils down to obstacles and challenges that we have, and I'm sure, and looking at the Northeast and Meghalaya in particular, of course we'll have a lot of challenges geographically and otherwise. Some of the challenges that you've encountered along the way and solutions that you've come up with to solve those challenges.
So the challenges right now, we are facing a big challenge for the costing of raw materials. So as of now, I'm sure that some of the government officials are also seeing our telecast. So I want to share this, that as of now, we don't have any we have very few government support.
Oh, that's interesting. Just for the production. Okay, we'll come back.
For the manufacturing, for the survival of local industries in Meghalaya and Northeast India. Many factories are able to supply at low cost coming from outside of Meghalaya, like from Durgapur, the TMT hub in Northeast in entire India. They are selling here at low cost than us. But the local companies are not being able to sell at that price. They are facing challenges because of that cost. So in that case, we want some support from the government. So they give us approval in different departments, or they give us some subsidy, or maybe we don't want subsidy also. We want the approvals in departments, like they used to give something like if a national highway will produce. So they have to give the contractors, like you have to purchase some material from the local manufacturers also for their survival. So if the local industry will survive, the economics of the state will be better, and also the employment will grow. With the decreasing industries and shutting down of industries in the state, the employment is also decreasing. If the industry in the state also increases, the employment will increase. Like in our factory, there are 300 to 400 employees, workers, they are working. They are getting employment because of the industry. And if the industry will shut down in some years, so their employment will be in hamper. And in vice versa, if the industries are getting boost, local industries are getting boost, the employment will also get a good boost.
So that's there. Speaking of employment, for now, as we speak, how many employees are you currently dealing with, and how many people are working under you in terms of manpower?
I can give you a rough figure. For around, we have office staff, we have the workers, the laborers, those who are in production process. Some of them are in loading dispatch process. So in and around, we have around 200 to 250 employees in our company, our customers.
All right, so I want to ask you a little bit about, because we just went through the brochure and we saw your certifications, etc. Walk us through a little bit about what those certifications are and what does it mean to Mittal Gold?
See, one of the most important certificate for us, and we honor it all throughout our life, is the Meghalaya PWD certificate. As you can see, Meghalaya PWD certificate. So Meghalaya PWD certificate is a benefit for us, like in all the PWD works, they have allowed us to supply our product. And as far as we know, every government projects are being constructed with Mittal Gold TMT. So the government is in support with us. They know that it's a quality product. That's why they have given us the approval, and we are supplying. And we also have Tripura PWD approval as well. And BIS license we have ISI license, and we have Thermex license, which is a German license, and they give regionally or districtally to only one industry. Everybody is producing under the name TMT, we are producing under TNX. That's Thermex, THERMEX, Thermex.
So Shivam, what does a platform like the Infrastructure Summit right now, to what extent will that help the company?
I think it will help a lot, not to us, to everybody. Like every industry partner is here. They can connect themselves. They can connect to the government. The government can connect directly with the industry partners. And many contractors I have seen throughout the day, many contractors have visited our stall. And many of them has told us that we are directly or indirectly, we are connected with you. They are buying our product from our distributors, from our dealers. So those who are not connected, they will get a chance to connect themselves through this such summit.
So my last question to you, rather just an advice if you have for everybody watching this conversation right now, what message, rather than not an advice, just a message from your end of what you have to say?
As a message, I want to share that I will share for our industry partners. As we are seeing that many industries are shutting down in the northeast area from a period. Like as I see, before 5 to 10 years, there are many TMT factories are there. Many factories were there. They were competition to us, but then also I feel bad, because if they are shutting, others can also get shut in coming years. So for survival in this market, the quality is the key. We are producing quality products. I will just give a message to everybody that you keep your quality maintained, no matter what. Somebody is seeing you. Somebody knows that they are producing quality and we are buying from them. Our dealers are very happy with us because of the quality. Everybody honors us. We will buy Mittal Gold only. There are many TMT brands in the market. Some of them are coming from Durgapur, some national brand, this and that. But people are buying from us. And we are supplying, and we are happy to serve the state of Meghalaya. Thank you.
Shivam, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Northeast India Infrastructure and Exhibition Summit 2026, the largest infrastructure summit in the Northeast. I'm Aaron Lingdo. We're live here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we're bringing you live conversations with pavilions and some of the stalls that have been set up here on location. Right now we're here at the Meghalaya Eco Pavilion. We will speak to somebody who knows a thing or two about what we have in store, because like I mentioned to you earlier at the beginning that Meghalaya will have a very strong presence here at the event, and they will showcase MSMEs, handicrafts, textiles, and all other things put together under one roof. So we'll speak to Rida Gatpur. Rida Gatpur is works with Ducti, and she's the owner of Ducti Craft, and she is right here, and I would imagine she's the person curating all of it. So I'll just speak to Rida Gatpur for a second. Rida, welcome. What we have right now is, as I mentioned to the audience, is that Meghalaya has a very strong presence here. This is the Eco Pavilion. For the benefit of the viewers who don't know what the Meghalaya Pavilion is all about, would you help explain that to us?
Sure. So right here we have taken the theme Meghalaya because we want to represent all the tribes. Here you can see the Khasi, the Garo and the Jaintias. And we also try to incorporate the other side of which is again the culture, nature and also adventure. Because for people, I think they need to kind of experience it. So here we are sharing a lot of what the community can offer in Meghalaya. So we've done like an installation of the Roots Bridge over here.
Can we walk? Can we walk? So then I'll ask my cameraman to just pan a little bit to the Living Root Bridge, and then Rida will explain to us a little bit about what the Root Bridge is all about, because this is the star of the entire pavilion, I would imagine.
Thank you. This particular installation is actually to showcase what is our UNESCO, the heritage of the Khasi people. And we've been able to kind of bring this here in this pavilion, in this venue, because we had to kind of work around it. It's a pretty challenging material, but we managed to actually bring the soil to this pavilion and showcase Meghalaya, because when you talk about infrastructure, I think this is where it's very rooted to our culture, and also it's a bioengineered structure. So it's all to do with what Meghalaya can offer. And we are very glad that this installation is standing here, and people get to see their actual roots, their actual soil. The moss has been sourced from the right place, and we are trying to create as much to incorporate even the sound. So this is one thing about the installation.
Right, so like they say, human ingenuity meets nature. So this is what we have here. How did you get this here? Because of course you can't dismantle this for sure. How did you get it here in the first place?
So it took us time to source first the material, and with working with the roots, it's a little challenging because it dries up. You have to keep it so that we can weave it here. So we had to do a little bit of processing, and we have to bring here the team, and each and every root has been interwoven. It has been taken standing from the pillars, as you can see here. So everything is actually, it's growing. So there's a whole process in starting from the ground and taking it all the way, and you can see the entire strength of this is through that technique where it's woven each root one on top of the other.
So, Rita, let's just walk us through because you're here and we have all the three tribes here. Firstly, the Khasi. If you could, can you just come?
He is Additional DG, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Mr. Prateek Sen, Jindal Stainless Steel. We have Mr. Rahul Mishra, Chief of Marketing and States, Tata Steel. We have Mr. Nirmal Uday, who is COO, Shyam Metallics. And we have Mr. Tarun Kumar, who is Chief Manager, Bharat Petroleum. We all welcome you, sir, all of your distinguished panelists. I'll start with Mr. Manvendra Singh about how do he look at future of infrastructure, transport and connectivity in Northeast India, along with his experiences Assam, because Assam has been seeing phenomenal development in last 10 years or so. With you, Mr. Manvendra Singh.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vaibhavji. This is very welcoming initiative which has been taken up by Government of Meghalaya. In my memory, this is one of the first of its kind event in Meghalaya. And of infrastructure is the topic where we mostly think all the time. We keep on discussing how to improve infrastructure in northeastern India. Along with my portfolio as Transport Commissioner, I am also looking after one of the department which is very unique, Actis Policy Affairs Department, Government of Assam, as Secretary for last few years. So when we think about Northeast, in inaugural ceremony we have listened all the dignitaries and most of them were highlighting that earlier we were thinking is the Northeast is the corner of India. Now we now started thinking that Northeast is in the center of Indian future. How if we think about Northeast, within 3-4 hours distance, most of the biggest capitals of ASEAN and some important countries, even Far East countries, are within this reach. And we are in the center of approximately 1.8 billion people who are surrounding the Northeast. So if we think about that perfect perspective, we become more important. Now, since Government of India is putting emphasis on the all kind of infrastructure in Northeast, lots of projects has already been taken up. We think about highways, we think about roadways, we think about refineries, we think about bridges. So when I was there in Assam 15 years ago, there was one bridge in Guwahati and second one in Tezpur and third one. Nowhere we can think about that there was no bridge after that. So after that, lots of bridges have come up, lots of connectivities is happening. Earlier, we were thinking about Guwahati airport only. Now there are many functional airports within Assam also. And as we heard, even Shillong airport is also functional. Arunachal airport, which is very newly inaugurated in last few years, Shillong and then Sikkim airport. So infrastructure is being pushed heavily, lots of investment is coming, but our consideration should be creation of a economy, the infrastructure which can create opportunities and can create economies. So the employment opportunity, as Honorable Minister MORTH was telling, if we create tourism infrastructure, then definitely lots of other things will keep on happening. So there is a need of lots of push on tourism infrastructure because most of the hill states are not able to do other industrial activities as Assam can do, because Assam is in the center point and Assam can have lots of connectivity from throughout the India, and we have seen even international connectivity through flights, through, if we think about the connectivity through ASEAN countries, this India, Myanmar and Thailand trilateral highway, which is under construction, Government of India is pushing. So everything, if it happens within time and with all support from the neighboring countries and states, this region will be developing, and our Honorable Prime Minister has already pointed out that this is going to be the next important destination for investment. So recently, the Tata Semiconductor investment in Assam is going to be the magnet for all other investment in the region, and hopefully this will create a kind of environment where many more industries are planning to come and invest in Northeastern region. And the integration of Northeastern states suitably, because everybody cannot do everything. So hill states and probably Tripura and Assam, how we can collaborate and participate together to improve the supply chain, to evacuate the goods, be it agricultural goods, be it manufactured goods, so that it can get the market within India and through the ASEAN. So one of the important point which was highlighted by our Chief Secretary, sir, that we should encourage using Chittagaon ports. Yes, Japan is developing Matarbari port in Chittagaon area. So that will be the, I think, shortest distance for a port for people of the Northeastern region. And if we get access to that port, definitely our trade and other opportunity will improve. I'll share one small incident when one of the delegation from Assam visited Mandalay and Yangon 5-6 years ago. So one chocolate which was manufactured in Assam in Mangaldohi was being sold in Yangon. Then we started tracing back how this chocolate reached to Mandalay. Then it was understood that the chocolate was manufactured there. From there it was transported to GNPT Mumbai. From there via ship to Singapore and then to Burma. So if we think that if direct connection is established with our countries in the vicinity, because we share the longest border than any other region of India, then our trade and other opportunities, if we start trading directly with Bangladesh or Myanmar or the countries who are in our vicinities, this region is definitely having lots of potential and nobody can stop it to grow. So future lies within our potential and how we use that potential, how we create the supply chain, and how we can tap the market which is available in the vicinity of this region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. May I bring in Rajiv Singh ji, who is Additional Director North, and Ministry of Highways has done a phenomenal job in last 12 years of creating a network of highways which has provided not only connectivity but kind of open up so much of opportunities for the northeastern states. Rajiv Singh ji, about work Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has done. I'll request again, sorry for me to say again and again, to be brief and precise.
Good afternoon, everyone. From a ministry perspective, better connectivity leads to better development. And government, therefore, has given high priority for national highway development in northeastern states. The groundwork done during last decade or so can be seen easily. If you all have attended morning session, everyone has mentioned about the road work, phenomenal, revolutionary road work done since 2014. In 2014, national highway length in entire northeast region in all 8 states was about 10,900, which is now at 16,200 kilometer, which is more than increase is more than 50%. If we take data of just last 5 years, in last 5 years in northeastern region, we have developed 6,800 kilometer of national highways, and an expenditure of rupees 75,000 crore has been incurred on national highways projects. At present, 219 works are in progress on national highways, which have sanctioned cost of rupees 1 lakh crore 5,000 rupees, and these works covering a length of 4,700 kilometer. In new projects, actually there are long list of major projects which is not possible to mention here due to short of time. But I would like to mention 2 projects, new projects. One is Frontier Highway. Frontier Highway in Arunachal Pradesh, that is very important from strategic point of view. And length of that is a very mega project, having a length of 1,800 kilometer, and that project has already been sanctioned by the government at the cost of 30,000 crore rupees. Another project is this Numaligarh tunnel. That tunnel is under Brahmaputra. That tunnel length is 16,000, and that project has also been sanctioned at 18,000 crore rupees. In northeastern region, actually we have challenges because about 70% terrain is hilly terrain, and due to hilly terrain, we have challenges of landslides, we have sinking zones, and high rainfall. So that is not easy to work here. One thing we have changed over the period, actually previously we were taking isolated projects. Now we are taking all projects on corridor approach, and that is certainly improvement. That is certainly important for interstate connectivity, for international connectivity, considering Myanmar, Bangladesh, and also, of course, strategic point of view. Just with these words, just I want to assure that Ministry remains committed to improving connectivity, to enhancing quality of life and promoting inclusive growth of the entire northeastern region. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. Phenomenal work. 22,000 crore frontier highway and a 18,000 crore 16-kilometer long tunnel under Brahmaputra. Not only kind of depicts government's commitment, but the kind of engineering excellence that India is building. And at that point, I would like to bring in our private sector panelists here, who have been contributing in building this infrastructure for the country, be it highways, be it airports, be it ports, waterways, all kind of sector. So I would request Mr. Sen from Jindal Steel to kind of briefly, as our other co-panelist has said, how do you look at these opportunities and what you think maybe 2-3 agendas that government need to look at if we really want to take the infrastructure growth to the next level?
Thank you, Vaibhavji. As my previous speaker, Rajiv, has said, that with the expansion of projects or with the ingress of so many projects, another challenge that comes is the sustainability part. Like whatever in such a hilly terrain or in such kind of difficult terrain where we have proximity, there is a geopolitical proximity, like all the international borders are surrounding the northeast region. The important factor that comes into mind is whether the material that we use is sustainable, whether it is it addresses the sole part that it's a fit and forget solution or not. Jindal Stainless, not very easily heard of, but has moved into the foray of doing bridges, doing composite girders, doing piers, anything that is done with normal steel, all of that in stainless steel. And also combined with that, stainless steel rebars. So our major value proposition that goes out to the fraternity that is there in this part of the country is, yes, obviously you do have solutions that have been in place for decades together, but right now, if there are projects or if there are locations which are inaccessible, where maintenance, frequent maintenance is a problem, there we request maybe some policy issues, some policy letters which can support the implementation of stainless steel into infrastructure. As on date, we already have good many projects coming up in other part of the country. But we'll only look forward that we replicate the similar kind of value proposition in projects in Northeast, so that we can give a maintenance-free, long-lasting, durable, and sustainable solutions to the infrastructure industry in Northeast. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. I'll bring in Mr. Tarun Kumar here because BPCL has been providing fuel for the nation, if I say so, and for any infrastructure growth, as Mr. Sen said, looking at corrosion, the longevity of the infrastructure, stainless steel is playing a very important and critical role. Similarly, this fuel and bitumen also plays a very critical role. And with the present geopolitical situations, how do you look at these, supply chains on the fuel and other side to remain as they are with the kind of infrastructure growth that we are looking at for the development of the Northeast?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting Bharat Petroleum. And on behalf of the company, I extend heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for, allowing us in one of the conclave which is actually focusing into the Northeast infrastructure. As far as the oil industry goes, no doubt that there are supply chain constraints and difficulties are there. But at the same time, we understand the potential this region has, and therefore a conscious steps are being taken to put forward our strong footholds in this region. We have got close to 700 retail outlets through which we are fueling the automotive fuels requirement. We cater to about 15 lakh LPG consumers. And through our JV partner, we are penetrating into the geographical area of Arunachal Pradesh as far as the gas penetration is concerned. Apart from it, we are happy to announce that we have got some solutions which are actually made for tree plantation. We have some solutions which are really doing wonders, and we heard in the morning that Nagaland is also going bullish on as far as the rubber plantation is concerned. Apart from it, we have another responsibility, a major responsibility towards keeping our forces going and then supplying them the fuels and their requirements of lubricants. Apart from it, bitumen is something which we are now have some kind of infrastructure in place, and then in times to come, connectivity is going to play an important role, and therefore our attempt is also to get how to reach the consumers, how to reach the industries. So all in all, we are very, looking at this whole region very optimistically, very interested, and then we have got a capital layout also, which is going for a further expansion of the network, and we will be coming up with depots. We have just recently commissioned our depot, and Pasighat is going to be in next 3-5 months' time. Our first LPG bottling plant is coming in Mathi, and therefore the story is not stopping here. We have got actually other plans as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I think Mr. Uday will have his presentation. So, okay. So Mr. Uday, Shyam Metallics also plays a very critical role, important role in ensuring that the critical component like steel, cement, and fuel, as I said, plays a very critical role in development of Northeast and that supply chain. Your comments on how do you look at what needs to be done?
Yeah. Thank you. Very good afternoon to everyone. Since morning, everybody has been talking about the importance of Northeast. Let me add a few pointers to that. Number one, Northeast, if you consider it as one single entity, shares 98% of its border with the neighboring countries and only 2% of its border with the rest of the country, rest of India. Number two, Northeast today, the median age is less than 26 years. And we know for any zone to grow, you need a younger population. So for Northeast, next 15-20 years of time are the best time to grow. Number three, Northeast has 8% of India's mass, land mass, but contributes only 3% to the GDP. So a lot of potential to grow. And number four, which now I'm trying to link it to the Indian culture. In Indian culture, for a home, the most important part is called Ishan Kosh, as per Vastu. And this Ishan Kosh is where the deity of the house lives. So if you take India as a house, Ishan Kosh means northeast corner. And if you take care of, it is said that if you take care of northeast corner of your house, the prosperity will always be there in that house. So that's the importance of Northeast. Now, coming to certain reality checks, everybody has been talking about how things have moved in last couple of years, last 10 years rather. Yes, we have grown from 10,000 kilometer to 16,000 kilometer, but still 40% of the roads in Northeast are single lane. We have grown in terms of the airports. A number of airports have come up. There are 17 now operational. But just compare it with UP, one single state, 21 operational airports. So these are the things, these are the reality checks which we have to do. A lot of work needs to be still done on ground. And what are the issues which, for any new project which has to come up here, they face? I've jotted down 3 major points. Number 1 is the execution gap. Northeast spends less than 60% of allocated capex. So what needs to be done is to have a dedicated project management units. Only then this capex can be properly utilized. Second problem, the financial discipline is missing. We have seen the example of Jal Jeevan Mission last year. The payments were delayed for 6-7 months. What happens because of the delay in payments is that entire supply chain gets choked. Now the state is not paying to the vendor or the EPC contractor. The EPC contractor is not paying to the channel partners, and ultimately the manufacturer is not getting paid. So now next time when the tender comes, the EPC contractor will consider 6 months of delay, add it to their cost. The channel partner will consider 6 months of delay, add it to their cost, and the manufacturer again will add it to their cost. So something which otherwise could have been managed with proper financial planning, with total exposure of 6 months, the cost which the state has to pay is probably 3 times. Number 3, the problem here is the capability. We do not have trained workforce. The effort has to be there in training the local workforce. Today, all the skilled construction workforce is from outside Northeast. So this is another big problem which needs to be addressed. Now coming to the last point about Shyam Metallics. We are there in all aspects of construction. You look at any industrial or residential building, whatever you can think of. You start with TMT bars, you talk about the structures, you talk about the roofing sheets, you talk about aluminum composite panel for the facades, and for the highways, if you talk about the crash barrier, we are there in all product range. We are the 7th largest producer of steel in the country now, and we are fully equipped to meet whatever requirement Northeast has for building the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nirbhay. Very, very good suggestions. I like the 3 points which you specifically mentioned about what we need to build in terms of our capabilities to really take our growth forward. I'll bring in Mr. Rahul Mishra here from Tata Steel. We have a lot of steel in Northeast, as we have in our panel. So, Mr. Mishra, what's your thought on how do we look at?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. As Tata Steel, we are bullish on Northeast. I think today, what the minister was announcing, that also gave a lot of confidence to us, because Northeast figures very, very important in our next 5 to 10 year strategy, and very heartening to see that the minister is also thinking on the similar lines, and the people here are also thinking on the similar lines. But generally, what I agree with a lot of panelists here, Northeast, moment we talk, the logistics is a challenge, and because steel or cement, they're very, very sensitive to logistics cost. The logistic cost constitutes a very, very high percentage of the total delivered cost. So just give you an example, to cart a steel from Jamshedpur to Guwahati, it costs me as much as taking it to Bangalore. Normally, normally my boss used to ask me why it's east only. So, but it's northeast. North gets added to east, and then the freight cost zooms. So then we tried waterways in a big manner. We tried to send rebar and some other steel product to Guwahati through the waterways route, but I think there was some issue. It got stuck for 2 months in the waterways. So, but as I always see that there is a challenge, there is an opportunity. I think whatever I was hearing today on the work which is happening on the waterways, because then we have to think of road will be a challenge. That there's no two way about it, because the way Northeast is geographically located, I think waterways will be the answer, and it will be the most efficient way to. The more we work on the inland waterways, more we decouple from railways and from road, and I think it'll, to that extent, the logistic costs will come down and it will make us more competitive, as what Mr. Gadkari was saying, that you reduce the logistic costs and your competitiveness increases significantly. And we were also thinking, I was reading somewhere that I think Northeast will very soon get connected to Thailand, because we have a huge plant in Thailand. Tata Steel is a huge plant, and it is better to get rebar and the steel product from Thailand rather than from Jamshedpur. I think I also see, one day I'm expecting that maybe 5 years down the line, Northeast will consume rebar from Thailand rather than consuming it from Jharkhand. And the kind of work which is happening. In the meantime, as we always say, that there's again, referring to Mr. Gadkari, that always if there's a weakness, convert it into an opportunity. So what, as Tata Steel, strategically, what we are thinking of Northeast is that we are playing at this intermediation strategy, what we call it. That we don't do the entire value conversion of steel in Jamshedpur and then send it. I think you send steel here, because I think best thing, I can't produce steel because I think the ferrous content and of the steel is not very suitable to produce steel. So what we do that normally I used to send the steel mesh here. I used to send the cut and bend. A lot of steel processing used to happen in Calcutta and in Jamshedpur, and we used to send the processed steel. Then that further aggravated the logistic cost. So then what we disintermediated the entire value chain. We thought that we'll send the raw steel here, and all the processing, manufacturing, all we do here in Guwahati and Northeast. So you combine best of both the world. So you process the steel closer to the customer rather than doing it all the way around 1,000 kilometers away. So do it closer in Guwahati, do it in Tripura, do it in Shillong, and then service the local fraternity as a part of the disintermediation strategy. And just give you another example, I think most of you would have read in the newspaper, Tata Steel has just started the electric arc furnace. It's the first electric arc furnace route to make rebar in Ludhiana. So there also our strategy is very, very similar. If that experiment works, in EF we will produce around 1 million ton of rebar and we'll sell within 500 kilometers of periphery. So we will produce, we'll source scrap locally, we'll produce steels locally, and we'll sell steel locally. I think this is the strategy that we'll adopt. It depends on how that succeeds, and then based on that, if it succeeds, then and the best part about that process is that it is the carbon footprint that sustainability, some speaker was talking of, it is 1/10 of the carbon emission of a normal BF-BOF route. So it's the cleanest way to produce steel. And with that, with localization, I think then the logistic cost also comes down. The diesel carbon footprint because of diesel and other fuel also comes down. So that is another strategy we are very, very keenly looking. So who knows, one day we'll have a steel plant based on the EF technology in Guwahati or in Shillong. Based on the success of that. So we have a lot of strategies working on it, but in summary, we are very, very bullish about it, and I think we, along with our partner SM Corporation, we are working very, very closely to increase our market share in Northeast. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. All my panelists have been very helpful, and we have tried to be as short and as precise, because I know we have another session on tourism which is about to begin, and Honorable Secretary Tourism, Government of India is already here. We also have Mr. Sarbanand Sonwal, Minister for Waterways and Ports. He is also here, so that session also needs to follow. So before we conclude, I would request our guest of honors, both the ministers here, start with Mr. Honorable Marcus Marx, Minister for Meghalaya, to have his thoughts before we close.
Thank you, Mr. Vaibhav Dange, my friend, colleague, Honorable Minister from Nagaland, and all the panelists here, ladies and gentlemen. We have heard from the panelists here today. Northeast, in spite of the fact that we are growing, we are building the roads, and we are expecting that mainland India and then all the corporate from the central India will come and invest here. Yeah, there are challenges, as has been mentioned by the panelists here, like skilled labors, and then the logistic support and all. But considering the topography here, considering the land issues here, I think now the Northeast is much better. And the Northeast best part is that most of our youths are educated now. Most of them are, if you are aware that in Meghalaya, we have an IT sector here. We have Shillong IT Park here where we are able to employ our youths, almost 5,000 plus, minus plus in the IT park. And then tourism sector, we are, doing very well. Footholds are, increasing year by year. And if I may recall that in our Meghalaya, there's a living root bridge in Khasi Hills in Sora area, which is now again nominated for the World Heritage. So these are the, changes, these are the positive signs where we are expecting our big players to come over and invest in such a way that our youth will be able to get employment. All the educated youths will be able to get employment. Of course, some of the roads, yes, I agree, there are single lane roads still. But then, with this, under the able leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister and in the northeastern states, all the Honorable Chief Ministers, and especially I would mention here that Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya is doing very well. Long back, we never thought Meghalaya will be able to, become a third largest growing economy in the country. But today, we are growing, which means we are going in a direction where the big players will be able to come and help us. We have already started getting investments. In Garo Hills, we have already Barun Beverages. They have come over there. They have invested more than 400 crores. And some are on the pipeline. Here in Shillong, 5-star hotels are coming up. And our Honorable Chief Minister's vision is to, create Meghalaya as a football capital of India. Very close from here, we are building a world-class, which was mentioned by Honorable Chief Minister here, very recent, during the inaugural program. 40,000 capacity FIFA standard football stadium is being built. Our youths are having very potential. They have the strength. Only we need to give them the platform. We need to give them some guidance. We need to train them. We'll be able to excel. So I hope our Built India and other big players from the country are coming forward and trying to invest here. We are very happy. Government of Meghalaya has also come up with ease of doing businesses. So many, because of land tenure system here, directly companies can come and cannot purchase the land. Government is having, if you approach the government is there to help you out. And then by your investment, we are hoping to give our youths employment. With these few words, I would like to express my thanks. Thank you, Bababji.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marak. I'll request our Honorable Minister, Mr. Jamir, Honorable Minister for Rural Development and SIRD, Nagaland, to have his comments before we close our session.
Thank you, Mr. Vaibhav. And I would like to congratulate the government of Meghalaya for hosting such an innovative business summit. And we are very impressed. And it is an eye-opener for our state to also follow suit. I think if we take Northeast in particular, we look at Chhattisgarh. It was one of the most backward states. Now it has become the most developing because they have the minerals, they have the resources, and people are looking at it. Now our Northeast also it needs now to coordinate with each other because we were thinking the 8 entities were very separate from each other. We didn't talk together, we didn't act together, we never thought of coming together, but now we are finally coming together and we have a big contingent from Nagaland. At least 6 ministers have come. We're coming to learn from you what you have to give to us. And Nagaland has a lot to give. It was shut for more than 50, 60 years. Now oil has opened up. Just 2 weeks back, we have signed an MOU with the government of India. We have the minerals, we have the rare earth. I mean, literally everything is in our state. It is just that nobody is coming to take it out. I think we invite, on behalf of our people, that the investors should look at Nagaland as also another point where we can work together. And hopefully more and more enclaves like this will be an eye-opener for our people, because Northeast people, generally, geopolitically, we thought we were very distant from the center. We always thought we were remote. We always thought we were further away from the center and we were neglected. But then the neglecting was on the part of our not cooperating with the center also. We didn't give land. We didn't want people to come and take out our resources. But now we have opened up, I think, all the companies that are here today, kindly look at Northeast in totality and kindly take the initiative to come to us. Northeast, unlike the viewpoint of the mainland India, let me say, is that Northeast people are very hostile. We are not. We are the most welcoming people on the earth, most at least in India. So kindly come, have a look at us, have a look at what we have, and we are there to share with you. Kindly develop us by bringing your business and your technology to our states. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jamir. As very rightly you said, sir, Northeast people are so they have a great hospitality. They are so welcoming to everybody. We are experiencing it from last 2 days here, and we'll experience it today, tomorrow in the hospitality in the summit. Thank you, everybody, all my co-panelists here, everybody here. Thank you. I know I have done injustice to all of you because I know you have such a long experience, everybody, and you can contribute so much in this panel discussion. But since our inaugural went on quite long, I have to kind of shorten our discussion for our next sessions to follow. But before I formally close, I would like to put on record our gratitude and thank you to our both honorable ministers and all my panelists. And I would, on behalf of Finer and Build India and Government of Meghalaya, would like to felicitate all our speakers with a token of our love and thank you once again. Can we have the, yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, may I request all of you to kindly take your seats. We are about to start off with the session 2 of our summit. And this is going to be very interesting for all of you. It is Tourism and Technology Enabling Northeast Economy. The session partner is Polo Tower Group.
May I request the participants of the second session to kindly come up to the dais.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just taking a couple of minutes to do the setup and set up the nameplates. Please bear with us. And we're going to start off with this session in a very short while from now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for a few more panelists to arrive here in the auditorium before we start the second session. And yes, this second session is about tourism and technology enabling the Northeast economy, where we turn into one of the strongest drivers of economy, and that is tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, the Northeast is home to some of the world's most unique cultural, ecological, and heritage assets, yet much begins where it is not untapped. So as connectivity, digital tourism improves, tourism and technology are emerging as powerful drivers of economic growth. This session will explore how these two sectors can help unlock a more connected, inclusive, and globally competitive Northeast.
Ladies and gentlemen, for this particular session, we are very honored to have in our midst Dr. Kekri Kalo Yom, Honorable MLA or Honorable Advisor, School Education and SCERT, Nagaland. We warmly welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for being here with us today, sir. We are honored by your gracious presence. And ladies and gentlemen, for this particular session, it will be chaired by Sri Bhuvnesh Kumar. He is the Secretary Tourism, Government of India. We also have with us Sri Lemli Loi from NEDFI. Sri Toka E. Tukumi, Joint Director, Tourism, Nagaland. We have with us Mr. Rajiv Agarwal from Taj Vivanta. In a short while from now, we will also have Sri Deval Tibrewal, CEO of Portotas Group, to join us. We also have Brigadier, retired, M. Kumar, Executive Vice President of DS Group. Sri Rajan Pant, Marketing Head, Resecurity. And the moderator is Sri Akash Datta, who's the MD of HVS Anarok.
And to moderate this important discussion and guide the exchange of ideas, may I invite Sri Akash Datta, Managing Director of HVS Anarok, to kindly go ahead and start the session. But of course, before that, may I kindly request for the felicitation of our esteemed dignitaries, which we have done a few moments back. That is for Dr. Kekri Yomi, Honorable MLA and Advisor, School Education and SCERT, Government of Nagaland. Sir, we would give the chair to you. Thank you.
Sorry, is there something you want us to speak to Mr. Yomi about?
No, sir,
That's
because
fine.
we'll be waiting for a few more guests to arrive. But for now, if you could start with the moderation of the session,
Sure,
sir.
thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We've had a lovely day of sessions here today, really showcasing the propensity and the amount of ability that the Northeast presents from various aspects. And today, it's my pleasure to bring about the opportunity that tourism as a sector provides, not only from growth and development perspective, but also from generation of livelihoods, industries, and the integration of Northeast with the larger country. So today, I will be chairing this topic on tourism and technology enabling the Northeast economy. And to start with, I wanted to reach out to Brigadier Kumar here, who has been in the Northeast for nearly 25 years, sir, if I'm not mistaken. 27 years, and has seen the whole region grow leaps and bounds. So Brigadier Kumar, coming from both a defense and a corporate leadership background, you've seen that strategy alone doesn't create outcomes. It's execution on the ground. What does successful execution look like when you're building long-term for a region? And your experience here on how we can use that to create tourism further would be most useful.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am from DS Group, Dharampal Satyapal Group, is a multi-business corporation which has interest in almost all fields. We are in FMCG, we are in mouth freshener, we are in agri, we are in hospital, very big way. We have 5-star hotels in all major cities, and we have also taken properties elsewhere for building greenfield 5-star facilities and resorts. So also we have interest in major industrial ventures like steel plant. First steel plant, corrugated metal sheet steel plant was installed by us in 2004 to 2007 in Tripura. We have a rubber plant where we are manufacturing rubber thread of international quality. And we are the largest rubber thread manufacturer in the country. So we have interest in many fields. And we have today direct employment. We have in Northeast, we have direct employment of 2,500 people and more than 5,000 indirect employment already. We have paid last year 1,000 crore in taxes in Northeast itself. That is the volume of work which we are interested in and which we are doing. I want to add another dimension to this whole thing. That yes, Northeast has opportunities, but it has tremendous challenges. Now challenges have reduced to some extent. But I would like to share initial challenges when in 1999 we have moved here, started operating in a major way from 2000. When we were making the steel plant in Tripura, Agartala, there is a press which weighed about 70 tons. There was no way to bring it via Meghalaya. There was no road, there were no bridges of that nature which could take that kind of load. And that 70-ton piece was loaded on a 40-wheel trolley, which was moved by 2 trucks in tandem. Therefore, there was no way we could take it from this side. There was so much of challenge, but we wanted to do it. So we took it up to Calcutta. Then from Bangladesh, we took via Bangladesh, initially by road, then by water channel. But the weight was so much, after a few days of moving, it got stuck in the bed. We had to wait 3 months for the water to rise, and then it was navigated. When we were moving in Tripura, we were going to Agartala, that time roads were very narrow, culverts were weak, border roads helped us, PWD helped us, government helped us, everybody helped. Even the local people helped us. They removed their huts from the villages. When we were passing through the road, the truck was, and the size was so giant that even the huts had to be moved. So villagers voluntarily moved their huts. I mean, that kind of cooperation we got, and finally that thing was established. Similarly, we had faced a lot of challenges because of militancy. They demanded items, they demanded some money, okay, whatever trucks are loaded, it is a 10 crore rupees, 10% to be given. But government helped us. We stood to our guns, okay, we are not going to pay, we are here to help you. We will give you job, we will do some welfare activities, but we will not pay. trucks were held for 15 days without unloading. They did not allow to unload. But finally, we succeeded. I mean, those kind of challenges were there. Another example I want to bring, that people are very good here. I want to emphasize that people are very nice. As long as you don't put your foot on their sentiments, they are much better than any other place in the country. We have factories all over the country, but the labor, the people who are here, you find nowhere. Just to give you example, and if you give them chance, they can go to the sky. I will give you one example. There is one Mr. Pradeep Kalita. 2002, he came to me in Guwahati. He was from Sulfa, surrendered Ulfa. He came, he wanted some job. We gave them that job. After a few days, he brought 20 more Sulfa along with him. We trained them, we helped them, and today that man has many industries to himself. He moves in Mercedes, BMW, Audi himself, and supplying more than 5,000 people in whole Northeast. What I'm trying to bring out is that if you give job, if you look after them, there is no better place than Northeast to do business. They are excellent. It is our personal experience.
And in that spirit, Brigadier Kumar, I wanted to understand from your experience, for tourism to develop in Northeast.
Yes.
And
now, tourism has tremendous scope in Northeast. We were the first company to bring 5-star hotel in Guwahati. We were trying from 2005 to 2011, put up our papers to the government. Nobody dared to sanction it. He said, 5-star hotel in Guwahati, terrorists will lift you and lift the customers also. Therefore, nobody. But we insisted, no, unless you have these type of infrastructure, things will not develop. Then 2011, we signed the agreement, and first 5-star hotel, Guwahati, Radisson Blu came up. Now we have 3 more already lined up in Northeast, 5-star hotels and resorts. There is a tremendous scope for this, and only thing that connectivity is a problem. So what we have requested in our USP for next 5-star hotel is heli service. From Guwahati to Kaziranga helipad, Guwahati to, there is a Siloni Jan. We are putting up a paper for helipad in that area also for resort, so that the people can come by helicopter to the resort and stay there. Similarly, in Umrangso, we are demanding helipad. Connectivity has to be improved to give a flip to the...
Sergi, and there is a lot of infrastructure development already taking place, which is further accelerating tourism development.
Yes.
And so what I hear from you is develop, build new hotels, and people will come.
People will come. People will come. There is no doubt about it. Everybody wants to come to Northeast and see the Northeast. Because there is a peace now. There is a development now. Everything is available. Everybody is interested in coming to Northeast. Any number of hotels will be consumed.
And looking forward from there with the development spree, you are a Northeast believer. You are from the Northeast as well. You have given a lot on the hospitality end. You already own 9 hotels, if I'm not mistaken. You're building 12 more. What's the real driving force behind developing all these hotels in this one region? And what do you see the way forward from tourism as an employer for the region?
Thank you. So
we're lucky to be from the Northeast. So I'm fifth generation from the Northeast. Our earliest firm was in Shillong in 1890. So we've been there since that time. And my father built the first hotel in 1991, and then we've built more hotels. So right now we have a hotel open or in development in every state of the Northeast except Arunachal and Manipur. And we would, of course, love to do Arunachal and Manipur whenever we get the chance also. We also run India's only floating hotel, which is on the river Ganga in Calcutta, which is actually a floating hotel, which is a vessel where people can come and stay. We have 58 rooms, a banquet hall, and so on. And we'd like to extend that also.
They will just give me a moment. I'm just going to invite Secretary of Tourism for Government of India and Dr. Vijay on the stage, please. Of Meghalaya, yes. No, sorry. Please. That's mine, sir.
Yeah, so like I was saying, we have now 4 hotels opening in the next 4 months. We're opening one hotel in Meghalaya, one hotel in Tripura, one hotel in Nagaland. In fact, actually 2 hotels in Meghalaya in the next 4 months. So we are very bullish on the whole of the Northeast, the tourism piece, the hotel piece, and the experience piece. Because nobody comes to the Northeast just to stay in a hotel. They want to do what they come to do. They want to eat the food. They want to try the, the local wines, the local drinks. Go listen to some music. Do whatever they've come here to do. And as Polo, we always try to do that whole set together for the guests.
So essentially, build, and the opportunity is immense. And by building more hotels, you're also inculcating more jobs and more infrastructure to come into locations. So what are some of the challenges that you've continued to face as you develop these hotels?
So I don't think there are any such challenges which are insurmountable or, there's something to crib about. All places, wherever you build a hotel, you're forced to, in India, of course, you have a lot of permissions which you require, but even otherwise, just to deal with contractors, just to deal with logistics. And wherever we build hotels, mostly there are none. When we built our first hotel in Cherrapunji, it's a luxury resort, there was no place in Cherrapunji. From our Shillong hotel, we tell people, please carry packed food. So, of course, there'll be trouble when you build in terms of that. There are no contractors who are local and so on. But I think that's all part of the game. Like I said, we have a floating hotel. So if you can do one on the river, then most land hotels are much easier than that.
Sorry, just give me a moment. Mr. Sonwal, can I also request you to just join us on the dais over here, please? Correct.
May we have a big round of applause for Honorable Union Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Union Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to meet you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly privileged by the gracious presence of Sri Sarbanand Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I request a felicitation to be done for him. May I request Rajiv Agarwal ji to kindly come forward, please, to do the honors. Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence here in our midst today. It's an honor and a privilege to have you in our summit, Northeast India Infra. Thank you, sir. And I will request our moderator to kindly continue. I will hand over the session once again to the moderator.
Yeah, thank you. Secretary Kumar, thank you for joining us. You've recently moved from a defining sector where the Aadhaar card has changed the lives of many people over here. And with all that experience that you have gathered while setting it up, how do you see that from the tourism lens for India, and your views and thoughts on that, sir?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, all the dignitaries on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me over here. I really want to congratulate the organizers of this event. What a place to choose the state of clouds, Meghalaya, and the Switzerland of the East at Shillong, talking about Northeast. So I think tourism and technology have become interchangeable today. So there is no tourism without technology. In fact, gone are the days when people used to visit India tourism offices to find out which places to go and where to stay. I mean, perhaps the younger generation won't even be able to relate it, won't even imagine that there was a time when people actually physically used to go to offices and find out places. There was an era.
Sure.
And we still have that Janpath office in Delhi, and there used to be regional and state offices all across the country. Today, the discovery of any place happens through technology. It happens online. The planning happens online. The booking happens online. And then the next part comes, which is actually the infra. And in my opinion, the biggest contributor to growth of tourism in India is the growth of infra that has happened over the last 12 years. Look at the roads. I still remember when I joined this service, if I were to travel 200 kilometers, then I would be scared. And I wasn't sure actually if I would complete my journey of 200 kilometers in a day, because that was the condition of roads in those days. And it would take 8 to 10 hours to travel that distance. Today, and I can tell you from my personal experience, I come from UP cadre, now posted in Government of India. I have done Delhi, Lucknow, Delhi in a day by road. On one side it is 570 kilometers. So I don't have to worry if I have to travel 1,000 kilometers in a day. So that is the kind of change which has come in the road infra, and you can see all around. The quality of roads, the expressways, the access controlled highways, the way it has expanded, it has boosted tourism. Same goes with civil aviation, the RCS Udan scheme. Now almost every important place which I see is connected by airline. Shillong has an airport. 2 days back I was in Shirdi, there was a conference. I traveled to Shirdi from Delhi by a direct flight, then I traveled by road from Shirdi to Nasik and came back via Nasik. In what? 24 hours. So that is possible now. When I was a probationer in the year 1996, I was sent to one of the most backward districts as a group of 8 officers to learn about poverty. And that district was Purnia in Bihar. And I am happy to note and tell you, each one of you here, Purnia has an functional airport where there are commercial daily flights from Delhi. So that is the kind of growth which has happened. Like, same, Honorable Minister is here. On the port, shipping, waterways, more land ports are getting added. The kind of growth which is happening in the cruise, inland waterways cruise which has happened. It's amazing, unbelievable. We could never even think of that, the kind of things which are happening on this side. Of course, Vande Bharat, rails, Northeast is now getting connected. A lot of expansion is happening. Recently, I met Honorable Minister from Aizawl, Mizoram tourism. And he told me that now they don't have places to stay because so many people are coming because of the train connectivity that is happening. All of a sudden there is rush and they are looking for more hotels to open, more people to get trained on homestays. Right. So technology has made things possible to book on click of buttons, and infra has facilitated that in the real life. So two things have come together. If you give me 2 minutes more, then perhaps I want to say, coming back from my previous assignment as CEO of UIDAI, today we use DigiYatra, and we all experience that DigiYatra. And in fact, my suggestion is that, and there are so many hoteliers here, from Polo Hotels, they are opening new hotels. There are many others who run hotels. If the hotels could do their room booking with Aadhaar on a voluntary basis, all those who are willing to share that, and fetch Aadhaar details from UIDAI, you have the eKYC which is available, then you don't need any ID at the check-in. It becomes seamless. There is no physical photocopies to be given. You don't require a person on the counter. You just ask the Aadhaar number, voluntarily person gives Aadhaar number, you fetch the details, it goes and sits in your database, and the unlimited risk which comes with physical photocopies of Aadhaar gets eliminated. Right. So this is what technology can do today. The same can happen with the airlines. All the airlines can book the tickets with Aadhaar. And 99.9% people today have Aadhaar. Everybody 18 plus, exceptionally, if you leave it, everybody has an Aadhaar. There are more than 143 crore Aadhaars which have been generated in the country. And everybody uses it. There's no compulsion. I mean, somebody says that, oh, I don't want to give. Okay, fine, you don't want to give. All those who are willing, they can. Those who feel the convenience, the hotels will feel the convenience. Aadhaar app is already available. I mean, if you don't want to use the authentication route, use the Aadhaar app route. So technology and tourism are two sides of the same coin. In my opinion, there is no tourism without technology.
Clearly, tourism, technology is a real facilitator.
Totally. I mean, today you don't have to actually go back to your agents or anybody. You just click. So many apps are available. You compare prices. You look at the locations. You open the Google map and see the satellite map of the hotel and decide that, okay, I am going to stay at this location.
Absolutely.
You can decide for yourself. And it's all available on click of a few buttons. And anybody can do it.
And with the advent of AI now, tourism sector is likely to benefit significantly as we move forward.
I mean, AI is a game changer altogether, next level. So now you have the apps, or rather, don't need even the apps. Even if you go to Google, Gemini AI, and just ask, can you make a 3-day trip for me to Shillong?
Correct.
It'll do everything. It'll tell you. It'll give you timings, what time, what opens, what doesn't open, how much is the travel distance, what you should do, where you should stay, which clothes to carry, what is the weather, what all precautions, everything that will tell you.
Absolutely.
So,
it just builds the whole itinerary.
it's real. I mean, this is no myth, or I mean, this is no imagination. But this is real to be felt, and people are using it. The good thing is that Indians take to technology like anything. I mean, we have really, taken to technology like fish takes to water.
Correct.
So, mobile phone users, 122 crore mobile phones in India. More than now 98 crore internet connections in India, broadband connections in India. Growing by the day. Correct. Just growing by the day. Yes, and Gen Z perhaps won't even think that world existed without phones, perhaps, mobile phones, smartphones.
I would second that.
They won't imagine there was a world like that. It's only people from our generation who will still think of that.
Correct.
Thank you.
And taking a leaf, Dr. Vijay, from that, Meghalaya as a state has benefited significantly from a huge infrastructure push and is continuing to invest a lot. We saw announcements today morning as well. How do you see that as a lever for growth and development of the economy in the region?
Thank you so much. Again, our Honorable Minister and all the dignitaries on the dais and all the participants. A very good afternoon to you all. So today morning, I just checked top 5 destinations to go to in India in June. It showed Shillong among the 5. I checked top 5 destinations to go to in India in July. Shillong is still there. I checked for August. It's still there. So basically today, I'm sure everybody knows this, that Shillong has become one of the most searched destinations, and today one listed in every place as one of the top destinations. It's a huge privilege. We are very lucky, and I think Shillong is finally finding its due place in the travel and tourism landscape and mind space in that sense.
Correct.
So this happened. It's both it's a virtuous cycle that has been created over the last 5 years. So obviously Shillong has so many things going for it. The amazing weather, the natural beauty, the culture, the people. We know all this. So and of course we are accessible. So a lot of these advantages other states also have in the Northeast, but I think Shillong is much more accessible thanks to our connectivity with Guwahati and our own airport. So over the years, I think we have been able to do a few things which really pushed us there. So over the years, whether it is through branding, whether it is through concerts, whether it is through the kind of things that we do in Delhi around fashion, around craft, around art. So the festivals that we do, even an event like this, for example. So all this is part of the state's strategy to kind of make Shillong, Meghalaya reach there. So because of all these efforts, and of course, as Sir said, with technology, few years ago when somebody came to you with a big advertising proposal saying it will cost 4 crores to make a few movies on the state and put it, it would have been an interesting proposal. But today, if anybody comes to me with such a proposal, or to anybody, there is no need for such a proposal, because you open Instagram, the kind of amazing videos and content that people are making and posting about the state, that itself is creating all this buzz. So it's become a virtuous cycle. So now, I think with the efforts of the government, we have reached, and all the stakeholders, hoteliers are there, our friends, tour operators are there, Government of India, various schemes, the kind of events that are happening. So with everybody's efforts, I think we have reached here where Meghalaya has become an aspirational place to come to. Meghalaya has become a place where everybody wants to come to. So the challenge then is, now do we have the infrastructure to absorb so many tourists? Do we have the infrastructure to create a good experience for so many tourists? So that is what we are working on. Today, if we look at the numbers, Meghalaya is a 2-day destination. Average is actually 1.8. So anybody who's staying in Meghalaya is staying 1.8 days. So our goal is, how do we double that? Can we make it 4 days? So to make that 4 days, again, we are fortunate that we have multiple destinations. Today, typically, if you think of Meghalaya, I think if you again Google what are the top places to go to Meghalaya, the top 3 destinations, Shillong, Dauki, and Sora. So that's what shows up, and most people are going there. But where else? So we have a Mausanram, we have a Kinshi, we have entire Garo Hills. So we are systematically opening up those destinations, creating infrastructure there, creating experiences there. In fact, again, I was just discussing with Secretary Sir. For instance, in Sora, people are going to see the waterfalls. They are amazing, they are beautiful. We do some treks. But what else can we do? So we are creating a cave experience center so that people of all ages can experience what it is to be inside a cave. So we are creating many experiential tourism products, whether it is around culture, whether it is around nature, living root bridges. So we are trying to make tourism more experiential. We are trying to create infrastructure for stay, which means obviously hotels. A lot of 5-star hotels. I think pre-COVID, Meghalaya did not have a single 5-star hotel. Today we have 2 5-star hotels functional. 4 are under construction, and we have an aspiration to get at least another 4. So which means in another 5 years, our Honorable Chief Minister has set a target that there should be at least 10 5-star hotels functional in the state, and homestays. So hotels is okay. I mean, there is certain clientele which goes to hotels, but we are also very cognizant, for every 1 hotel room, you at least probably need 10 homestays. So we have a homestay scheme with about 70% subsidy, which is given to homestays. So homestays are coming up in all the clusters. So basically making tourism more experiential, making tourism more people-focused, whether it's with homestays, whether it's with craft experiences, cultural experiences, and creating the infrastructure. For example, if you go to you go to a Yellowstone National Park, you're not just hiking. You're going to an experience center which explains to you what those geysers are about or what the entire experience is about. So we should create something. So we are aspiring, we are in the process of doing those things, and I believe with all the stakeholders, we should be able to really use tourism as a way to generate more employment, more livelihood and wealth for the people at the end of the day, but ensuring that we create a sustainable model, because what everybody tells us is that yes, now tourists are coming, now how do we keep it sustainable? That's another journey, and that's part of the journey. Basically, we'll have to integrate that into everything that we do.
Yeah, no, that's I think clearly showing. I have visited Shillong after a few years now, and I already am witnessing the change myself coming from the north of the country, and it clearly is a destination that I would encourage everyone when I go back to travel and visit. And so, creating all that infrastructure, enabling development of tourism, sustainable, requires a lot of capital flow. And here, Mr. Loy, you've been involved with the financing of the capital. And how are you approaching growth and development for the tourism sector here in the Northeast? Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Union Minister and other panelists on the dais. I work as Executive Director with Northeastern Development Finance Corporation under Ministry of Development of Northeast. So till a few years ago, we would always talk about the tourism potential of Northeast. It was only the potential that we would talk about. But if you see, last few years, this potential has begun to be realized in various states of the Northeast. And there is a reason why this is happening. Because if you see, in last few years, a lot of positive developments have happened in the infrastructure side of the Northeast. Earlier, a destination would take a lot of time to travel, but today we have good roads available to give comfortable journey to the tourists. Then a lot of hotels have been built. A lot of national and international brands have come in, and also our local brands like Polo Hotels, Kiran Sri Grand, Iora, Windermere, all these are also building very good properties in the Northeast. And if you see, till 10 years back, only 6 airports were operational in the Northeast. But today it has tripled. It has increased to 19 airports are operational in the Northeast. If you see the railway connectivity, today 1,700 kilometers of rail length has been built. More destinations are being connected, and more trains are being added to connect towns and cities in the Northeast. So all these have contributed to the growth of tourism in the Northeast. So now where NEDFI comes in is, see, when tourists come, they need good hotels to stay. We have to provide them good accommodation. So we have financed hundreds of hotels all over Northeast in the last 2 decades, and we have invested more than 1,000 crores in this tourism sector, and we are investing more. We have in our portfolio, we have national and international brands like Marriott, Taj, Mayfair, Lemon Tree, Postcard, and you'll be glad to know that both the 5-star hotels in Shillong have been financed by NEDFI. And also, you'll be glad to know that last year, a NEDFI finance project, Postcard, in a Tea Garden Resort in Tejpur, was adjudged the Hotel of the Year award by Gallivanter's Guide, which is the most trusted guide among the global travelers. So, NEDFI has been in the forefront of development of tourism in the Northeast. We have financed so far more than 450 hotels. And these are not only big hotels, but big brands, then boutique hotels, and also premium homestays in small towns and remote destinations of Northeast. Wherever big hotels are not there, these boutique hotels and homestays are filling the gap. And you would be knowing that NEDFI has a venture capital fund. And under the venture capital fund, we have invested in 2 homegrown ventures from Northeast. One is Our Guest Travels from Sikkim, which is a platform for aggregating farm stays, home stays, retreats in the Northeast, North Bengal and Ladakh. The difference between a national platform and this Our Guest Homestay is that national platforms only focuses on hotels, but Our Guest Homestay aggregates community-based accommodations in all these northeastern states and Ladakh. So they have so far aggregated about 700 units all over. So this is the role of NEDFI in the Northeast. And also another thing is that in many destinations, there is a chicken and egg situation. Like if you build hotels, it may not become viable because tourists are not coming. If you don't build, tourists again won't come. So there, Government of India's schemes like Unnati scheme, which subsidizes capital and also gives tax concessions to these kind of projects in the Northeast. This is coming in a big way in helping build more infrastructure in the Northeast. And NEDFI is the nodal agency for administration of this Government of India's scheme. And this scheme has really impacted the response from the industry, and more hotels are being built. So with these few words, I would like to.
Great. Thank you so much. I'd like to just request Mr. Dange to join us to take the session forward as well. Please, Mr. Dange.
Thank you, Akash. First and foremost, I want to really express our gratitude to all the panelists and the Honorable Minister, Sri Sarbanand Sonowalji. Please put your hands together for Honorable Minister. We have requested him to join because he has to join other session and move. He has his travel plan. Therefore, we have requested him to join this session. Since inauguration got delayed and our sessions are overlapping with each other, we are really sorry, sir. We had to adjust this because we understand your importance of your time. May I request Honorable Minister, India is seeing an unprecedented development in the ports and waterways sector. And Honorable Minister is leading that from last more than 3 years. And phenomenal growth has happened through Sagarmala development, through waterways development. And no other state, no other place than Northeast has a huge potential. And Honorable Minister is so passionate about waterways development and creating those opportunities in Northeast. And he being from Northeast, he has a very different kind of a passion for this. So before I request Honorable Minister to give his keynote address, I would take this opportunity to request Honorable Minister, Honorable Secretary Tourism, Honorable Secretary Tourism Government of Meghalaya, Dr. Vijay Kumar, and all other dignitaries to kindly release a knowledge paper which has been developed by HVS on tourism potential of Northeastern region. This knowledge paper will help us kind of look at potentials and build our policies around that. And who better than Secretary Tourism and Honorable Minister Sonowal and Secretary Tourism Government of Meghalaya can be the dignitaries to release that document. Sir, in each session we are releasing one document on various subjects. In the inaugural we release on digital infrastructure. In this we are releasing on tourism. We are developing on ports and waterways. We are developing on civil aviation. In coming days we will release those also documents. And combining all 6 sectors, we will be developing a vision report that also we will, so that the outcome of the summit is well documented through these reports and then submitted to the government for looking at various policies and other aspects. Can we have the report to be released by Honorable Minister and Honorable Secretary? Can we have a big round of applause? A team of HVS has put a lot of efforts in building this knowledge report, and I'm thankful to them to put in those efforts and creating a very good document with a lot of data and information on how can the potential of the tourism of the Northeastern region can be really captured and can help utilize, build livelihoods for people. Thank you, sir. May I request Honorable Union Minister Sarbanand Sonowalji, Honorable Minister for Waterways, Shipping, to have his keynote address. Honorable Minister, sir.
टांगे जी को बुलाए तो इसको बुलाए टांगे जी उसको बुलाए
Namaskar. Respected Bhunesh Kumar ji, Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Respected Dr. Vijay Kumar Das ji, Commissioner Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, all other respected dignitaries on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. Today, particularly, we all feel proud to be here at Shillong, Meghalaya, one of the most beautiful places of the country. Don't you believe that? अरे शिलोंग के लिए तो हथताली हो जाए because Shillong has been carrying a legacy of its beautiful landscape, culture, tourism, and above all, peace and tranquility. And it always gives the sounds of humanity. And I always feel very much touched when I land at Shillong, because I being an arts turner, since my student days, always the most lovable destination was Shillong. Anyway, today this particular event is definitely giving us a lot of scope to discuss about the growth of this particular region in the last 12 years and for the future course of action to make this part of the country as self-reliant and develop as per the vision set by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Modi ji, who has not only extended his support in terms of budget and policy and program, but most important is the connectivity. It is not confined to road, waterways, air, railways, or internet, but it is emotional connectivity, heart-to-heart connectivity. And that was most important to make the people of Northeast realize there is someone sitting at Delhi in the capacity of a Pradhan Mantri who firmly believe the strength and ability of Northeast, who firmly consider Northeast to be the Astalasmi of the country. So, out of his powerful vision, whatever he has extended his support in the last 12 years, we are all very much got connected and could able to generate our self-confidence. Yes, we are the proud Indian. भारतीय होने के नाते गर्व महसूस करने के लिए हमें जो मौका, जो माहौल, जो मदद, जो प्यार, जो मोहब्बत मोदी जी ने दी है पिछली 12 साल के अंदर, ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। क्योंकि पिछले दिनों में नॉर्थ ईस्ट को किस हिसाब से लोगों ने मान्यता दी थी, सब हम जानते हैं। और जब भी हम दौरा करते थे, दिल्ली हो या अलग प्रांत, हमेशा नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में कोई इलाका है, वहां आतंकवादियों का गतिविधियां है, वहां जनता का कोई सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है नहीं, वहां लोग आराम से नहीं जी सकते, शान से नहीं जी सकते, यानी कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट का कोई फ्यूचर नहीं है। It was almost termed as a no-hope zone. But who has converted this particular region to a most potential zone of the country? It is Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. आज उन्होंने पिछले 10 जून को परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लॉन्गेस्ट सर्विंग इलेक्टेड प्राइम मिनिस्टर के हिसाब से उन्होंने नई कीर्तिमान साबित की है। 4,399 consecutive days as a prime minister, he could able to register and surpassing the record of the first prime minister of the country. इसके लिए हमारे तरफ से बधाई, शुभकामना और हमें गर्व महसूस करना चाहिए, क्योंकि ऐसा एक प्रधानमंत्री जिन्होंने जीवन में हमेशा प्रधान सेवक के रूप में काम किया है, प्रधानमंत्री के हिसाब से नहीं, उन्होंने खुद बताया मैं देश के 140 करोड़ जनता को प्रधान सेवक के रूप में सेवा करना चाहता हूं। और आज 2014 में जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने देशवासियों को आश्वासन दी थी, उसी हिसाब से उन्होंने अपने बातों को जमीनी हकीकत में जोड़कर यह साबित किया, परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री देश का एक सुपुत्र है, देशभक्त है और समाज को हमेशा भक्ति भावनाओं से निष्ठापूर्वक सेवा करते आए हैं और सेवा करते जाएंगे। तो इसलिए वी द नॉर्थ ईस्टर्नर must feel very much our attachment that the way he has handled the issues of Northeast in the last 12 years. क्योंकि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अशांति का माहौल के वजह से नॉर्थ ईस्ट में ना कोई सड़क बनता था, ना कोई पुल बनता था, ना कोई निवेश करने के लिए आया था। टूरिज्म का बात तो छोड़िए, शांत पड़ा हुआ था, कोई फ्यूचर लोगों ने देखे नहीं थी। लेकिन परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा नहीं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में शांति व्यवस्था लागू करना होगा। इसके लिए उन्होंने उग्रवादियों से बात किया, समझौता किया, 10,000 से अधिक उग्रवादियों को, आतंकवादियों को उन्होंने मतलब हथियार छोड़ने के लिए मजबूर किया और हमारे देश के मूल स्ट्रीम पर उनको शामिल करने का उन्होंने सफलता प्राप्त किया, जिसकी वजह से आज असम हो, मेघालय हो, all part of the region become peace, become comfortable for the visitors, for the investors, for the entrepreneurs, for the teachers, for the students, for the women, for the youth, for the farmers, for the industrialists. So all sections of society now firmly do realize that out of this precious gift, peace and tranquility, now Northeast has come to the main path of growth. And in the 12 years, whatever progress we have made, it is unique. हर प्रदेश का आप आंकड़ा देखिए, उनका जीएसडीपी देखिए, हर प्रदेश ने आज अपना शक्ति दिखाने का काम किया है। परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी खुद, he has visited Northeast more than 80 times, all-time records number of visits, and he has directed all the Council of Ministers, more than 89 ministers of Government of India, and all the secretaries, senior official Government of India to visit Northeast. In the last 12 years, there are consecutive visits. Out of their visit, a lot of project has come and it has landed, it is implemented in a time frame, and because of the quality implementation, because of the good governance, all sections of society got social justice and got an opportunity for economic upliftment. And above all, living a life of dignity and pride and prestige. So this has become a beautiful destination, not only for the people of the different part of the country, but also across the world. That is why in the sector of tourism, most important observation and experiences uttered by our participant, I got to learn how Northeast is prospering, how Northeast in the sector of tourism now growing faster. The footfall is increasing year by year. I want to just cite out one example. If you take the example of MB Ganga Vilas, the longest river cruise in the world ever recorded in any part of the world, it was the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Connecting 27 river system right from Kashi Vishwanath Dham, Banaras, to Kolkata, Bangladesh, then Upper Assam, Dibrugarh, crossing more than 3,200 kilometers. And normally what we do, जब भी कोई क्रूज की सफर करने के लिए हम चाहते हैं, पहले लोगों का आदत क्या थे? वो बोलते थे, let us go to Europe. Europe was the best destination for cruise, river cruise and ocean cruise. But nowadays, it was earlier. So opposition thought that it is impossible to run a river cruise vessel either in Ganga National Waterways 1 or in Brahmaputra or in any part because of the lack of draft. नदी में पानी नहीं है, नदी सूखा हुआ है, जहाज फंस जाएंगे. इन लोगों का ऐसा ही एक लिमिटेड सोच थे, लेकिन परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये गलत साबित किया. उन्होंने कहा नहीं, हमारा गंगा में जो शक्ति है, ब्रह्मपुत्र में भी वही शक्ति है, बराक में भी वही शक्ति है. देश के अंदर 111 राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग में उस शक्ति बसा हुआ है, लेकिन सिर्फ हमें सही कदम के जरिए उजागर करना चाहिए. जलमार्ग में बसे हुए शक्ति, संपदा और संभावना को हमें उजागर करना चाहिए. देश की जनता की भलाई के लिए, किसानों के लिए, युवाओं के लिए, रोजगार के लिए और हमारे छोटे बड़े जो व्यापारी है एक प्रांत से दूसरे प्रांत तक सस्ते में सामान लाने आने का वो काम करे। ऐसे ही जलमार्ग विकास के लिए परमाणु प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस हिसाब से मान्यता दी है, इसकी वजह से आज आप देखिए हमारे कार्गो हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी इन 2014 इट वाज लिमिटेड टू 18 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन in our river sector. Because of the modernization, mechanization, digitization, and reformation, it went up to 216 million metric ton. 1,100% growth. This is the power of the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. कोई हमारे परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो भी सोचते हैं और जो परियोजना प्रस्तुत करते हैं और उनको दिखाई देता है कि हमारे अगले दिनों में क्या भविष्य हमारे लिए इंतजार कर रहा है, ये देखने वाला इतना महाशक्ति जिसका पास है वही है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। हर सेक्टर में आप देखिए, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कहां से कहां तक एविएशन विभाग को खड़ा किया। Now, 10 numbers of greenfield airport has been operated. ये कोई मामूली बात नहीं है। पिछली सरकार ने हमारे ब्रह्मपुत्र की ऊपर सिर्फ उन्होंने 7 साल राज करने का बाद 3 पुल बनाया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री 12 साल के अंदर 12 पुल बनाने का काम, 8 पुल बनाने का काम किया, 8 numbers of bridges, and that too recorded number of bridges. Bogeyville, longest rail cum road bridge in the country, and now we are going to have Dhubri Fulbari, connecting Dhubri, Fulbari and Meghalaya. It is more than 1800 kilometer length over river Brahmaputra. That's the vision. He understands that after some years, this mode of transportation will cater service to the people, and this particular service will empower our all section of society, whether it is women, youth, farmers, poor, industrialists, traders, cargo handlers, exporter, importer. All sections of society will be empowered to the power of transportation. That's why he firmly believes without transportation there cannot be transformation. Without transportation there cannot be transformation. इसलिए हर सेक्टर में आज रेलवे का बजट कहाँ 2000 में थे, आज 10,000 क्रॉस कर गया, यानी कि कितना प्रतिशत बढ़ोतरी हुई। पिछले 12 साल के अंदर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में निवेश कितना हुई? 7 लाख करोड़, 7 लाख करोड़, ऑल टाइम ग्रेटेस्ट फिगर। हमें सिल्ला सिल्ला के बोलना सही है कि किसका पिछले दिनों में किसने भी हमें ऐसे मदद नहीं की थी, हमें जगह नहीं दी थी देश में। इसलिए यहाँ अलग अलग शोज नॉर्थ ईस्ट में विशेष रूप से बढ़ावा मिले थे। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा ये भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, सबका साथ सबका विकास, देयर विल बी नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। भारत का नागरिक होने के नाते, भारतीय होने के नाते आपको मौका मिलेगा, सबको बराबर का मौका मिलेगा, नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर कारगिल तक, गुजरात से अरुणाचल प्रदेश तक, और लक्षद्वीप हो या निकोबार आइलैंड हो, अंडमान हो, हर प्रांत में बसे हुए हर भारतीय को सशक्तिकरण की जाएगी, मजबूत की जाएगी, एम्पावर की जाएगी, और सबको इज्जत से जीने का मौका दी जाएगी। जो काम पिछले 12 साल में परमाणु प्रधानमंत्री ने संभव किया। मैं तो खास करके I was a student leader. When I was student leader, I was also heading the umbrella organization of entire Northeast, that's NESO, Northeast Student Organization. as the president of ASU also. During that time, हमें दिल्ली जाना पड़ता था रिप्रेजेंटेशन के लिए। 3 महीना तक इंतजार किया, ना कोई मंत्री ने मिला, न कोई अधिकारी ने मिला। तो उन्होंने जिस हिसाब से हमें अनादर किया, जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने नेग्लेक्ट किया था, तो लोगों का मन बहुत बहुत सताहजनक स्थिति में पहुंच गए थे। ऐसा लगता था कि हम क्या भारत का नागरिक नहीं है? हमें क्या दिल्ली और अलग अलग स्थानों पे बसे हुए लोगों का जैसा हमें इज्जत नहीं मिलना चाहिए क्या? ये सवाल हर नॉर्थ ईस्टर का मन में खड़ा होते थे। तो इसका इन विषय को अगर किसी ने पहचाना, हमारे डर को अगर किसी ने पहचाना, महसूस किया, वो परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी है। इसलिए उन्होंने कहा ये अष्टलक्ष्मी है। एनी का मतलब सिर्फ नॉर्थ ईस्ट नहीं, न्यू इंजन फॉर इंडियाज ग्रोथ। कोई मामूली बात है? न्यू इंजन, हमें इंजन का मान्यता दी है, हमारा जिम्मेदारी ज्यादा है। वी आर हैविंग बिगर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फॉर द कॉज ऑफ द कंट्री। और उन्होंने कहा विरासत भी, विकास भी। और हमारे अनसंग हीरो को अगर किसने मर्यादा दी है, वो परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी है। स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में जिन्होंने भाग लिया था, आत्म बलिदान दिया, लेकिन पिछली सरकार ने कोई मान्यता नहीं दिया, याद भी नहीं किया। परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ने याद किया, सम्मानित किया और नॉर्थ ईस्ट को भारत में ऐसा एक जगह दिया जिससे आज हमें ऐसा लगता है मैं एनी पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री वी स्टे वी फील एट होम। ये कोई मामूली उपलब्धि नहीं है। तो इसलिए तो मोदी जी महान है और महान रहेगा। तो मैं, there are so many speakers in this session. I had a little bit of write-up. I do not want to read it now because this session is almost like, having a lot of time, because हमें ऑर्गेनाइजर ने बताया कि शुरू होने में कुछ विलम्ब हुई, इसके वजह से सबको थोड़ा इंतज़ार करना पड़ा। कोई बात नहीं, हम भारतीय है, भारतीय होने के नाते भारत की विकास के लिए हम प्रतिबद्ध है और अमृतकाल यात्रा को सफल बनाने के लिए हमको मेहनत करना होगा, कर्मयोगी बनना होगा। हर भारतीय को मेहनत करना होगा। इसलिए परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, यानी कि विल हैव टू वर्क हार्ड। 140 करोड़ भारतीय को अभी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में मेहनत करना होगा। हमारे पास परियोजना, हमारा पास कार्यक्रम, हमारा पास नीति, सब कुछ है। सबसे बड़ी बात है हमारे पास नेता है, नीति है, नियत है। मोदी जी के पास है। मोदी जी ने साबित किया है ईमानदारी से कैसे देशभक्ति भावनाओं से समाज सेवा की जाती है। सेवा ही संगठन, स्वच्छता ही सेवा, सुशासन, जन कल्याण और पिछले 12 साल का जो विश्वास, विकास, जन कल्याण, यह संभव इसलिए हुई है। सुशासन व्यवस्था पहले किसने कल्पना भी नहीं किया था। आज से 12 साल पहले ऐसा संभव होगा क्या? जनता को इंसाफ मिलेगा क्या? सरकारी कार्यालय में जाने से इज्जत मिलेगा क्या? अपने कागज को कोई देखने वाला रहेगा क्या? ऐसे लोगों का मन में सवाल खड़ा होते थे। लेकिन परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो सुशासन व्यवस्था लागू किया, अब सब बराबर की, सबको मान्यता मिली है, आदर मिली है, स्नेह मिली है, मर्यादा मिली है और सामाजिक सुरक्षा आज संभव हुई है। तो इसलिए देश विकास की यात्रा पर जबरदस्त तेज से चलने लगा है। ये रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस में हम लोगों ने कदम रखा है। अभी रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस का मतलब है स्पीड एंड स्केल। हर कदम में, हर सोच में हमारे ये जो पैरामीटर है, स्पीड, गति को विशेष रूप से ध्यान देना होगा। हम धीरे से नहीं जा सकते। In the competitive world, we will have to compete with the best of the best, and Bharat will have to register we are the best, we are the best, we are the best. आपको बेस्ट नहीं लगता क्या? तो इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि अगले दिनों में हमारे जो भी कदम हम उठाएंगे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, निश्चित रूप से अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी कंपटीशन शुरू हो गया है. इन दिस कॉम्पिटिटिव वर्ल्ड नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी ऐसे हर प्रदेश के बीच में कौन बनेगा भारत के अंदर सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदेश, उत्तम प्रदेश कौन बनेगा, यह कंपटीशन नॉर्थ ईस्ट की 8 प्रदेश के बीच में शुरू हो गया है. हर वर्टिकल में, पढ़ाई में भी हो, अनुसंधान में भी हो, टेक्नोलॉजी में भी हो, एग्रीकल्चर में भी हो, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स भी हो, स्टार्टअप में भी हो, सेमीकंडक्टर में भी हो, हर सेक्टर में आज जिस हिसाब से प्रतियोगिता शुरू हुई है, इसमें हमें साबित करना होगा कि हम सबसे बेहतर है. तो इसलिए हमारी नई पीढ़ी को उसी हिसाब से तैयारी करना होगा, मेहनत तो करना ही होगा. परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी इस बातों पर हमेशा विश्वास रखते हैं और प्रैक्टिस भी करते हैं. प्रैक्टिस मेक योर होल अप्रोच परफेक्ट एंड इट क्रिएट possibility for potentialities, for progress. So that is why हमको विशेष रूप से कठोर परिश्रम करना ही होगा. कठोर परिश्रम के द्वारा परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ने हमें जो दायित्व दी है, न्यू इंजन फॉर इंडिया ग्रोथ, 8 प्रदेश की 5 करोड़ हमारे भारतीय जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बसा हुआ है, सबको एक साथ मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में मिलकर मेहनत करके हमें भारत को आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना होगा. भारत को दुनिया का सबसे सर्वश्रेष्ठ राष्ट्र के हिसाब से पहचान खड़ा करना होगा. तो मुझे लगता है इस हजार विद्यार्थियों को वहां से सही सुरक्षित भारत में लाया. और आज हरमुज में हो, पर्शियन गल्फ में हो, गल्फ ऑफ ओमान में हो, वेस्ट एशिया का क्राइसिस में भी हर भारतीय हमारे सी फेयर को सही सुरक्षित इस हिसाब से राष्ट्रप्रधान ने उनको स्वागत किया है. आप लोगों ने खुद देखा है. तो वो दृश्य देख के हमें भी कलीजा दुगुना हो जाता है. रियली वी आर वेरी मच प्राउड. We are privileged to work under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi जी. और ये बात मैं कह के जाना चाहता हूँ कि यहाँ उपस्थित परम आदरणीय हमारे भाइयों बहनों, respected ladies and gentlemen, you are all
Thank you, sir. Thank you for so much. Before we conclude our session, I will request our panelists to be here for another minute. We want to express our gratitude by felicitating our panelists before we, conclude this session. And we sincerely regret the overlapping of the sessions because of the delay in the inaugural session. May I request Sanjay Goyal, sir, Commissioner and Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, to felicitate Honorable Secretary, Tourism. With the traditional Meghalaya. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking out and being here with us. May I request our moderator, Akash, to felicitate Vijay Kumar, Dr. Vijay Kumar. पहले उससे करो. I'll also request our moderator to felicitate our other panelists one by one and our respected MLA from Meghalaya. Now, the other panelist. I want to thank our respected MLA from Meghalaya. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. Though we are at the paucity of time, but we will not waste our opportunity to listen to the distinguished guest in each panel. We will be beginning our third session on the waterways immediately after this session. So please don't go away. We will start the session, followed by the session on the creating opportunities for the Northeast product to the global connectivity. So we'll have waterless wireless session, waterways to wireless connectivity session, followed by the session on taking Northeast product to I want to felicitate our moderators. Thank you so much. Can we have a group picture? Yes. Can we have a group picture?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back at yet another pavilion, and this is the Bharat Petroleum Pavilion. Joining me is Mr. Manoj Menon, who is the Executive Director, I would imagine, but he will do all the honors to introduce himself before we dive into talking about Bharat Petroleum and everything in between. Mr. Menon.
Thank you so much for having me here on your platform. Myself, Manoj Menon. I'm Executive Director for Bharat Petroleum. I am currently working as Business Head for Industrial and Commercial Solutions Vertical in BPCL and taking care of the industrial supplies to the industries length and breadth of the country, and we are also globally supplying the product to the adjoining markets also.
Oh wow, so when you say it's not just in the country and even beyond, globally as well.
That's right.
So when we talk about a small state like Meghalaya and when you talk about a region like the Northeast, talk to us a little bit about how is BPL functioning, if you will, in a smaller region like the Northeast, Mr. Menon.
Let me at the outset tell you that this Northeastern India Infrastructure Summit is so well organized, and I myself, when I landed here, I was pleasantly surprised seeing at the airport and the development which is happening here. Northeast India, Northeast region in particular is emerging as the most focused area in terms of development. And today we have heard the Honorable Minister also talking about the various projects which are coming up in this Northeast and connecting it across. So BPCL definitely finds value in this, and our association with the Northeast is very much there. We have, we are Numaligarh refineries, refinery which is integral of, BPCL is the one who is taking care of the supply chain and optimization for the refinery. So the refinery is also going in for expansion from 3 million metric ton to 9 million metric ton. So product availability wise, there should not be any problem in Northeast. We have recently commissioned our depot in in Dimapur, Nagaland, and we are commissioning our one more depot in Pasighat, and we are also going to very soon commission our LPG bottling plant at Matia. So there is so much of focus on Northeast, and I will be very happy to share with you that our association with the armed forces, in particular Army at the border area, is there. We are meeting their requirement in terms of fuel supplies. We are supplying fuel to the Far East area in the northern east, and location like Tawang from up to there, Sikkim, all the border area, we are meeting the requirement. We are not only supplying diesel to army, but we are also supplying bitumen to the border road organization, who are building good roads across northeast, and BPCL is very proud to be associated with this, pride of our nation, the armed forces.
So, Mr. Menon, when you talk about hilly areas, of course there would be challenges, I would imagine. Talk to us a bit some of the challenges to actually dive into every region here in the Northeast, because
a very illustrious panel here with both the government side and the private sector players representing their domains. And we also have a varied, I would say, spectrum, right from the physical infrastructure to the digital infrastructure and probably the space also. So it's going to be a challenge for me to make sure that we hear from everyone their perspectives. We have the additional Chief Secretary of Manipur, Anurag Bajpai ji. He's the chair for this session. So I would request sir to please give his opening remarks, and then we will move to the other panelists. Thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon. Thank you, Atul ji. Distinguished guests, my dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, the topic, if we see today, that is waterways to wireless connectivity, and the topic also talks about some emerging examples of Ashtalakshmi. Yes, it is an important area. Why? I would put a question to the audience. Why so? Because in northeastern area, many a times we face challenges on the roads because of the terrain. Air connectivity, many a times because of the inclement weather. Then there was a need to open the third area, that is waterways. We have very good rivers in the northeastern states. All the 8 states have good rivers, perennial rivers, which suit to the requirement. That is first part. Second part, can we use these rivers only for cargo movement? That is another question. Third question, we have about 55 million population in the 8 states. We face challenges of floods every year. We have many villages disconnected, maybe due to the floods, many a times. Then how to supply the commodities to those villages, health services to those villages, medicines to those villages. So there are challenges which we are having. And where there are challenges, then there are opportunities. Right from the morning, if we see, Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari also mentioned the same thing. And just before this session, Honorable Union Ministers Sarbanand Sonowal also have mentioned about the same thing. And it is under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. We explore opportunities in the challenges only. I will give an example of Brahmaputra River only. Brahmaputra River flows through Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and it travels around somewhere 890 plus kilometers. Shall we use only it for the cargo purpose, Or can we create a digital corridor along with the waterways movement? Can we have some kind of terminals which can provide internet facilities? Can we have solar panels, solar terminals in this waterways? And how we will connect to Kolkata port? How will we connect to Southeast Asia? And moreover, how will we provide these services? Flood alerts, supply of commodities, supply of medicines, real-time information on the real-time information basis. So I think this topic deals with that. And I have, best of minds with me who are from various sectors as a panelist. I think they are the right persons to give the right advice on this matter. And of course, we will be discussing all these things. And even audience can also join if they have, something substantial to say, which can become the part of the vision document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your opening remarks. We all know that initially, when it starts as a infrastructure initiative or infrastructure corridor, which subsequently then becomes a logistics corridor, because then men and material can move with the infrastructure available there. But ultimately, we all want to see this turning into an economic corridor, which means we can have all kinds of economic activity along these corridors. So we are right, we are saying that Brahmaputra, Barak, and probably the highways that we built, and also the air connectivity can become the corridors, but they will become corridors only when we have the other infrastructure also along with that, which is the digital infrastructure, which is the soft infrastructure, which is the social infrastructure. So I think we have people on this panel who can deal on all these subjects. So can I request the DDG admin, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, OP Meena sir, for your quick and very, I would say, top line comments which will help the northeastern sector.
Good evening, dignitaries on the dais and learned audience from various sectors of the country. As we know, communication is very, very important derivative of our lives. Without communication, we are in a darker place. As we know, our previous session was related to tourism, the expansion of tourism, the promotion of tourism. But can you ever think whether we can proceed further without any communications? Nowadays, every environment of our life, every aspect of our life is connected with communication. Various applications are available, whether we want to book homestays, we want to book a cab, we want to book a ticket in aeroplane, train, or whatsoever. So everywhere, communication plays the pivotal role in our lives. So Northeastern region has a very, very comprehensive plan carved out from the national arena by the Government of India. Here, we have the derivatives for telecom growth through various agencies. For example, private telecom service providers are doing their efforts, they are doing their best efforts rather, I should say, in this very tough and hilly terrain, mountainous terrain. BSNL is going forward with the 4G saturation network, wherein we have covered out of, say, 46,000 approximately villages in the 8 states in Ashtalakshmi. We have covered more than 44,000 of villages with 4G connectivity. And for this connectivity, we have further planned the remaining villages with a comprehensive Digital Bharat Nidhi funding of 23,000 crores, that is remaining 4,000 villages, by the end of 2028. This figure is coming, although this was planned to be covered by the end of 2027, but because of, you say, hilly terrain, inclement weather conditions, floods, and other conditions, the natural conditions which are beyond our control, we are still having our targets under our control. So, with the, you say, efforts of Government of India and Department of Telecommunications in particular, our Digital Bharat Nidhi has a plan for digital ring for, you see, digital ring I mean is when one side of, you see, connectivity goes off, the other side recoups it so that there is no dark space or failure of communication. So 23,000 villages we have planned under digital rings, but in the first place we are having more than 12,000 villages with a 58,000 route kilometers in these 8 states to be connected through optical fiber links. And for that purpose, Government of India, Ministry of Communications has provisioned around 1,200 crores for NE1, that is states of Meghalaya, Tripura and Manipur. And for NE2, we have planned around 2,500 crores, and for 4,000 crores we have planned for Assam state, because Assam is having very big chunk of towers. So this way, we are planning that by the end of 2028, whole of the area which is uncovered, all the villages of the 8 states are brought under 4G network coverage. And you would be glad to know that Meghalaya is having the coverage of 98% of villages. However, Tripura and Assam has reached up to 99% of the telecom coverage. So these are the initiatives which are definitely giving a very good, you see, network coverage and strength to the
Thank you.
Ashta Lakshmi.
Thank you. I'm going to put this question, in fact, take it forward and request KL Nongbri, who incidentally handles both these sectors that we are discussing in this panel. But what I would like you to focus more on the what Minas sir just mentioned about the coverage, and taking advantage of that, I think Meghalaya has successfully demonstrated creation of some ITES related infrastructure, and which I'm told is being used by some of the private players. And you're planning something big, I'm told, in phase 2. So can you please throw some light on that, how you are making it happen?
Thank you very much. And a very good evening to all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais and, of course, the audience here. Meghalaya's story and the growth of digital connectivity in the state is very much the story which I would like to share with you this evening. And Honorable Chief Minister, who is also the Minister in charge of Information Technology and Communications. We've been able to demonstrate to, in fact, the whole of the Northeast on how we have leveraged the assets that we have as a state. And going forward, as the DDG from DOT has mentioned, that yes, the support, as you know very well, that telecom is a central subject. And as a state government, we are here to facilitate, to assist in ensuring that these projects of the central government are implemented with the support of the state government. And in Meghalaya, we have ensured that this support is there in every aspect. And we have taken advantage of the, the projects which the government of India has implemented in Meghalaya. And one of those projects which has really catapulted Meghalaya to a stage where we are now is the 4G USOF project, which Bharati Hexacom had implemented in the state. And through this project, there was a quantum jump in the connectivity in the state in terms of the coverage. In 2022, we had only about 71% coverage. That is the 4G connectivity in the state. In 2025, it jumped to 90%. Which, according to the definition of DOT, is a broadband connectivity. And here we are trying to cover the remaining 136 villages in the state. And as you know, digital connectivity is not merely about telecommunications. We have to create that ecosystem, we have to create that enabling environment to ensure that the sectors like education, healthcare, tourism, livelihoods, then your governance, these are taken care of through the digital connectivity. And Meghalaya has taken this stride with the vision of our Chief Minister. So I'll come to the the BPO, the BPM sector a little later. Just give me 5 minutes. And the other thing is, the vision of our CM is to ensure that this connectivity goes to the last mile, goes to the last house in the village. So under his leadership, what we have done is, we have started a project called the Last Mile Connectivity Project, which ensures that the connectivity, the digital connectivity goes down to the last mile. And in the first phase, we have been able to connect to 30 locations across the state through optical fibers. This is the initiative that we have taken as a state government. And the remaining 50 locations will be connected in phases. Of course, now we have the amended BharatNet project in the state, which has recently been rolled out. And we could foresee that with the ABP project being implemented in the state, it will supplement whatever initiative the government has taken, the state government of Meghalaya has taken so far. So we are looking at this, our Honorable Chief Minister is looking at this, and hopefully through this last mile connectivity project, we will take connectivity to the last mile. And then the other issue with the Northeast per se is the connectivity that is coming from mainland India, let's say. As you know that as the cable travels through different states, the latency, the quality of the bandwidth, it falls, right? So, but in this case, our Chief Minister said, look, we have Bangladesh. We have Bangladesh, it's very near to us. We share a common border with Bangladesh. And with this in mind, like what we've done is we have worked very closely with a company which we have identified, a PSU from the central government, and to bring the submarine cables to Shillong. We were on track, and but because of the geopolitical situation in Bangladesh, it has been stalled for a while, and we hope with the new dispensation in the Bangladesh will be able to take this forward. So we have the submarine cables, which are very near to us, and we intend to create the Internet International Gateway in Shillong. I'm very thankful to the Assam government. You know, I headed one delegation to Dhaka in 2022, I'm not mistaken, under the auspices of, Amtron. This gave us the platform. So, just give me 2 minutes. I'll just come back to, I'll come to your BPO, BPM sector. So with this in mind, now we are creating this, we're creating this ecosystem, this enabling environment to ensure that our tech parks are do not suffer from connectivity issues. So we have the Shillong Technology Park 1, which is fully functional. We have 8 multinational companies working in back end, from Shillong, from the Shillong Technology Park. And then, of course, we have HDFC Bank, which has its office in Shillong, in the Shillong Technology Park. And now we are coming up with the second phase. And thanks to NASSCOM, the industry leaders meet in Shillong has really helped project us as a state where investment is happening, and with the support of the government, in terms of what we have, the ITES promotion policy in the state, where we give subsidies, interest subventions, whatever we can, especially from MIPA, the Meghalaya Investment Promotion Authority. So these are things that we are doing, and hopefully this we have already got a few interests shown from multiple companies for investment in the second IT park. So even second IT park, hopefully once commissioned, it will be full to capacity. Okay. So we're coming back again. We have another tech park, of course, in Tura, which is coming up very soon. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry for taking up.
Yeah,
time.
sorry. We've heard the government side talking about creating the enabling infrastructure, coming up with policies, saying that here it is, we are working to enable the private sector to come. I'm going to turn this completely upside down and get the private sectors to say, is this enough? I'm sure no private sector will say this is enough. But still, I want to hear from the 3 private sector representatives that we have here. One is a successful experiment who's used the waterways effectively for handling their cargo, thereby bringing down the cost per unit and becoming more competitive in the market. And the other 2 gentlemen are basically, as I said, the people who are creating the infrastructure or enabling infrastructure in the space. So we have these 3 gentlemen. Can I request Star Cement, Pradeep Purohit ji, to kindly make a very, very specific, I would say, experiment that you've carried out so that people get the confidence that it is possible in the Northeast.
Great. So that's more relevant. And I would like to start with that connectivity is not about moving goods faster or goods or services faster. It's about bringing opportunities closer to people. In Northeast, yes, development of connectivity, whether it is roadways, railways, waterways, aviation, even digital, have done a marvelous and a quantum leap has been taken during last 5, 6, 7 years, and it has been growing very fast. And a great initiative has been taken in waterways. We at Star Cement, for us, we being in a voluminous business of volumes, we are in a business of cement where a lot of volume needs to be moved. And here the cost of logistics becomes very important too. So for us, Yes, certainly, logistics cost becomes a day-to-day affair. It's a everyday business for us. It's not a policy decision or a one-off kind of a thing that we need to handle. Waterways, if we speak specifically, we have used extensively, and that we have used to demonstrate that yes, waterways can be used in economic and sustainable and in a way that that can be continued on a continuous basis. We have had consignments sent as export consignment from Badarpur to Bangladesh, from Pandu port in Guwahati to Calcutta port. We have bought cargo from Calcutta port to Pandu port, and we have moved cargo from Sahibganj in Bihar to Pandu port. And you would be happy to note that the biggest of the consignment, that is 1,500 metric ton of cement, is right now sailing on Ganga, which was dispatched from Pandu port. And this is the longest voyage with the heaviest load during the independent India. 1,500 tons of cement is moving, and it is about to reach Patna tomorrow. So yes, certainly we have done our part as far as the uses of waterways is concerned, and as far as demonstration of waterways is concerned, that yes, it is economically possible, yes, it is doable. We are regularly moving cement from Kopili River, which has been made operative by us only. It was declared to be a national waterway, but was never used. We were the first one to start using Kopili as a national waterway, and we are moving cement regularly from Kopili to Dhubri, to Majuli, and to various parts of Assam through Brahmaputra. So yes, waterways is being utilized and is the future. That is the lowest cost logistics mode. But since this is an event from where we would like to draw some suggestions which would be going to the policy makers, so I would like to put forward 3 specific suggestions. And first of that suggestion would be that certainly waterways is a very good transportation mode, but the full utilization of this mode, or full utilization of the railway network that has been developed, or the road highways that we have made during these past decade, that full utilization can only come to Northeast and people of Northeast and industry of Northeast if we really have multimodal logistics hubs and multimodal logistics corridors. Without that, the real bridging between these modes is not possible, and if you are not doing this bridging between these modes, we are actually not utilizing them. We are actually making, sometimes waterways is cheaper, but the rest of the connectivity is very costly, so it is not workable. So we really need multi-number of multimodal logistics hubs where waterways, railways, and roadways, and containerization of cargo, everything is coming together. Certainly steps have been taken. Jogi-Gopa is coming up, even in Guwahati things are coming up, but we are way far away from what is actually required to really harness the capabilities of Northeast. The second suggestion that I would like to put forward is that the digital network that we are having is still to catch up in a big way. I certainly respect all the good work that has been done in this direction, but I'll give you an example that even sitting in this hall, I cannot create a digital transaction. The connectivity level in this hall is so poor that I cannot create a digital transaction from here. So we really need to work really hard on that particular front. And the third thing is the warehousing network. The warehousing network alongside our terminals, whether it is waterways terminal or railway terminals, is something which the Northeast requires. The warehousing network, whether it is cold chain or other warehousing network, that is something we really lack and that we need to really work hard to get. And these 3 suggestions, if the policy makers can take note of, will certainly help Northeast, people of Northeast and the industry of Northeast. And once the logistics cost goes down, the the competitiveness of industry grows, and without making the industry of Northeast competitive, we cannot make that success or achieve that success which we are really talking of or thinking of achieving. So logistics cost certainly needs to come down, and for that we really need to work upon the multimodal logistics corridors and multimodal logistics hubs.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you talked about the digital infrastructure to support the businesses, to support the growth that we are looking at. And we have someone who's, I would say, responsible for creating the digital infrastructure in the Northeast. And we have Mr. Prem Patnaik, who is the CEO of Northeast Reliance Jio Infocom. So they've done some work. I'm sure all of us are complaining that we still need better connectivity, but you also have certain challenges, and I'm aware of that. So over to you for your maybe couple of specific comments on this.
Yeah, thank you, Atulji, thank you, Anuragji, and thank you, Pradeepji, for highlighting this. And Jio is a young company, I would say. We born in 2016-17 on telecom, and if you see within last 8-9 years, it given a revolution in the country. Prior to 2016-17, people used to pay 300 rupees per GB, and Jio suddenly came and eliminate that cost from the individuals. So now you go to any small part of the country or any small village of Northeast even, you will amazed to see that everybody, even if a small worker using Jio SIM and doing digital transactions. So with this lot of challenges, it's a 80%, 70% hilly terrain, and despite of that, we could able to lay down more than 33,000 kilometer fiber in Northeast. And we have deployed more than 16,000 towers, 4G towers, and more than 5,000-6,000 5G towers. And every day there is a challenge. Every day there is a landslide, every day there is a roadblock. Even if for maintaining that tower, it required a lot of time. It takes 2 to 3 days to reach to that place because roads and infrastructures are still need to develop. And huge challenges, what Pradeepji highlighted. I would also like to say there are huge investment pending in our bucket, but we are not able to deploy because we are not getting permission to deploy towers in many of the places. We are still following that traditional methodology. We need permission. In Meghalaya example, we need a permission from village headman, and many of the occasions we are stuck in there. So if you talk about this place also, we have a approved project, but we are not able to deploy any infrastructures because of permissions issue. But still we are getting a lot of support from state governments. All the states, 8 state governments are supporting us very nicely, but still long way to go. But I would proudly say that today, if you talk about 5G infrastructure, we have more than 5.2 million customers, those who are enjoying 5G. And we are not charging anything extra for 4G to 5G technologies. Today, more than 90% of the populations is covered with Jio. But what Atulji say, we are hungry. We are not satisfied with this 90% or 91%, where our chairman always used to say, if there is a person there in a village, he should get the network. And last time when Sri Ambani ji visited here in Assam Northeast, he has very clearly said, go to any village, even if there is 5 people there, you need to deploy a tower. And we are in that mission. And there is a huge investment we are expecting in coming days. And what it was in 2016 and what it is in 2026. And if you see by end of 2028-29, you will see a sea change in Northeast infrastructure in terms of telecom. Not only that, today if you talk about broadband penetration, In Northeast, 82% of our market share is with Jio. We are not only using the fiber broadband, we are also deployed 5G technology to provide last mile as a wireless solutions. And recently we have introduced UVR, which can able to provide 15 to 20 kilometers away from the towers, even if in a jungle, if any...
Pradeepji, I'm sorry. We all are enjoying it, so we know that you have done good work. So what we are trying to discuss here is what next you want.
Yeah, this next...
Because we know that you have done good work.
Yeah, next support what we need from the government is need to look at the permission part what we had discussed, Atulji, in the before the meeting. And definitely with this kind of support what we are expecting to extend to all of us, and we are going to do a lot of infrastructural changes. We are going to do a lot of infrastructure changes in the next couple of years, you will see, both in 4G, 5G and wireless technologies.
Yeah, thank you. We have a very, very quick comment which is actually coming from somebody who is into wireless. So we have discussed all of this. So I'm handing over to Daniel for a very, very quick and a sharp comment on this.
Thank you, Mr. Atul, and thank you to my fellow panelists. Very insightful information. I'm not going to take too much of time, because a lot has been said on this panel, and most of what I heard was with regards to challenges around communication, challenges, terrain problems, so on and so forth. The only point that I would like to leave here is, in a region like Northeast, some of the challenges are inherent and cannot be avoided, which is, the terrain-related problems. Like my colleague here on the other side was talking about challenges of putting fiber and, managing fiber and infrastructure. What the Northeastern region, I urge them to do is, when it comes to technology, look at a multi-modal communication fabric, which involves not just fiber, it has to involve wireless. And when I say wireless, it could be wireless on the GSM network. And of course, the most critical one today is wireless through the satellite communication infrastructure. We provide that, we do that, and we have been able to do certain things around this region, particularly in the areas of education and skill development and so on and so forth. But then what's happening is the changes in technology that's happening on satellite today has enabled possibilities of bringing satellite communication as a foundational layer in communication, which means making it a fully reliable, or rather the most reliable network, which can complement the fiber and the terrestrial wireless networks in providing a highly available network, which I think most of them have been talking about, the intermittent interruptions and stuff like that. So this is what I will place here, because I have on my left, the Joint Secretary for IT and Communications. I'm sure he will take heed of this. We are willing to participate. There is a long way to go, because it's not just about the satellite technologies are moving from GEO to LEO, making more capacity possible, and the performance of the networks. Somebody was talking about network performance enhances significantly. And the future is moving into direct-to-device, which is a path-breaking, game changer in communication, particularly when it comes to, areas on waterways and, in difficult terrain. So these are technologies that are available to adapt, and Northeast has that skip-level advantage of not having to go through the entire journey the rest of the nation has gone, and instead, very quickly adapt to something like this.
Thank you, gentlemen.
That's what I have to say.
I have to really wind up this, because we have one more session, and the Honorable Minister is also already here. Thank you, gentlemen, for your specific comments, and we look forward to take this forward as part of the conference summary, and submit this to the relevant authorities. And I'm sure we will have improved infrastructure all around the Northeast. So thank you very much for your inputs. So do we have the...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're literally pavilion hopping this afternoon, and right now I'm here at Mac Lubricant Solutions Pavilion, and we'll talk a little bit about what does it stand and everything in between. Joining me is the business head Lubes, Mr. S. Kannan. Mr. Kannan, welcome to the broadcast. Let's talk a little bit about Mac, like I mentioned earlier, and its inception and the journey so far.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And Mac Lubricants is a brand of lubricants from Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, which is a Fortune 500 company, a Maharatna company of India, public sector enterprise. And this Mac Lubricants is since 1976, when Bharat Petroleum was institutionalized, was started. But Mac as a brand, we have started from 2003 onwards. So that is umbrella brand we have created, and which is having all the range for automotive sector, industrial sector, agri sector, you name it, we have all the ranges for the products.
So what's the relation then between Mac and Bharat Petroleum?
See, Bharat Petroleum is a refining company and the marketing company. We have business units like petrol stations, gas, LPG, aviation, all those. Lubricant is one of the business unit of Bharat Petroleum Corporation. So refinery produces the base oil, and from the base oil the lubricant is manufactured. We have our own refinery in Mumbai, Kochi and Bina.
And since you've been obviously operating in the Northeast and Meghalaya in particular, talk to us a little bit about the response so far.
The response has been pretty good, I would say, because entire Northeast we have around 14 distributors we have, and Meghalaya is also being catered by a distributor here. And we have both industrial lubes distributor as well as our automotive distributors. They are working together. Beyond, they are selling in the market. The bazaar shops, the mechanics buy from there. Apart from that, we have outlets, retail outlets, fuel stations are there across Northeast. So they are selling from, lubricants are being sold from our fuel stations as well.
And speaking of Mac, what are some of the products that you cater at the moment?
As I said earlier, we cater to all the segment. For example, if you look at the automotive segment for the two-wheelers, car segment, and heavy vehicles truck segment, tractor segment, and industrial, if you applications, if you see all the heavy equipments, the cranes, the heavy equipments, all the bulldozers, all those things, they need oil as well as greases. We supply all the products for them. And beyond that, we have started our journey with beyond lubricants activities also. To be precise, Northeast specific, I would like to touch upon one particular product, which is Mac Gurjol tea spray. So Northeast, you have a lot of tea fields. So this is a particular product which gives better yield for the tea growers, and it is completely biodegradable. There is no residue left, so it is a kind of organic product. So it is approved by Tea Board, TRAI. We have signed the agreement with them. So across Northeast, wherever the tea estates are there, we are supplying our products.
See, we've spoken to a few companies, and we've gone to different pavilions as well. Some of them feel that they require more of a government support for them to thrive and probably flourish here in Meghalaya and the Northeast. What are your thoughts?
Very true. Being a public sector enterprise, we are not doing this only as a profitable entity. We are working at what we can do best. See, as a Bharat Petroleum Corporation, we are always look for from a product-centric approach. We are now moving to product solutions approach. What solutions we can give to the problems, the pains by the customers, the farmers particularly, and all the industry stakeholders. It's a good question. For example, I would like to quote one example in Tripura. Agartala, just a week back we had a conference for all the tea growers. What is lubricant industry doing with the tea growers, you may be wondering. Tea is, Tripura is the second largest state in India after Kerala, which is producing rubber. And it is growing in entire northeast states, not only Tripura. It is being planted across Assam, Meghalaya and every state. So here, what we major played last year, the entire Tripura suffered with the disease in the rubber tree, where the leaf fall happened and the yield is reduced by 30% to 40%. It's a major setback. We had a solutions. We have a rubber spray oil, which we have done it in Kerala already successfully, and it has improved the yield and by 30 to 40%. So that is where we come into play. Tripura also, we have come up with this product so that our farmers in Tripura will not suffer, because we have already experienced for 5 years. We have tried the test, everything approved by Rubber Board Research Institute in Kerala, and now we are offering them in Tripura market, so that it's early warnings. Whenever they can find the solutions with our product.
That's a good story. I mean, interesting, successful story, I'd rather say. But obviously you'd have challenges to tap deeper into rural areas and, mobilize the crowd, and no specific problems. How would you address issues like that then?
Yeah, it's a very good question again, because Northeast it's a very vast area where the reaching to the places will be challenging. But what we are doing is we are associating with the government of Tripura, government of Agriculture Department, Rubber Board Research Institute, because they have a reach with all the farmers, the growers. There are thousands.
Session, but it's a very important session for the Northeast, especially because when we are in the Northeast, we have all our products which are unique in the world. Many products are there. We have a lot of untapped organic agriculture, high value tea, rich handicrafts, and a strategically vital border footprint. Yet, the historic missing link has never been the quality of the product. It has been cost, speed, and predictability of transit. Today, we are witnessing a paradigm shift under the Act East policy, where the Northeast is transiting from a geographical frontier into a hyper-connected economic gateway to the Asian markets. However, taking a product from a remote valley in Mizoram or an industrial cluster in Assam to a retail shelf in Tokyo or Europe requires an unyielding synchronized supply chain. So to understand how we solve this problem, we have with us leaders from the industry, from the state government, who will give their various experiences in the Northeast and guide us how we should further carry on. So I would request our co-chair, Sri Rajat Kumar Saini ji, IAS, CEO, NIDCT, to give the opening remarks, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, I was not expecting to speak so early. I thought I would listen to some of the comments and then speak. So, definitely the theme of the conference today as well as of this particular session are very, very relevant. And the note on which the moderator has asked, Pankaj ji has started, is that yes, the products are being produced and they are of global standards, but because of logistics and some other reasons, this region is unable to showcase its abilities to rest of the world. I won't even say rest of India, but rest of the world is our target. So theoretically, we need to reduce the cost of production and as well as of the cost of transportation. There are many co-panelists here who will be talking a lot about how to reduce the cost of transportation and what all efforts various governments, whether the union government or the state governments, have put in to reduce this cost. In fact, even in the previous session, there was a lot of discussion about reduction in the cost of transportation and logistics. But apart from that, Government of India is also doing, along with the state governments, how to reduce the cost of production in Northeast. And one of the pathways is to build industrial parks and improve the existing industrial parks and also showcase it to the world. The various industrial development corporation like MIDC or the investment promotion agencies, they are doing this work. The scheme called Bhavya has been launched recently, where new industrial parks, with the aim of reducing cost to entrepreneurs, to reduce the entry barrier into coming into manufacturing. That scheme has been launched. The idea is that there is a lot of dynamism, entrepreneurship in the society. What is needed is developed industrial infrastructure, its connectiveness to rest of the country, and especially the gateways like ports and airports, and maybe some anchor investors who can come, and with the help of them, ancillary units can develop. This is what through NICDC and through Ministry of Commerce of Industry has been done in many other places, and we aim to do it in Northeast also. And and another important thing that at least government is promoting, and we have been able to do, is that government as a whole approach. So when we are building industrial parks, side by side, multimodal logistic parks are also getting developed. Railways is building railway sidings. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways is building highways and expressways. And in case of Northeast, IWAI is also building their waterways and improving the tonnage, which Honorable Minister also said that the kind of expansion in capacity that has happened. And not to forget the power, the expansion of power network, and how we can supply power at competitive rate to industry. So power may be around 10 to 40% of the cost, operating cost sometimes goes in power. And in Northeast, we have this additional advantage of having green power also, which may be harnessed. So all these multiple things are being tackled at the same time through government as a whole approach, and working with state governments. And I think in very, very short time, we are going to see the transformation of the region. Most of the physical infrastructure transformation, the connectivity transformation has almost happened. Now it's second order effects by way of industrial infrastructure, reducing manufacturing costs, and tapping the entrepreneurship potential is something that we are going to see in next decade. So thank you Pankaj ji for giving this opportunity, and then we'll see how the conversation unfolds.
Thank you, Seniji. That was very well highlighted regarding power also as a infrastructure. So I would not request Sri Samir Sarji to give his views on the infrastructure development for Northeast.
Thank you, Pankaj ji, and thank you to the government of Meghalaya and the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. And more importantly, a heartfelt congratulations to the Northeast states for even having conceptualized something like this, you know. This is my second or third visit to this area, but earlier it was as a tourist, and this is my first as for some professional activity, and I'm amazed at looking at the positivity since morning, the political will, the bureaucracy's readiness. I think this is a wonderful ingredient for any place to develop. I don't really intend talking about the problem statement because that's what everyone knows about. It's all understood that we are 40-60% more expensive in logistic cost. We have connectivity issues, etc. Being a logistician, I don't want to talk about them. But what was very good since morning was the positivity of the people over here, you know. And I think, and the way it was represented, which of course I knew earlier, that the growth that Meghalaya is showing, and my congratulations to the state, and I do hope you continue to remain in the first 5 in India. Now, we are using the word infrastructure and we are using the word logistic pathways. Now, infrastructure, I come from the services segment of logistics. I don't come from the infrastructure segment of logistics, and it's all very much necessary for everyone to understand this demarcation within infrastructure, that who's a service provider and who's an infrastructure provider. And I see a lot of governments in India and abroad blurring those lines, whereas they are two distinct entities by themselves. So infrastructure will have to be supported by policies, procedures, and of course the development of the service industry, which is going to run the infrastructure for you. Development, sir, is 3 things according to me: infrastructure, technology, and talent. Now, we understood in the morning that this area has a lot of young people, so that's a big positive for all of us. And most importantly, we have the advantage of learning from all the mistakes that the rest of the states in India have done. So we don't need to repeat all of them, we just need to pick up the best out of them. My first suggestion, sir, would be that we should have a proper task force who is going to supervise, monitor, guide and execute the whole thing. You know, to talk about the technology, to talk about the talent, and being a logistician and having been past president of the Custom Brokers Association in India and the present president of the IATA agents, there are 6 logistics service associations. And I'm sure all these associations would be very happy to participate in the task force, and altogether we are about 20,000 of us, and I'm sure out of 20,000 we'll find at least 2,000 people who would be interested in coming and setting up shop over here, helping your exporters and importers understand the regulations, understand the documentation, to do the processes for them, to work with the airlines and the railways and the land authorities for doing the work more and more over here. The second would be that we should consider a proper logistics corridor. You know, a well-defined logistic corridor which is talking about all the modes of transport that are available and how do we very easily move cargo between 2 modes of transport. Another thing would be if the government can consider underwriting the logistic movement. I'm not using the word subsidizing, I'm using the word underwriting. Way back in 1990-92, when Gujarat set up its first container depot, a road journey would take 11 hours, but a container journey took 20 days. And after 2 years of suffering, the people, the exporting community, the service providers, we got together. We went to the railways, we went to the Nhava Sheva port, we went to the state government, and we went to the central government and said, you please close down all facilities in Ahmedabad or you underwrite the movement. And to the credit of the governments, they underwrote that if a train needs 90 containers, they will pay for the 90 containers, which meant that if the trade could offer 40 containers, they paid the railways for the 50. But we had a fixed weekly train, and you'll be happy to hear that the government had to underwrite it only for 4 trains. From the 5th, there was a waiting period. So you need to give the community a confidence that yes, your cargo will move on time. You need to give the community a confidence that whatever you are tendering, as long as it's legal and compliant, it will move easily. And there are a large number of service providers who can help with compliance. The third thing would be a credit facilitation in terms of the subsidies that the exporters will need. What I've understood after having spent 4 decades in this is that the average person takes between 80 to 100 days to recover his money, and interest forms a very integral part of his costing. So if there could be some subsidy for that, it will help them be a bit more competitive on par with the other exporters of the same commodity or similar commodities, not only in India but all over the world. And lastly, you will have to encourage entrepreneurship from an EXIM perspective. You know, people have a lot of fear that export-import is wrought with a lot of risks, with a lot of problems, with a lot of documentation, paperwork, but it's not true. The government of India has worked so wonderfully over the last 10 years. It is so simple, transparent, predictable. Just to give the House some confidence, India does about 55,000 consignments every single day, and less than 0.5% get into trouble. So that tells you the amount of transparency that the central government has brought in movement across borders, you know. And lastly, I may be exceeding my brief because, but I think I would be wrong if I don't mention it, that you'll also have to be very careful of the law and order situation at the border points and the checkpoints, because this was one point which was flagged to me by a number of people who are operating in these regions. So this would be a few suggestions or points from my side. And once again, thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Sameerji. That was very rightly put that we should have a task force. Today morning also the minister was mentioning that A plus B the whole square, like if we are working together, it's more powerful. Sorry, we should not have a siloed approach. So if we are all willing to come together, the central government, the state government, and the entrepreneurs and have a task force, it will definitely help us to plan our policies more better. Also, as you rightly mentioned about the container transport movement, which was earlier such a long time consuming thing, and now it has really improved. So here I would like to invite Sri Anil Salunke, Executive Director, Concor, who have also very effectively handled the container movement in the country.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us opportunity to exhibit and show the Concor strength, the containerization in Northeast and future plans for Concor in Northeast region. So I will not talk much, but I'll request my team member to start the video because it will exhibit more than what I can talk in 10 minutes. So I will first run my video. Video, please. Thank you.
Are we ready with the video? Somebody putting it up? Yeah, it's on. Its audio also is there?
Yes.
So kindly check the audio, please. Kindly check the audio. We are not able to hear.
Inland container
You can restart the video, please.
Has grown phenomenally.
Kindly restart the video.
Keep moving resolutely and relentlessly to serve well is the real success. Internalizing this Vedic teaching in the spirit, Container Corporation of India Limited, Concor, has been moving ahead with purpose and precision since its incorporation in March 1988. Commenced the operation in November 1989 with the then existing network of 7 inland container depots. Concor has grown phenomenally during its 37 years of journey and presently operating at 190 locations including 66 terminals, 13 gateway ports, and more than 100 other locations such as CRTs. Private siding. The company has 17,967 wagons, 104 RSTs, and 5 RTGs, 54,619 containers, including 26,025 numbers high-capacity containers of 34 tons, as well as 560 numbers of liquid containers for its customers as on the 30th of June 2025. By moving from single stack to double stack operations, Concor is bringing world-class efficiency in its service. Presently, Concor scheduled round-trip double stack container trains between Mundra and Pipavav port and ICD Khaduas and Dadri on daily basis with the support of Indian Railways. Concor's MMLP at Swaroopganj is also connected to Western DFC.
Our containers have now crossed Indian shores carrying export cargo to the Middle East, and arrangements are being made for services from India to the Far East as well and other locations. Concor has also initiated bulk cement loading through its own tank containers. To provide seamless end-to-end services to our customers, we have begun booking export shipments in our own containers for overseas markets. Technology and sustainability are at the core of our growth. Customers can now book EXIM containers online, track cargo through mobile apps, and benefit from a paperless e-office system. We were among the first PSUs to implement the e-office solution for our internal work. At the same time, we are reducing carbon emissions with 165 LNG fuel trailers, LNG stations at Khatwas and Dadri, electric RST trials, and electric vehicles, while soon offering carbon credit certificates in partnership with TERI. We are a very silo-less and lean organization. Inter-department communication is seamless. All Concorians work as an efficient, cohesive team. As a result, less than 1,300 employees have been able to generate ever highest overall revenue of nearly rupees 9,300 crores last year, and we are confident of surpassing this figure in the current year.
Development of MMLPs, a game-changing approach towards offering integrated logistics, is a priority area for CONCO investments. MMLPs facilitate efficient and cost-effective service like cargo aggregation, disaggregation, and intermodal transfer. They provide value-added services such as cross-docking, palletization, inventory management, etc., with warehousing management techniques, supply chain management, automobile hub, and special purpose tankage. Setting up of these multimodal logistics parks at vantage locations along the dedicated freight corridor is realizing continued business growth for CONCO. During the first quarter of FY 2025 to 26, CONCO has handled 1.29 million TEUs, of which EXIM contributing 0.97 million TEUs, crossing the mark of 9,328.53 crore rupees in financial year 2024 to 2025. The customer-centric initiatives are resulting in CONCO's standing as the undisputed market leader, with 56% market share of containerized rail cargo in the country. Internalizing the ethos of customer value creation to the fullest, CONCO is raising the bar of service to the next level by adopting new technologies and IT-enabled solutions. Testimonial to the customer-centric focus of the company, 100% continuous cargo visibility through container live tracking service of CONCO is helping the customer to see the current location of their container irrespective of whether the container is on move or lying in the terminal.
लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट को कम करना है तो उसके लिए रेलवे से ज्यादा कार्गो कैरी करना जरूरी है और साथ ही साथ इसका बहुत बड़ा एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट भी है क्योंकि रेलवे लेस देन मेरे ख्याल से रोड और रेल को कंपेयर करो और विशेषकर रोड और
Thank you for running video. So all in all, we have presence in more than 190 locations. In northeast states, we have dry port at Amingaon, which is getting import-export cargo. We preliminary export tea from this Amingaon terminal, and we have import of different project cargo, waste paper, and it is increasing day by day. So shipping lines and importers showing interest. We are running regular train services between gateway ports and ICD Amingaon. In addition to ICD Amingaon, we are in discussion with state government to develop 3 to 4 more terminals in northeast region. In that, the state of Assam and state of Meghalaya, we will also discuss our requirement with other state, wherein we have rail connectivity and we can develop a container yard so that we can operate container trains. Basically, now the trend is changing. Railway want more and more cargo should be moved in bulk on door-to-door basis, and containerization for bulk is perfect solution for bulk cargo. So I already experimented in Orissa region. I am getting very good response from industries. Here we are working out with the tea exporter. Shortly we are meeting their tea association, tea board for their exports. Railway is going to offer some concession on railway freight to promote exports from this region. Likewise, we are there to help trade. We are expanding, we are developing, and we are there to connect you from first mile to last mile. Thank you. We are there to help you in all the ways. Railways, airways, roadways, waterways, wherever which ways you suits. We are multi-modal operator. So think logistic, think Concor. Thank you.
Thank you, Anilji, for of course putting to our notice again the sustainability part of the Concor operations, and also, as you rightly mentioned, the bulk cargo movement, especially being from the cement industry. I think it will be a game changer for such kind of industries. Thank you for your insights. I will now request Sri Sanjeev Patilji, Chief Operating Officer in charge National Highways Logistics Management Limited. The geographical terrain of Northeast creates several logistics bottlenecks. What structural strategies in NHLML employing under the Bharatmala Pariyojana to construct reliable economic corridors and ensure high-speed last-mile connectivity to the processing zones?
Thank you, Pankaj. We at NHLML, we are the enabler for the multimodal logistic parks. Multimodal name itself indicates that it is connected with various modes of transport. If you talk about Jogigappa, it is connected with railway, road, as well as waterways also. Similarly, we have various MMLPs across India, which are connected primarily with railways and roadways. But as far as Northeast is considered, we have one at Jogigappa, yet it is under development, and we are now taking the feasibility study of Silchar, as well as Udaipur in Tripura. Udaipur, Tripura is also based on the bank of Gomti River, which is connected waterways, railways, and road again. And as far as the potential in Northeast is considered, it is my understanding, when I visited Agartala, I noticed that very good pineapple, they are exporting to Gulf countries, but it is going via Mumbai. Again, they are taking a detour. They also need a good multimodal logistic park to reduce their logistic cost. Even as far as Meghalaya is considered, this is my second visit, and I am very much happy to know that here good ginger, good chili, even turmeric is the main products here. Similarly in Assam also. And as today our Honorable Minister has suggested, there is a good express corridor from Siliguri, Guwahati, Shillong and Silchar. It is an expressway connectivity. So after completion of this connectivity, distance is getting reduced, logistic timeline is also getting reduced. But as just now Vaishnav sir has told, if we want to reduce, we have to do maximum transport by rail. So we are maximum trying to connect all our multimodal logistic parks with rail. Just today in morning session only, my Honorable Minister said that today India's logistic cost is 10%. And definitely after completion of these all 35 multimodal logistic parks across India, we are going to do further in going single digit to reduce the logistic cost. And this is going to definitely reduce the logistic cost. In one of the session, just one steel manufacturer told from Jamshedpur, he is transporting, whenever he is transporting to Northeast, it is as good as sending a steel from Jamshedpur to Bangalore, such a high cost. So we have to definitely think of on this and to compete with our other neighboring countries for all these domestic as well as export market, we have to think for reducing our logistic costs. As well as one more important parameter we are looking at center, not only logistic cost, reduction in carbon emission by these diesel vehicles. Today we are facing all diesel problems, and you know in our country 99% our rail is operating on electricity. And electricity is a green mobility. So we have to think for all development of all multimodal logistic park and transport of all goods maximum by rail cargo. In one of my study, when I studied for the transport of new cars, my Anandpur park in Andhra Pradesh to Delhi, if I transport a new Hyundai Kia car by road, it is costing me 15,000, but if it goes by rail, it is just 5,000 rupees. So such a reduction is there in logistic cost. So definitely after this completion of Siliguri, Guwahati and Shillong and Silchapar expressway, in Meghalaya also as well as in other neighboring countries like Tripura, Nagaland also, the logistic cost will definitely come down, and maximum cargo from this area, which is not a very good potential market but not tapped today, we need to send it to other part of mainland. Thank you.
Thank you, Patilji. And I think even in your pitch, it was the railway movement. But we also have Sri Sunil Kumar Singh ji, ISS Vice Chair, IWAI. Let us have his perspective on how waterway is competing with the railway. And also, is IWI upgrading the Indo-Bangladesh protocol to ensure that northeastern products enjoy smooth, uninterrupted transit to international waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj, and good evening to all of you. For giving me this opportunity to talk about global reach of NER products. Before I talk about Inland Waterways Authority of India's initiatives regarding waterways development, I would like to give a brief background. The Northeast region today is not just a geographically distinct part of India. It is a strategic gateway to Southeast Asia, central to India's Act East policy and regional trade development. With over more than 5,300 kilometers of international borders, abundant natural resources, unique product strengths such as tea, horticulture, bamboo, coal, and handicrafts, this region holds immense potential. However, the critical question is not what the region produces, but how efficiently these products can access national and global markets. From policy and administrative perspective, the Northeast region's logistics ecosystem has been constrained by perpetual three structural issues, I would say. First is the over-dependence on road-based transportation, particularly the use of the transportation via Siliguri corridor, limited modal diversification, especially I would say the underutilized waterways systems, and inadequate integration with ports and export gateways. So the real question is not the production capacity, but how efficiently these products can access the global markets. The absence of efficient logistics pathways. This is the major constraint which is being faced by Northeastern region today. So from this perspective, I am to just to enable global reach, just to enable the global reach, this transportation, the logistics ecosystem must be repositioned from a support function to a strategic growth enabler, which requires multimodal connectivity, as everybody is saying here. Multimodal connectivity, then integration with, adequate integration with cross-border and international trade routes, sea trade routes, So here comes the importance of inland waterways, which Northeast region has abundant. So many inland waterways are there, and out of these, around 20 inland waterways have been declared as national waterways through National Waterways Act 2016. So, as you know, Barak River and Brahmaputra River, along with other river systems in the Northeast region, provide a strategic logistics backbone for the entire region. Their advantages are structural. If they are having efficiency in long-haul bulk cargo movement, lowest per ton kilometer cost, and significantly lower emission and fuel consumption. So waterways globally remains the main logistics corridor as far as bulk transportation is concerned. For the Northeast region, it is not just a supplementary mode of transportation, but it is a transformational mode to achieving scale, cost effectiveness, and competitiveness. So Inland Waterways Authority of India, which I represent as Vice Chair, has been translating this strategic vision into on-ground transformation through targeted infrastructure developments. To mention a few, I would like to inform you that we have built a cargo cum tourist terminal at Bogeybill in Dibrugarh with storage area, with truck parking systems, and at the same time we have built cargo terminal, as Mr. Patel has informed, cargo terminal at Jogighopa, which is supporting cargo movement from North Bengal, Assam, and Bhutan to Bangladesh and other parts of the country. Apart from that, we have built a terminal at Sonamura in Tripura, which is connected through Indo-Bangladesh protocol route and giving connectivity to the state of Tripura directly to the ports of Haldia and Kolkata in West Bengal. We have developed ship repair facility, first ship repair facility in Northeast region. Earlier, ships used to go to Kolkata for any repairs, which involved a lot of time and funds also. So now this ship repair facility is about to be ready in Guwahati with an investment of more than 250 crores. At the same time, we have given connectivity to our existing Pandu port, which is a multimodal port, by creating a dedicated elevated route. Earlier, there was a congested route, so trucks used to move only in the night. Now, we have given seamless connectivity for movement of trucks 24/7. At the same time, we are developing the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route as well, so that the cargo movement from Northeast can efficiently reach Kolkata and Haldia ports, so that they can be transported to the other parts of the country and in the global market without any hindrance. The most transformative of these efforts is the integration of Northeast region with international trade routes through waterways by connecting National Waterway 2, that is Brahmaputra, National Waterway 16, that is Barak River, which is in Lower Assam, directly to the ports of Kolkata and Haldia through Indo-Bangladesh protocol routes. We are doing infrastructure development in the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route as well, so that vessels should not be grounded. They can ply seamlessly, not only to Haldia. Now the vessels are going up to Banaras, because we have developed National Waterway 1, that is Ganga, with an investment of around more than 5,000 crores. So the infrastructure built over there, now the cargo, as in the last session, Mr. Purohit from Star Cement, he said that their cargo moved from Pandu in Guwahati up to Patna, that is going to reach tomorrow. So The next step, which I would say to enable global reach, to fully unlock global reach, the next focus must be on scaling of multimodal logistic hubs near the production clusters, then promoting private sector participation through suitable PPP models, then developing cargo aggregation hubs and cold storage chains infrastructure across the region. So I would just say that Northeast region is not constrained by its geography, but it is empowered by its location. And the question is how to empower, how to efficiently move the products of Northeastern region to global markets. Waterways, inland waterways, through waterway-led multimodal strategy, we are enabling Northeast region to connect seamlessly, to compete effectively, and integrate with global value chains. And we will continue to do so in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunilji. Very rightly said by you that logistics is no more a support function, but it has become a strategic function, which we have to, especially being from Northeast, we have to really work on that. And also, as rightly pointed out by you, we at Star Cement have been utilizing both the Barak river route also, as well as the Brahmaputra river route also. We have exported to Bangladesh, we have imported from Calcutta to Northeast by the river route. So I hope, and as you also mentioned about the multi-modal transport, eventually we'll have to utilize all three. So now my next question would be to Sri Ravi Kumarji, Director Industries, Government of Sikkim. We are hearing a lot of perspective from the various logistics corporations. I would like you to, sir, have view from you regarding how are northeastern states aligning their industrial policy with central logistics framework to simplify land acquisition and incentivize local manufacturing.
So thank you. First of all, I thank Government of Meghalaya, Finer and Build India for this opportunity. I thank all the panel members as well as all the participants. So this is a very important section, but we could see very few participants. So nevertheless, we can be the ambassador for this session to others. So convey the message that this is a very important topic. So regarding the export, myself, I experienced in exporting multiple consignments, whether it is organic tea from Sikkim and other products, organic products from Sikkim. So I know the difficulties as well as I have the experience. With reference to export is concerned, there is and a large quantity can be exported. It's not like that. In this social media era, even if you have 5 kilo or 10 kilo, you can export. It should be quality product. It should be unique product. You can export to any corner of the world because people are looking for unique product and quality product. Whatever may be the quantity, whether it is 5 kilo, 10 kilo, 100 kilo, 10 tons, the quantity does not matter. So, on the background of MSME, I like to address this gathering that in government department, since a lot of confusion is there, we simply create awareness among MSMEs. What we do, we create a district-wise awareness about export. But how to register IEC code, import-export code. Then what is the procedure involved in exporting products? Like say, how to prepare waybill, how to prepare bill of lading, BL, they call it BL, bill of lading. Then how to get the sanitary certificate, phytosanitary certificate in case of plants and hygiene certificate in case of animal and animal-related products. So these are all the very simple documentation. Once these things are ready, you can simply approach some cargo handler or logistic partner. They'll help you in all the clearances like custom clearance and other related clearance. It is very simple thing. Maybe initial point, 1 or 2 consignment, it may take time, but later on you will be expert in exporting. So this is I want to clarify. Regarding the infrastructure point of view, all panelists emphasized very critical point, but they forgot to mention 2-3 points. Like we had infrastructure support very much required for processing, primary, secondary processing. as well as kind of final product manufacturing. And another important aspect we missed out is kind of testing and standardization. Testing is very important kind of aspect in any export, because foreign consumer, they want quality products. They want to ensure quality and the origin. So there is a very much necessity for the testing laboratory for testing the quality as well as standardizing the product. This is very critical aspect. And another important point, pointed out by our panelists, say cold storage and warehouse, and apart from that, like a terminal. Sikkim and North Bengal, we are suffering because of lack of terminal. So fortunately, Anil sir kind of assured that he will send inspection team to see in Siliguri to set up the terminal. So that will be very useful for us. So apart from this packaging also one of the important aspect. If we set up one very good packaging industry, state of the art packaging industry in each state, in each northeastern states, that will be very helpful. Because the importer from foreign countries, they insist on the dimension and the quality of packaging. Packaging of quality material as well as dimension. What is the dimension? Each country, they need a different dimension. That is very, very important. So these are all the main points I like to highlight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raviji. That was very well highlighted. I think many of us have the misnomer that you cannot send less than a container load or a rake load at many times. So if you are saying that we can even export in kilograms or 1 ton, 10 ton, so I think that's a good eye opener. And as also Samir ji was mentioning earlier, that we should have entrepreneurs or training for EXIM. So I think that is what you are also trying to highlight, that we need to concentrate for our export imports. We need to encourage our entrepreneurs. And as you have also mentioned about the standardization and testing point, I would now request Cyril Dyungdeo, Commissioner Secretary, Industry and Commerce Government of Meghalaya. What localized physical infrastructure are state governments building at international border trade points to handle standardization, testing and rapid cross-border movement, especially keeping in mind Meghalaya is doing a lot of border huts also. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's a good question. Thank you, Pankajji, and to all my co-panelists, our Honorable Minister also from Sports and Youth Affairs Government of Meghalaya. So let me just start with the topic itself, global reach of Northeastern products. And as one of the panelists correctly put up, it is not about the quality of our product, but about how efficiently we are able to reach the right market. But let me start with an example for the benefit of this audience. We know, let me take the example of 2 products and 1 service, because it's also about services. You know that Meghalaya produces some of the best and sweetest pineapples in the world, perhaps. Our Queen variety and our Q variety of pineapples are some of the sweetest. And in the last few years, one of the strategies of the government has been how we can firstly ensure that we are able to get the right quality. Farmers brought all the farmers together as cooperatives, as collectives, gave them incentives, and brought all of it together. And as a result of that, we were able to send some consignments even to countries like Europe, Germany, etc., who are using Meghalaya's pineapples for infant food. Because of the high quality, it's being given to babies, and we know how tough EU regulations are. That's because Meghalaya's pineapples are naturally sweet. You don't have to add sugar to it. And it's organic. And so if we take pineapple as an example, or even our Lakadong turmeric, which many of you may know has the highest curcumin content in the world, which is now reaching global markets. So the idea is, and as a government we need to be conscious that how we can ensure that the highest value that product, pineapple or turmeric, will receive should go back to the farmers or to the producers of the land, rather than, to costs which are middlemen or other costs. And therefore, the need to reduce logistic costs, the need to find the right market. Today, I don't think we are in a situation where we cannot find the right market, the highest markets that will pay the highest price. The challenge is, how do we ensure that we reach these right markets? And number 2, how do we reduce the cost of logistics so that the cost is reduced and therefore the value in terms of value addition and the value maximum comes back to the people who are producing it. And the name and branding comes back to a state like Meghalaya, to the farmers of Meghalaya, because traceability, transparency is very important, especially in organic products, as we are all aware. So as far as Meghalaya is concerned, coming back to your question, we are in a process where the government is really encouraging private investment. And why not encourage private investment also in things like testing laboratories, or in what Samir ji mentioned, in services and logistics, the right people who will become entrepreneurs to understand what is a export bill, or we create entrepreneurs to do such activities. So along with industrial parks, which Rajat sir mentioned about, where government is making land available, can we create these multimodal logistics hubs? We are happy to engage with all the co-panelists here to look at two hubs. One is perhaps the district which is bordering Guwahati, because Guwahati is an important hub from airway, from railway, from port perspective, to create this logistic hub alongside our industrial clusters. The other idea we had, and taking off from what our Chief Secretary mentioned and what Inland Water Authority of India mentioned, is how we are able to leverage the Chittagong port. So it's not necessary that Meghalaya will produce all the products, but if Meghalaya, because it shares a very long border with Bangladesh, and we already have ICPs, and since you asked about border huts, can we, with the improved road connectivity where goods are reaching in no time through railhead and through roadhead, create these facilities along the Meghalaya's borders? Testing facilities, logistic facilities, cold chain, so that anyone can export from India via Meghalaya. It need not be produced in Meghalaya. It can be produced in Assam, it can be produced in North Bengal, it can be produced even in Bihar. So for them, perhaps exporting from the Act East, from the Northeast, through Meghalaya, because Meghalaya to Chittagong port might be 7-8 hours, and with improved road connectivity, it might be even lesser. Can we come together and develop that as a vision in terms of our exports? Where I would like to seek the cooperation of our panelists, especially the industry, is tell us what your pain points are, specifically with regard to which product, and we then can look at how we can solve that problem and work together. As Commerce Industry Secretary, I'm happy to look at what are the issues as far as sometimes it's also about paperwork. There's so much paperwork that we're not able to take it forward. So can we then speak to Government of India so that that paperwork itself is more transparent or it's reduced? And Government of India, we know, is taking many steps. Just one more word on services, because it's also about services, but many of our panelists did not touch about services. Our audience will be happy to know that just a few kilometers from here, in this new Shillong hub, we have the Shillong IT Park. And we are building Shillong IT Park Phase 2, seeing the success of IT Park Phase 1. Why I take this example is because we are exporting services. We have young boys and girls from Meghalaya who speak good English, who know how to do coding, software, and they are the back-end hub for American companies who are training AI models, large language learning models, to train AI. We are the back end of even those. So apart from industrial parks, which focus on manufacturing, can we then look at logistic hubs and also IT parks, which will focus on export of services? That is something that perhaps is a topic that we can all think about, and I'll request Rajat sir also think about it, and we can then take it forward, because our capital here also is human capital. We have a very young population which speaks good English, which are raring to go, which don't want to just necessarily, work abroad. They want to work in their own state because it's a beautiful state. The weather is great. Everywhere else is so hot, but here, natural AC. So can I invite companies to come up with a PPP on IT hubs, which will export services? And what are the types of services that India or Meghalaya or the Northeast can export? That should be our goal and strategy that the world needs, and where we are low cost, because we are naturally low cost. There we don't have to solve the problem of logistics, the goods having to go through, because our people are sitting here and exporting the talent to an American company and getting the best value out of it. So that is also something I thought we should, think about. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very nice perspective about the service sector, and also the reverse logistics that you mentioned, that from North Bengal and Bihar, we can use Meghalaya as a hub. I think that's a very good food for thought. Thank you. Now I would request Sri Shreyas Rawatji, CEO Express Global Logistics, to share his view on the great work they have done for the logistics in Northeast.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. This is Shreyas. So we come from Express Global Logistics. We have spoke a lot about rail cargo, container cargo, but what we do is it's a very niche field of logistics. Like, we do super heavy logistics. Imagine a package size of this hall we are sitting, 5 meters high, weighing 300 tons. Imagine this auditorium completely full, and that's the weight of the cargo. is it possible to transport it to northeastern states? The simple answer is yes, and we have done it for Tata Semiconductors Assam plant, and we have done it all the way from Gujarat, Kalol, from Inox. So you imagine a multimodal facility transporting 300 tons, 2 packages, right from Gujarat all the way to Assam, and it's achievable. It's not easy. So there were majorly, I would categorize, there were 5 legs in this transportation. One which went from land transport, which is fairly easy, which goes from inland Gujarat till Kandla port. From Kandla, the challenge starts because we come into the ocean terrain of it. So we do a ocean freight directly from a vessel from the west coast of India to the east coast of India. The landing port is Haldia. We come till Haldia. Now what? Because the ships cannot enter the inland water. And as we discussed, inland waterways have helped us significantly in this domain. So we come to Haldia, we offload these 2 packages on a barge. We use Ganga, then we use the India-Bangladesh corridor. We come till Brahmaputra. From Brahmaputra, we travel through Assam. In here, we'll have to take care of all the tides, all the air drafts. I'll not get into the technicalities of it, but it's a challenging job. And if Indian Waterways would not have supported it, it's not a way this cargo would have been transported. Then comes the problem of how do we then land this cargo? Because there is no landing port near the facility of Tata Semiconductors. So a solution which we adopted was we built a completely temporary jetty. And the state had been given us fantastic supports in terms of getting all the formalities done. We built a jetty. We unloaded both the packages. It was this part was the most engineering-driven part of the project. And then again comes the leg 5 of land transport, where we transported from Silgat jetty to the Tata Semiconductor plants. So the question is, can such huge cargoes be transported for the industries which are in Northeast? The simple answer is yes. Are we ready for more? If we can enhance infrastructure a little bit, and we as service provider are very keen to talk with the states, to talk with the authorities on how we can develop it further, we can transport much more bigger than maybe thrice the size of this auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great work, Shreyas. Now I would request Dr. Lianzela, IAS Secretary, Commerce and Industries Department, Mizoram. Sir, we have a lot of MSME and micro entrepreneurs in Northeast. How is the department deploying common facility center, aggregators, or packaging hubs to help small regional enterprises pool their resources and meet global standards?
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I'd like to say a few words on the, I would like to thank the co-organizer, and a host state for inviting us to be part of this panel. And my team are still there, my colleagues are there. Please raise your hand from Mizoram. And before moving on to your question, answer to your question, I would like to say that every project, every initiative in Northeast, especially in Mizoram, should be adequately feasible. We should look into the feasibility factor, viability factor. Is it applicable, tenable, acceptable in consideration of various constraints? We have constraints like terrain difficulties, topography, land issues, climatic conditions, and remoteness, high labor costs, high cost of raw materials and transportation, and also budgetary constraints in our state. And apart from that, geopolitical turmoil across the international border, especially Myanmar. At the same time, we have a kind of potential, a very huge potential in bamboo processing, bamboo industries, handloom, textile and handicraft sector, organic farming, ecotourism, driven by clean and green environment. And we have potential in tea development also, in ginger and other horticulture crop also. And apart from that, we have very high potential in solar energy. We have ample opportunities to do that. But at the same time, MSME movement is not quite satisfactory at this point of time, but we have enrolled more than 8,000 MSMEs across the state and register. And we are moving on with the RAM schemes, MSME RAM schemes. And apart from that, we are doing a lot of initiatives, like we have notified Mizoram Industrial and Investment Policy last 2025, and now we are initiating MSME facilitation and promotion build under the deregulation process spearheaded by the Cabinet Secretariat, and we are also initiating a very elaborate exercise on deregulation of various regulations, particularly industrial development sector. And taking this opportunity, I'd like to say a few words on the international border issues. We have land customs station in Zhoukotha that was operational till the COVID comes. After the COVID-19 and after the political turmoil in Myanmar, we could not continue. And now the Ministry of External Affairs has started initiating the trade process, and they visited Zhoukotha on 9 and 10 April 2026, and now they are contemplating to resume the process, and the state government also have had constructed 17 infrastructure near the border, Zhoukotha border, and we are now taking up the process. And apart from that, we have Zorin Pui integrated checkpost near Myanmar. That is near Situa port. That is coming up, but due to the political turmoil, the process cannot be fast tracked. And we have Korpuichwa integrated checkpost along the Bangladesh border, and also we have designated 4 border hut along the Bangladesh border, Indo-Bangladesh border, and 4 border hut along the Indo-Myanmar borders. Now, the state is moving on to facilitate the embassies in different directions along the border, inside the border. We have a hand-holding scheme initiated by the flagship programs of the state government, the current government, and also we are having we are initiating a lot of policy schemes to enhance industrial development in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was nice. As we have paucity of time, I would request the Honorable Minister to give his closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pankaj-ji. Esteemed panelists on the dais, delegates, invited guests, all the government officials from the Government of India, different state government, and to all of you here. I won't be wasting my time by trying to show that I know more than you, because you are the expert on your own field. And as you can see that I think while sitting here, I'm the youngest out of here sitting here. I'm just for your information, I'm turning 35 this year. So that young I am. But why I'm here today, sitting here? Because I want to make sure that, and to send a clear message that the Meghalaya government under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, we are leaving no stone unturned to make sure that our beloved state of Meghalaya grow. And also to bring every opportunity, especially in terms of employment for our young population. As Cyril have already mentioned that we have a very young population where 51% of the population right now is below the age of 25 years. And if we take a little bit up, 75% is below the age of 35 years. That young Meghalaya is. So that's why we are exploring every possibility. And like our Honorable Chief Minister mentioned this morning, that how we have increased the government spending tremendously all the past 8 years. But to make sure that economic activities happened, the money flow to the people. But at the same time, we realize that that is not gonna sustain. If we want sustainability, we need private investor to come and invest. So that's why we are organizing this Northeast India Infrastructure Summit today. And I am so happy to hear from all the experts here today. But if you take in respect with Meghalaya, you can see that we are like in a very challenging in terms of road connectivity because of our terrain, of our topography. We don't have the railway connectivity. We don't have the waterway connectivity. Right now, we don't have big flight. We don't have a runway where the big flight can land. So no doubt there are, we are trying our level best under the leadership of our Chief Minister and the support from the central government. But at the same time, we do realize that these things will take time. So in the meantime, we should also explore other possibilities. Like rightly mentioned that Meghalaya share a very long border with Bangladesh. So it is very, very important for Meghalaya to have a very good relation with Bangladesh. Just to share with you that in the past year, because of the political instability and the incident happened in Bangladesh, in the past few years, our people, especially the traders, the exporter in the border, in the Dauki area, in the Indian Meghalaya-Bangladesh border, have really suffered. And even now, that the trade have not started as before. So through this platform, since there are representatives from the ministry as well, I'll urge that if they could find a way that where the normalcy will return and our people can easily trade like before. And like Cyril have mentioned that if more land custom station can be opened where more of the trade can happen in this border area. So this is a few of my concern which I would like to share, which I would like to put here. But I'm very happy that all of you coming here, and I will request you that as you have seen that Meghalaya have really opened their heart and soul in front of you today. So I hope that many of you will come back and invest and really make Meghalaya the one of the state where in the past where we are dependent on the central government, but we want to be a state where we'll contribute to the our beloved country, India. So with these few words, once again, thank you very much for sparing your valuable time, for coming here, and for sharing your valuable insight. And I hope with all this, will be able to work together in the coming future. So with these few words, once again, thank you, Mithila, Kublai Shivot, and Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir. And you highlighted a very nice point that you being only 35 years of age, I probably feel the Meghalaya cabinet is having a very low median average age. Even our Honorable CM is Conradji, is quite young. And what better way to connect with the youth by having a young team of cabinet of ministers. A big round of applause for the Meghalaya cabinet. Thank you so much, everybody. With this, we end this session. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, distinguished dignitaries, for such an insightful and productive session. May I request we would first like to felicitate and present tokens of appreciation to all our speakers. And yes, a big thank you to the Honorable Minister, Sports and Youth Affairs Department, Government of Meghalaya, Shri Wailat Miki Shilla. Thank you to Shri Rajat Kumar Saini, Shri Sunil Kumar Singh, Shri Sanjeev Patil, Shri Anil Solanke, Dr. H. Lianzela, Shri Ravi Kumar, Shri Cyril Dengdo, Shri Samir Shah, Shri Shreya Raut, Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our esteemed speakers. And of course, we have to thank our moderator for giving us a very insightful conversation, for leading the whole session. Thank you once again, gentlemen. And
well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for us here at the Northeast India Infrastructure and Exhibition Summit 2026. Well, just a quick roundup. What you witnessed today was the inaugural ceremony in the presence of our chief guests, the guest of honor, and the state guest as well. And we've had 4 amazing sessions that includes infrastructure, tourism, waterways, among others. The good news is that we shall be back tomorrow on day 2 here at the Infrastructure Summit. We'll have interesting sessions. The first session will kick off at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning and trust DD Meghalaya to bring you all the live updates right here on location. So tomorrow is day 2 and the last day of the summit. And like I said, we will be back live at 10 o'clock. For now, I'm Aaron Lingdo signing off. Until tomorrow, good night.